Chapter 1: Who has a father who cries louder than his child? You keep saying you love me, but you always try to trick me for New Year's money. Are you really my father? A question with a crying tone rang in Dong Chen's ears. Dong Chen, whose mind had just been distracted for a second, instantly regained his composure. Looking at the sad little girl in front of him, who was in tears, Dong Chen was certain that he had time traveled. Not only had he time traveled, he also had a daughter who was 5 years old and in the first grade. Moreover, he had brought his daughter to participate in a live reality show with children. Fatherly love is like a mountain. Is he going to be humiliated all over the country? He had been a craftsman for his entire life in his previous life, and he didn't even have a girlfriend, so how would he know how to take care of a child? And he had to go on live TV, so he was just asking for criticism, right? Dong Chen looked at his daughter, who had already started to cry loudly, and couldn't help but feel sad. And just then, a voice suddenly sounded in his head. Ding, the babysitting system is now bound. Ha! Dong Chen's worries were instantly swept away. Right, the system is a standard feature for time travelers. The system was successfully bound, and the usage method naturally appeared in Dong Chen's mind. Babysitting: influence those around you through a special attitude towards babysitting, gain emotional points, which can be used for lucky draws. Current emotional value, 1 point. As a post-90s generation member, Dong Chen of course knew what it meant to be a loser. Especially in his previous life. Ever since he could remember, he had been forced to study for all kinds of exams. He had carried the burden of his parents' difficulties, the expectations of his teachers, and his own future. He had never watched cartoons or eaten puffed food, sugar, or anything else his parents considered unhealthy. He didn't even have a playmate. But in the end, he did find a good job after graduation, in the eyes of others. But the workplace is even more terrifying than the school. Because the workplace not only tests your personal abilities, it also tests your social skills, connections, and so on. In the end, he was transported here. Dong Chen doesn't know how he died in his previous life. But he knows. Looking back on his previous life, he didn't have any happiness at all. He hated that kind of pressure, but he was still pushed forward by all kinds of pressure. Now he is a father. He doesn't want to be the kind of parent he dislikes the most. Moreover, using this live broadcast program to quickly accumulate emotional points for the lottery draw is indeed the best way for him to obtain better living conditions. In the past, he had to be curly. Now, with the help of the system, not only will he not be curly, but Dong Chen also does not intend to let his child be curly. The system is just what I want. Although he is very satisfied with the system, the crying sound in his ears is getting louder and louder. Ball, I know you want to cry, but can you hold back for a while? Dong Chen's daughter is called Qiuqiu, nicknamed Ball. After asking seriously, the crying in Dong Chen's ears not only did not subside, but it soared to a new level. This time, not only Dong Chen, but also the cameraman in the room was annoyed. The show is about to start, and my machine is about to turn on as well. First impressions are important, so hurry up and calm your baby down. Dong Chen's camera hasn't been switched on yet, and the cameraman kindly reminds him. Dong Chen nods and quickly continues to calm the baby. But halfway through, Dong Chen gives up. He realizes that he seems to be taking this too seriously. This is somewhat contrary to the system. You still want to cry? Do you believe I can cry louder than you? Still crying? I'll keep you company. Whoever stops first is a coward. Meanwhile, the number of viewers waiting for the live broadcast to start had reached more than 200,000. The main TV station in the Magic City. The studio of the fatherly love is like a mountain program team. With the director's command, the program officially started. The host, Xiao and I, stood on the stage and introduced the rules of the program. Parenting and childcare are issues that every family has to face. Next, we will go into the lives of 3 parents of different ages to bring up their children, observe, learn, and reflect. Each viewer has 1 vote per day. At the end of the program, the family with the most votes will be invited to collaborate with the program team in the long term. Not only that, the family with the most votes will also receive a 5 million parenting fund from the program team. Now, let's follow our camera and set off together. Zoom. The camera then changes, and the live broadcast screen instantly switches. The image shows the back of a man. The post-80s dad is wearing an apron and bustling back and forth in the kitchen. Wherever you look, whether in the kitchen or the living room, it's all spotless and gleaming. And it's just this one back view. It instantly triggered a barrage of comments. This is too fake. I can tolerate the idea that a man can cook, but how could the house be so clean? Haha, is there any possibility that he knew he was going to be on the show today and had a housekeeper clean in advance? Heh, just because you can't do it doesn't mean no one else can? You're underestimating the potential of a daughter's slave. Whether it's true or not, I felt this father's deep love for his daughter as soon as he appeared on the show. I'll definitely vote for him today. As the barrage of comments became more and more lively, the live broadcast screen rotated again. The post-90s father was sound asleep on the sofa. The barrage of comments was confused. Is he still asleep? Hahaha, I feel like this is getting real. Sleeping in, this is very post-90s. No one in the family understands, and the teachers definitely won't expect it. Although the late rising kids are different, the late sleepers are in the same boat. When it comes to the post-90s dad, there is obviously more joy in the barrage of comments. Next, the screen flickers again. The post-aughts dad appears in the live broadcast. However, Dong Chen's face hasn't appeared yet, and his full-throated crying sounds resonate throughout the live broadcast room. Instantly, the barrage of comments is completely occupied by question marks. What's going on? What's wrong with this dad? I don't know, but it seems like his daughter is crying too, but not as loudly as him. Puff. Ha ha ha. The post-aughts generation doesn't play by the rules at all. Unbeatable, whose dad cries louder than the baby. See, I knew it, there is always someone to learn from in a group of three, but there is also bound to be a negative example in a group of three. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious. Is this called defeating magic with magic? Dong Chen's appearance was undoubtedly the most explosive of the three dads. But compared to the joy on the screen, the atmosphere in the studio was obviously wrong. Especially the oldest parenting expert Li Jing. She was so angry that she slammed her hand on the table and began criticizing. This post-2000 dad is too much of a nuisance. Instead of comforting the child when it cries, he goes and stimulates the child's emotions. As soon as she opened her mouth, another parenting expert next to her agreed. Yes, how could he bear to let the baby cry? Not to mention the emotions, crying too much is not good for the baby's health. This father is so unqualified. Not only the parenting experts. Even among the 100 dads and moms in the studio audience, many felt that Dong Chen was being too much of a nuisance. It was the host, Qiuqiu, who, although slightly puzzled by Dong Chen's actions, was in no hurry to jump to any conclusions. With his high level of professionalism, Qiuqiu always maintained a smile. Okay, we've met all three dads, and now we'd like to ask the audience to choose their favorite dad based on their first impression. As soon as the host finished speaking, the ranking icons of the three dads, which had been on the same horizontal line, immediately changed, and the votes for the three dads were very different. At this moment, Dong Chen, who was arguing with his daughter, suddenly got a prompt in his head. Ding, the host's bad parenting and child rearing has caused emotional reactions from those around him, gaining 533 emotion points. Currently holding a total of 534 emotion points. Friendly reminder, the lowest level of lottery requires the consumption of 120,000 emotion points. Chapter 2, This father is so difficult to deal with. Dong Chen heard this and his emotional value increased. A faint smile appeared in the corner of his eyes. However, he was still crying. He didn't care at all about the disdainful and even contemptuous look from the cameraman next to him. He also didn't care at all about how many netizens were paying attention to him right now. Finally, with Dong Chen's perseverance, Qiuqiu gave in. The little girl wiped away her tears and took the initiative to come closer to Dong Chen. Dad, don't cry. This is going on TV. You're not embarrassed, but I'm embarrassed. I give up. Although she is only 5 years old, Qiuqiu speaks in a very logical way. Who understands? Dad was halfway through coaxing her, but suddenly stopped. It was clear that if he gave her more benefits, she would stop crying. Now, however, she has not received any benefits, and she has to coax Dad instead. Dong Chen, of course, didn't hesitate and immediately accepted the magic power. The whole room suddenly fell silent, and the chaos instantly turned into tranquility. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly brightened. No, is my eyes playing tricks on me? The child is comforting his father? Illusion. Definitely an illusion. A 5-year-old is comforting a father in his 20s. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Oh my, magic has defeated magic. My son is crying next to me. Should I try this method too? Kid, this generation of fathers is really hard to deal with. As the barrage of comments flew in from all sides, the broadcast hall also tallied the votes of the three fathers. Post-80s father Zhang Jian was undoubtedly in the lead. He currently had 70,000 votes. He was far ahead of the rest. Post-90s father Chen Feng was in second place. He currently had 3,500 votes. And that father was still asleep, not showing any signs of waking up. Finally, Dong Chen has 330 votes. He has not even reached the number of votes that Zhang Jian, the post-80s dad, has received. Finally, the camera in the broadcast room cuts to the host, Xiao and I. Well, from the first impression, it seems that everyone likes the post-80s dad, Zhang Jian, a little bit more. So, let's officially enter their lives. Puff. The show has finally officially started. The format of the main broadcast room suddenly changes. In order to ensure that the audience does not miss any details, the technical staff of the program team directly opened 3 sub-live broadcast rooms. The audience can click on whichever point they want to watch. Moreover, the pop-up comments are shared, making communication more convenient. As for the images from the studio, the parenting experts and the 100-member observation group are embedded in each sub-live broadcast room in picture-in-picture mode. On the side of Zhang Jian, the post-80s dad, a nutritious and beautiful breakfast is ready. After taking off his apron, Zhang Jian glanced at the wall clock before approaching his daughter's room. He opened the door. Zhang Jian, who had a slightly rugged appearance, demonstrated his full range of clip sounds. Mengmeng, it's time to get up, wake up, baby. Just this shout. It made the entire live broadcast room go numb at the same time. Then, Zhang Jian picked up the clothes he had prepared for his daughter last night. Mengmeng had just opened her eyes over there, and the next second, Zhang Jian scooped her up and helped her get dressed. Dad, the teacher said to do things for yourself. Mengmeng wants to get dressed by herself. Although her brain was not yet fully awake, Mengmeng still spoke softly and gently to express her thoughts. No, Dad has already arranged the time for you. If you wear your clothes yourself, you might not feel comfortable, you might hurt yourself, not to mention that you will be late for school. Zhang Jian decisively refused. After helping Mengmeng get dressed, he then took her to brush her teeth and wash her face. Of course, Mengmeng only needed to stand obediently and cooperate with Zhang Jian's instructions. Zhang Jian did everything else for her. Mengmeng was led to the dining table. In the picture-in-picture, parenting expert Li Jing in the studio spoke up. Well, he made breakfast for his child in advance, prepared the clothes she was going to wear, and planned out the day for her. Mengmeng's father's approach to parenting is serious, careful, and planned, which is very good. Just like Li Jing. The audience in the studio also praised him. As a woman, I admit that I don't do as well as Mengmeng's father. He is really considerate. You can see it in his eyes, he loves his daughter. He truly deserves the title of fatherly love is like a mountain. There is no doubt that he is a slave to his daughter. You could make this kind of father give you his heart, and he would be willing to do it. When his daughter gets married in the future, some people will cry. Wait, why does Mengmeng not look very happy? Children are grumpy in the morning. Zhang Jian received almost unanimous praise. It was also destined that he would definitely receive more support votes today. And next door, the post-90s dad sighed. Chen Feng finally woke up. However, he was awakened by his daughter Chen Zihan. The little girl woke up first. Realizing that time was running out, she angrily punched her sleeping father in the face. Dad! Stop sleeping. I'm going to be late. A loud yell. Chen Feng sprang up on the sofa with a leap. Oh, no! Hanin, I'm sorry, Dad was playing games yesterday. No. Dad was too tired from working overtime yesterday and overslept. It's fine if you don't explain. But this explanation directly revealed the truth. Next, the father and daughter were busy trying to be less late. Seeing this scene, Parenting expert Li Jing had something to say again. Alas, if they don't cook for their children and don't pay attention to their schooling, are these parents not worried about their children's future at all? Her opinion once again caused a flurry of agreement, with the observation team and the audience on the screen all chiming in. Yes, it sounds like he spent too much time playing games last night. He's really not setting a good example. Not only is he not cooking for his child, he's also holding his child back. There's no way around it. There's a reason why the post-90s generation is called the down and out generation. Indeed, it seems that not only have they themselves become down and out, they also want their children to be down and out. I don't know if he's like this occasionally or often. If it's often, then that's just irresponsible. However, since the chat bubbles of the three families in the live broadcast room are connected, so now there are not only comments praising Zhang Jian, but also ones questioning Chen Feng. And there are also some comments that praise Dong Chen. Holy shit! Just now, I used his method, and I actually managed to defeat my ungrateful son, who would throw a tantrum whenever I refused to give in to his demands. 666, although this post-2000s dad's way of raising his child seems a bit absurd, you're right, you really can't say anything. Ha! I suddenly remember that my daughter seems to mention conditions every time I try to coax her into not crying. It seems to have become a way for her to manipulate me. Ha! This is terrifying. Do children really have that many tricks up their sleeves? Why not? They have brand new brains, and they're so useful. It's all come to a head. My child is a brat. It seems that the way post-2000 fathers bring up their children is more useful to me. I'm voting for him today. I'll vote for him too, not for any other reason. I love the appearance of post-2000 fathers, they're so handsome. Dong Chen sighed. The prompt sounded again in his mind. Ding, the host's bad parenting skills have caused emotional reactions from those around him, gaining 1253 points in emotional value. Currently holding a total of 1,787 points in emotional value. Well, that's good, one step closer to the lucky draw, and the number of votes has also started to increase. The emotional value is constantly increasing here. Over there, Dong Chen also noticed that the number of votes for himself in the live broadcast room had started to move. Perhaps the 5 million parenting fund can be fought for on its own. Chapter 3, is it really unreliable, or is it well-intentioned? So, now you know how annoying it is to keep crying, right? Dong Chen looked as if he had the last word. Qiuqiu nodded quickly. I get it, you're awesome. Qiuqiu didn't say this with a bad conscience at all, and even gave her father a thumbs up. Ha, of course. But do you still want to know if I'm really your father? Dong Chen was still very proud, and in a flash, he threw back the question that Ball had asked at the beginning. Ball was really curious. After all, she had been in kindergarten for so long, and she had never heard of a father who would always cheat his own child out of small amounts of money. Then you can give me 200 yuan, and I'll tell you. Dong Chen continued to reason with her. As soon as he said this, the audience in the live broadcast room burst out laughing again. Ha ha ha. This post-2000s dad is really mean. The baby stopped crying just now, and now he's going to take money from the baby again. My heart is connected to my father's, and my father and I use our brains together. Destroy it, this family is not worth keeping. Confess, there are so few pandas, is it because you took all the bamboo shoots? Oh no, the baby's eyes are getting clearer and clearer, I think it's going to fall for it. What are you waiting for, learn it, don't you want the baby's New Year's money? In the studio, Li Jing can't hold back any longer. This is outrageous. This post-2000s dad has gone too far. Parents are the support for their children, and what he's done will destroy their trust in them. If children can't even trust their parents, then who will show them the way in life? This is just unbelievable. It's a negative example. The more she talks, the more excited she gets, and Li Jing's voice is heard by all the viewers in the studio. Some agree, others disagree. No way, that's an exaggeration. I don't think this post-2000s dad is as bad as the expert says. Yes. Everything is blown out of proportion. This expert is also a bit too overreacting. Hey. He is an expert, why are you arguing with an expert? Haha, I forgot, when an expert speaks, we just need to agree with them. Yes, you are right. The netizens did not say anything so-called truth. But they don't think Dong Chen is that bad anyway. The atmosphere of each family is different. The way people get along with each other is also different. How to raise a child is a matter of opinion. Not everyone follows a certain routine or template. Raising a child is not a pig rearing production line. Besides, the pig rearing production line is not standardized across the country either. The screen was full of yes, yes, yes. This undoubtedly caused Li Jing a lot of harm. She turned pale, and her voice suddenly trembled. What kind of attitude is this? Do you think I'm exaggerating? Do you think this post's father's way of raising his child is humorous and funny? Children are the continuation of the individual, the continuation of the family, the continuation of the motherland, and the continuation of the human race. The way he raises his child is, to put it mildly, irresponsible towards himself and the child's future. To put it more broadly, it is irresponsible towards the future development of the country and the continuation of the human race. Li Jing's blood pressure is high, and her voice is almost breaking. But no matter what he says, the screen is still full of yes, yes, yes. Even the famously good-natured host, Xiao and I, can't help but frown slightly when he looks at Li Jing at this moment. Teacher Li, don't get excited, we believe everyone has a discerning eye. As you said, if his way of raising the baby is not correct, the most direct result will be that the baby will not be outstanding. There is still a long time, let's look back. He is a professional host after all. After a few words, he neither made Li Jing lose face nor did he have any conflict with the views of the netizens at that moment. Li Jing snorted, picked up the water in front of her and took a sip. See? This post-its will definitely ruin the child if he raises the baby like this. Have you thought it over? Are you really going to give it to me? In the third sub-channel live broadcast room. After some internal struggle, Qiuqiu chose to spend 200 yuan to buy the truth. Dong Chen took the money, feeling a little helpless. God have mercy. He really didn't want to take the child's money. He just wanted to confirm whether Qiuqiu's psychological tolerance had become stronger. Haha, how could I not be your real father? Apart from someone as handsome as me being able to give birth to such a pretty daughter, who else could have such powerful genes? Whoosh! Dong Chen gave a big jump and jumped straight over the top of Balbal's head. You! Balbal's face, which had been full of expectation, suddenly became filled with disappointment. Even the light in her eyes dimmed considerably. The next second, she pouted her lips and was about to cry. But, in the end, she just pursed her lips. The tears swirled in her eyes, but they didn't fall. Sigh. Crying doesn't seem to solve anything. And if she cries, what if Dad cries too? At least, Dad won't be able to lie to her about money in the future. 200 yuan for a memory. Not bad. Bal's self-comforting words were not spoken, and no one heard them. But she just stood there, holding back the tears that wanted to burst out. This scene directly triggered another barrage of comments in the live broadcast room. I thought that Bao Bao was going to be made to cry by her father again, but she didn't cry. Oh no, Bao Bao didn't cry, I cried. This girl is so sensible that it makes me feel so sad. Family, I've realized. This post-2000s dad isn't trying to trick Qiuqiu into giving him money, he's deliberately trying to upset her to see if she'll cry again. Yes, I've also realized. He may seem ridiculous and unreliable, but he's actually teaching his child a valuable lesson. Crying won't solve any problems. Holy cow, the analysis upstairs by Bullfrog has really opened my eyes. Oh, then I just won by crying over my son, and now he's not crying. Should I beat him up again to see if he'll cry? Oh no, I've messed up upstairs. No, did no one notice the little hopeful look on the Ball's face after she gave her dad the money? She can't really hope that her unreliable dad isn't her real dad, huh? The barrage of comments ushered in a small explosion. Dong Chen's number 3 sub-live room also ushered in a small explosion in the number of viewers. This directly brought Dong Chen another wave of emotional value harvest. Ding, the host's bad parenting and child rearing has affected the emotional responses of those around him, gaining 4,326 emotional points, and currently holding a total of 6,113 emotional points. Once again, a victory report came to Dong Chen's mind, and Dong Chen was once again closer to the lowest level of the lottery. It seems that this live streaming program is indeed a good way to gain emotional points. I really need to work harder to win the championship and become a long-term partner of this program. Dong Chen was not carried away by the temporary small gains. He pondered and planned the road ahead. But would his way of taking care of his child gain more recognition? Only time would tell. Chapter 4, Dong Chen has surpassed Zhang Jian in terms of popularity, and has even ranked first. Dad, I don't want any milk. Dong Chen is in a battle of wits with Qiuqiu. In the #1 live broadcast room, Mengmeng implores her father in a tone that almost sounds like a prayer. Drink it before going to bed at night and when you open your eyes in the morning. She really feels like throwing up when she sees milk. No, you have to drink all of it. Mengmeng, do you know how many children can't drink milk? How can you be such a picky eater? Zhang Jian immediately rejected Mengmeng's plea and handed the milk to her himself. Mengmeng blinked, wanting to say something, but in the end she obediently took the cup her father handed her. She really wasn't being picky. She wasn't saying she didn't want to drink milk in the future, she just wanted to skip it for today, after drinking so much for so long. Under Zhang Jian's hopeful and benevolent gaze, Mengmeng still held the cup and drank. However, after just a few sips, Mengmeng's stomach churned. The next second, the milk she had drunk was vomited out, and the milk cup in her hand also fell to the ground and shattered. This sudden change not only frightened Mengmeng, but also frightened all the viewers in the live broadcast room. Did she choke? Is she okay? Zhang Jian was also taken aback and quickly got up and walked over to Mengmeng. He didn't mean to scold Mengmeng, and a gentle and kind smile was always on his face. But Mengmeng looked as if she had committed some heinous crime, and there were even tears in her eyes. Dad! I'm sorry. I really can't drink anymore. She felt so guilty and blamed herself. Because her father had emphasized more than once. All food is hard-won and should not be wasted. And all the delicious food in the house. It's all the food that mom and dad have been saving for her, food they don't want to eat or drink themselves. Now she's spilled the milk. She's sorry to the farmer, and even more sorry to mom and dad, who have been saving all the good things for her. It's okay, but we need to speed things up a bit. Time is pressing, so Zhang Jian doesn't try to reason with Mengmeng. He changes her clothes again, then eats in a hurry before driving her to kindergarten. Once they're on the road, Zhang Jian then began to persuade her. Of course. What he said was something Mengmeng had heard countless times before. Things like cherish food. Things like how it's not easy being a parent, and you should cherish everything you have now, etc. Mengmeng seemed to understand but didn't. But every time Zhang Jian asked her a question, she would nod in agreement. The scenery along the way was beautiful. The live broadcast screen also showed the beautiful scene of an old father lovingly teaching his daughter, and the daughter listening attentively. The comments section was full of praise. Some people were exaggerating and saying that Jian was a good father. Others were praising Mengmeng for being well-behaved and sensible. However, in the studio, Zhou Lu, the youngest of the 3 parenting experts, couldn't help but frown. It seemed that Mengmeng hadn't smiled since she first appeared on screen. She muttered to herself, but she didn't want to let her voice be heard, and was heard by Li Jing, who was not far away. Ha! What did Teacher Zhou mean by that? She had just been criticized by Dong Chen, and she was furious. Now someone was questioning the father she had been most optimistic about. Li Jing suddenly felt like she had found an outlet. It's nothing, I just meant that Mengmeng hasn't smiled since she appeared. It doesn't matter if she heard me. Zhou Lu raised her voice with aplomb. What's wrong with not smiling? The baby in broadcast room 3 not only hasn't smiled, she's crying. Li Jing sounded sarcastic. Zhou Lu is neither humble nor arrogant. No, I don't think Teacher Li Jing understood what I meant. What I wanted to say was that Mengmeng lacks a certain kind of vitality, a kind of vitality that is unique to children. After she said that, many of the on-site observers and the comments on the screen agreed. Yes, for some reason, Mengmeng seems a bit depressed to me. Yes, Qiuqiu did cry, and we didn't see Qiuqiu smile either, but the atmosphere was different. Let me share my own opinion. Frankly, I only see orders in Mengmeng's father. He only cares about what he wants Mengmeng to do, and completely ignores what Mengmeng wants to do. Although his tone is gentle, it is unquestionable. Also, I can see that Mengmeng really doesn't want to drink that glass of milk, but he still insists that the child drink it. What's wrong with drinking one less glass of milk? From the beginning, the comments on the screen were full of praise for Zhang Jian. It has now evolved to the point where after Zhou Lu raised the issue, many different voices have emerged. Li Jing's face changed. She criticized Dong Chen's unreliable way of taking care of her child. It would be fine if someone objected. Zhang Jian's way of taking care of her child was almost perfect in her opinion. But someone still disagreed with her. Whatever, I'm not angry. I just saw Zhang Jian's good intentions and Mengmeng's obedience. He made a nutritious breakfast for his child early in the morning, taking care of every detail, from getting dressed to brushing his teeth and washing his face. He also supervised his child in drinking milk, and was the first to care about his child after the milk was spilled. Finally, he gave his child a lecture on the bus. From beginning to end, Zhang Jian was always smiling at his daughter. There was no scolding, only patience. Was he wrong to teach his child to cherish food? Was he wrong to teach his child to know the difficulties of his parents? Even if we take a step back. Even if the child is unhappy and stressed now, I think it is better than growing up and being unhappy and stressed in society. Li Jing really lost her temper. She didn't know what was wrong with people nowadays. She had heard that young people are lazy and don't want to make progress. Do you have to be lazy when raising a child now, too, and take the future of the next generation lightly? It's just sad. This was not a debate, and no one was deliberately arguing with Li Jing. But undoubtedly, she was getting too emotional. So much so that the host Xiaoni was afraid that the situation would get out of hand and quickly took over the conversation to smooth things over. Teacher Li, I know you value parenting, taking care of children, and the countless little flowers of our motherland's future, but as I said, let's take our time and see. We can see who does a good job of taking care of children through the audience's votes. Let's take a look. He stopped in the middle of a sentence. Xiaoni froze. Because when he looked up, he happened to see that the ranking of dad number 3 Dong Chen, who had originally had the lowest support rating, had surpassed that of number 1 Zhang Jian. You have to understand that Dong Chen's initial number of votes was not even close to Zhang Jian's. How did this suddenly surge ahead in the blink of an eye? Despite his high professionalism, An I was a little flustered. He waved his hand, and a staff member quickly came to him. After a few whispered words, a flash of shock could not help but cross Ni's eyes. The backstage data was all normal. The votes are real and valid. Dong Chen's votes did slowly increase at first, but they weren't exactly exploding. What was strange was that every time Li Jing criticized Dong Chen, his support rating would suddenly increase a lot. Even just now when Li Jing stepped on a pile of exaggerated swords, Dong Chen's support rating also increased a lot. And I was speechless. He had finally understood what the netizens were playing at. You have to listen to the expert's words in reverse. And just then, Li Jing and everyone in the studio saw that Dong Chen's support votes had reached more than 90,000. He had officially surpassed Zhang Jian and become the current number 1 dad in terms of support ratings. Li Jing, in particular, couldn't help but take off her glasses and wipe them after seeing this. After confirming that Dong Chen was indeed currently ranked number 1 in terms of support ratings, Li Jing slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Why? Why is he ranked number 1? His way of taking care of his child is nothing but child's play. He should be used as a negative example. Chapter 5, If you can't learn, just eat more. The studio hall was in an awkward situation because of Li Jing's loss of temper. In the end, Xiao and I, as the host, took the blame. Our teacher Li is really cute. But the reason why teacher Li is so excited, I know she doesn't have any opinions about one of our guests. She just wants everyone to discover the right way to raise children, or a better way to raise children, that's all. But there is also another saying. Existence is reason. Our data is reliable, and as for who everyone prefers, it's just a matter of taste. Well, all these different opinions are just a way of finding a way of parenting that suits you. Now, let's get back to the live broadcast of the 3 families. Still, no one is offended. And I successfully draws everyone's attention back to the live broadcast. Post-80s dad Zhang Jian is undoubtedly the first to successfully drop off his daughter at kindergarten. They arrived so early that the kindergarten hadn't even opened yet and the teachers weren't there. Zhang Jian took Mengmeng into the classroom. Then he took out a book of 300 ancient poems and read them aloud to Mengmeng. The little figure sat up straight. The young voice echoed in the early morning classroom. Together with the sunlight outside the window, it formed a beautiful picture. Anyone who saw it couldn't help but be moved. However, Zhou Lu, the youngest parenting expert on the scene, frowned again. Mengmeng is only 5 years old, can she really understand the meaning of the ancient poem? If she can't understand it, then why bother reading it? This time, Zhou Lu's doubts were just a thought in her mind. Because she knew that once Li Jing heard it, she would inevitably give a long speech, taking things too far. Zhou Lu wasn't afraid of being unable to argue with Li Jing. She was really afraid that the old lady would get too emotional and die of a heart attack. The situation here is different from that of Zhang Jian and his daughter. Chen Feng, a post-90s father who used to sleep in and stay up late, has just left home. But as soon as he drives a short distance, his daughter shouts, "Dad, I forgot my school bag." So, Chen Feng has to turn around. It's clear that he really doesn't want his daughter to be late. The boy, Han, was also sweating from his anxiety, and his little short legs were running in his tracks when he went home to get his school bag. Although this father and daughter looked a bit ridiculous. Who in real life has never been late? Going to school, going to work, going on a date, etc. Therefore, other people's embarrassing appearance when they are late is still something that many people are happy to see. Finally, Dong Chen sighed. He didn't have a mobility scooter. His means of transport was an unremarkable little electric moped. Dong Chen and Qiuqiu each put on their helmets, and Dong Chen took Qiuqiu straight to the breakfast shop. Qiuqiu had a bowl of ravioli and 2 golden little fried dough sticks. He was full and satisfied. All the previous unhappiness of this little eater was forgotten. Finally, Dong Chen managed to get Qiuqiu to school just in time. Seeing Qiuqiu led into the school gates by the teacher, Dong Chen felt a sudden wave of relief. "Bye, my girl." He waved to her, and she waved back with a smile. "Bye, Dad." But even after saying goodbye, she just stood there. "Oh, Dad, don't forget to pick me up after school, and don't forget me again." Sigh. She really is worried. Dong Chen gave an okay sign to show that he had received her message, and she turned around and went into the classroom with confidence. But after she had put one leg in the classroom, Dong Chen's voice sounded behind her again. "My dear, if you can't concentrate, just eat more. Daddy has paid the school fees." Qiuqiu. Teacher. The old man who looks after the kindergarten took off his glasses and looked at Dong Chen. All the viewers in the live broadcast room. Ah, I really laughed. This post-2000s dad is really hilarious. Listen, how righteous he sounds. He's paid the food bill, so he tells his daughter to eat as much as she likes. Ha, this has shocked the teacher for 100 years. While other parents tell their kids to study hard, he's afraid that his daughter won't be able to show off how much she's eating. That's it, just that one sentence, and it's enough to make experts like him talk about this post-2000s dad for the rest of his life. Ha, and he's a post-2000s dad, so he's got the teacher completely baffled. He really makes me want to cry. Not only does he not put any pressure on himself, he also doesn't put any pressure on his child. I envy the ball boy's childhood. Ding, the host's bad parenting has caused emotional reactions from those around him, gaining 13,252 emotion points, and currently holding a total of 19,365 emotion points. Dong Chen can't see the on-screen comments right now. But the system prompts in his head are clear as day. It's only been 40 minutes since the broadcast started. He has already gained less than 20,000 emotional points. According to the system rules, the lowest level of prize draw requires the consumption of 120,000 emotional points. So Dong Chen is quite satisfied with the speed at which he has accumulated emotional points. His determination to win the championship and cooperate with the show for a long time has also become even stronger. This fleece, I have to keep plucking it. He has strengthened his beliefs and has set his own goals. But in the studio, Li Jing's blood pressure, which had just returned to normal, soared again. She picked up the microphone again, her voice slightly trembling. "Look at this way of parenting, how could you vote for him? Education is the foundation of a person and a country. On a smaller scale, education can give an individual a better quality of life and a brighter future. On a larger scale, it can make a nation or a country stronger and more prosperous." He is not only not concerned about his child's education, but also persuades his child to seek immediate pleasure and neglects education. This way of raising children is, to put it mildly, ruining the children's future, and to put it more strongly, it is ruining the future of the entire country. Everyone, wake up. Child rearing is no joke. Never learn from this way of raising children by Dong Chen, he is a negative example. As she spoke, she became agitated again. Li Jing's breathing and heartbeat became a little rapid. But this time, without waiting for different opinions to appear on the screen, Zhou Lu stood up. She really couldn't hold back any longer. I don't entirely agree with what teacher Li Jing said. Education is indeed important, but this time all 3 children being observed are only 5 years old, in their last year of kindergarten. Teacher Li Jing, you don't really think that children can learn much in kindergarten, do you? I think it's more important for children in kindergarten to eat well and have fun than to learn. Just like in family number 1, where Mengmeng's father makes her recite 300 classical poems. A child that young doesn't even know the characters, let alone understand the meaning of the poems. Since she can't understand what those ancient poems are talking about, what is the point of her reading and memorizing them? Is it just to make others praise her for being good at it? Or does Mengmeng not want that praise at all, but her father does? I think education is about doing the right things at the right age. Kindergartners should be playing and eating. Chapter 6, The fishing boat is heating up as it hits the hot search list. Zhou Lu's words were naturally heard by all the viewers in the 3 live streams. In an instant, the number of comments directly increased several times. What? I agree with teacher Li Jing. No matter what, education is something that cannot be ignored. I also support teacher Li Jing. Suffering now is for not suffering later. That's right. Besides, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. If everyone just sits around and brings up their kids, the country will run out of talent and decline in the future. I'm not that lofty, but I do know that if you don't plan for the future, you'll have problems in the present. If you just enjoy the happiness in front of you now, the future will definitely end in misery. I feel like yelling at the screen. My generation has been rolling since childhood, and now we are still suffocating. Do you want to deprive your children of their childhood as well? No matter what you say, I support Dong Chen, a father of the post-2000 generation, and I will vote for him. Yes, my child can be unpromising and ordinary. I am ordinary, and I accept my child being ordinary. Don't always associate it with the country. My child can't afford such a big responsibility. We just don't want to live too tired. It's not that we don't love our country. Remind teacher Li Jing, in the future, don't always talk about the big and the small, that's empty talk, it's a big lie. If you want to talk about the practical. Up to this point, Dong Chen's sentences learn if you can learn, if you can't learn, eat, completely ignited the mutual dislike between the 2 different views. Of course, some people with a keen sense of smell intercepted the live broadcast screen and the pop-up comments, and sent the video online. Once it was released, the click rate and attention reached an unprecedented high. This has undoubtedly increased the popularity of the program. Fatherly Love is like a mountain and attracted more viewers. From just over 200,000 online viewers at the beginning of the broadcast, it has skyrocketed to over 600,000 online viewers today. Among them, the number of viewers in Dong Chen's live broadcast room on the 3rd reached an exaggerated 300,000 to nearly 400,000. That's more than the combined total of Zhang Jian's and Chen Feng's live streams. As for Zhou Lu's voice, Li Jing of course won't be content to stay in the shadows. The 2 of them are going back and forth, and the studio is even livelier than a debate conference. While they are debating endlessly and the incident continues to ferment online, Dong Chen has already returned to his home. Since the core of the program is how to take care of children, the main target of the camera crew is still the 3 dads. However, Dong Chen had just arrived home on his electric bicycle. A prompt sounded in his head. Ding! The host's poor parenting skills have caused a massive emotional reaction, gaining 109,000 emotional points. The current total emotional points held is 128,000. Friendly reminder, the current emotional points held by the host can complete a low-level lottery. May I ask if you wish to proceed with the lottery? Is this enough for a low-level lottery? It seems that how to raise a child is indeed an issue that many people are concerned about. System, proceed with the lottery. Once inside the room, Dong Chen sat down directly on the sofa. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have won the god-level food skills of the food stall, roasted sweet potatoes. From now on, the fragrance of sweet potatoes will never fade away. Not bad, this is considered having a skill. At least you are your own boss, which is better than being a wage earner and suffering. Dong Chen doesn't mind the skill he has won at all. After all, he has lived 2 lives. Dong Chen's current situation can be said to have completely opened up. Now, in Dong Chen's opinion, anyone who makes money on their own merits, as long as it is legal and not immoral, deserves respect. There is really no one more superior than the other, whether they are white-collar workers, blue-collar workers, skilled workers, laborers, bricklayers, or steel reinforcement bar fixers. His child has been sent to school, and the house is so quiet that it is almost too quiet. Dong Chen yawns, his eyelids feeling heavy. He was woken up too early in the morning by the ball, and he is a little sleepy. He takes advantage of the situation and lies down on the sofa. Dong Chen inadvertently saw the cameraman watching him. Why not join in? Dong Chen generously lifted the blanket covering him by an inch. The cameraman quickly waved his hand. No, I'm at work. It's funny. Not to mention the TV station's leaders are broadcasting live. There are currently 400,000 people in Dong Chen's live broadcast room alone. If he really puts down the camera and goes to sleep, his job is at stake. I'm afraid that no matter what job I find in the future, I won't be able to get it. That's fine. Dong Chen gave a small smile, didn't care about it, and went straight to sleep. It only took a minute or two. The sound of even breathing came from the broadcast room. Dong Chen had fallen asleep. The camera operator was full of envy. He got up earlier than a bird and slept later than a dog every day. He was afraid that if he didn't work hard, he would be eliminated by society. Now he looked at Dong Chen again. This young guy seemed to have endless courage and was not afraid of anything. Likewise, the comments in the live broadcast room also came with a sound of envy. No way, after sending the child to school, shouldn't you hurry to go to work? How come you're still sleeping in? Who says it's not so? The post-90s dad next door is already delivering takeaways, and the post-80s dad Zhang Jian hasn't even returned home, having gone straight to work after dropping off his child. Is there any possibility that this post-aughts dad is actually an invisible rich second generation, someone who doesn't lack money? Come on, you've read too many novels. If he really was rich, who would let their child suffer? He even sends his child to school on a small electric bicycle. He lets the child fail at school, and he fails at home. I'd call them a pair of losers. What would he eat if he didn't go to work? What would he drink if he didn't go to work? I work so hard to earn money, but it's not even enough to spend. Back in the studio. The argument continues. Even the professional host, Xiao and I, can't calm them down. But after consulting the director's response was to wait and see. He has done a lot of reality shows. But this one is so topical and controversial. It's a first. The director even feels that. Perhaps this show will trigger a major change in the way children are brought up. And that Dong Chen is likely to be the spark that sets it off. While Dong Chen was sleeping in, an entry about the desirability of post-2000 fathers parenting their children appeared on the trending list. Once the search term appeared, it attracted the attention of not just parents raising children. It even caused a stir among teachers, white-collar workers, various wage earners, and people from all walks of life. Soon, the controversy spread and exploded on the internet, and it was trending more and more. However, Dong Chen, the instigator, was smiling in his sleep at that moment. Chapter 7, Dong Chen's temper flared when his ball was bullied. Traffic is a good thing. After Dong Chen's hot search for being a bad parent appeared, many experts, scholars, well-known internet celebrities, etc. keenly sensed the smell of traffic and money. For a while, all kinds of analysis videos, criticism videos, and praise videos appeared on the internet one after another. The name Dong Chen also appeared in the field of vision of more people. This directly led to the number of online viewers in Dong Chen's live broadcast room skyrocketing. Time flew, and it was time for the children to be picked up from school in the afternoon. After dropping the children off that day, Dong Chen could be said to have done nothing but eat and sleep. Halfway through, he knew that the number of people currently watching his live broadcast had reached 700,000. But he continued to do what he wanted. He didn't care about the skeptical comments on the screen. It wasn't until school let out that Dong Chen got on his electric moped and slowly headed to the kindergarten where the children were. When he arrived, the entrance to the kindergarten was already packed with people. As far as the eye could see, all kinds of luxury cars were parked one next to the other. One by one, the parents gathered at the kindergarten gate, waiting anxiously for their children to appear. Dong Chen, however, parked his electric moped not far from the school gate and then sat on it, brushing his phone. Aren't you going to wait at the gate? The stalker can interact with the person being stalked without interfering with the person's life with the child. So after looking at the parents huddled together at the kindergarten gate, the following shot asked out of his own confusion. What's the rush? Dong Chen was playing with his phone, not caring at all. But don't you want your child to see you as soon as she appears? In this way, your child will feel that you value her. The following shot gave his own reason. His question and reason were also the thoughts and the hearts of all the viewers of Dong Chen's live broadcast at the moment. So after the following shot finished speaking, all the viewers were waiting for Dong Chen's answer. I'm not dying, I'll see my child again soon, so what's the big deal if I see him a little sooner or a little later? And, big brother, how do you know that your child wants to see you first after being born? Don't overestimate your place in your child's heart. Besides, even if my child wants to see me first, so what if I can't? Will he be sad? Upset? Ignore me? Cry? If you're so sensitive, you might as well stay at home and be a protected animal. Dong Chen didn't even look up when he spoke, his eyes focused on the screen of the phone in his hands. However, what he said left the cameraman speechless. Not only the cameraman, but the audience in the studio was also touched. Why does this sound so heartbreaking? I always thought that my child would miss me as much as I miss him. It's not like it's the last time we'll see each other, so why be in such a hurry? This post-2000s dad is so funny. Why do I feel that what he said is quite right? This kind of trivial matter is not worth wasting your mind on. Yes, if the child is so sensitive about such trivial matters, it will be very difficult to raise. Right, what you think is just what you think. Maybe the child doesn't think about it that much. The comments on the screen erupted again. By this time, the kindergarten door had already opened. The teacher took control of the situation. She waited until the child and parents had recognized each other before letting the child go. Dong Chen waited until most of the people at the school gate had left before turning off her phone and walking over. As if there was some kind of tacit understanding, on the live broadcast screen, Qiuqiu just happened to be slowly getting up from the shade of a tree in the kindergarten. Qiuqiu's father. Before Qiuqiu could say anything, Qiuqiu's teacher called out to Dong Chen at that moment. Something the matter? Dong Chen was taken aback. Oh, our kindergarten is organizing an event tomorrow called I'm a Little Stall Owner. The content of the event is for parents to bring their children to set up a small stall, so that the children can be the stall owners. This activity is designed to exercise the children's communication skills, financial management skills, emotional intelligence and adaptability, etc. I hope you can find time to spend with your child then. The teacher's face was beaming with a smile as she picked up an invitation to the little stall owner and handed it to Dong Chen. Dong Chen glanced at it. This is an official activity for little stall owners, and all kindergartens in the city will be holding it tomorrow. A TV reporter will randomly select a school for an interview, which may be featured in a column on early childhood education in the city. Oh, I see. Dong Chen didn't say much. He folded the invitation and put it in his pocket. At that moment, Bao Bao had already reached the school gate. But Dong Chen immediately noticed Bao Bao's little sour expression. The teacher standing next to Bao Bao also looked a little unnatural at this time, and forced a smile at Dong Chen. Bao Bao's father, there's something else I need to tell you. It's that this afternoon, Bao Bao had a little argument with a friend, but after the teacher's mediation, they've already forgiven each other and made peace. On hearing this, Dong Chen's face instantly darkened. Without responding to the teacher, he bent down and took Bao Bao's hand. Did you fight? Dong Chen asked. Qiuqiu nodded. Did you win or lose? Are you hurt? Dong Chen asked again. Qiuqiu finally gave a wry smile, with a glimmer of tears in her eyes. I didn't start it. Xu Zhenhui wanted to take my toy, but I wouldn't give it to him, so he pushed me. But I didn't cry. Obviously. The little girl was very aggrieved. Seeing his daughter like this, Dong Chen's heart suddenly ached. He stood up abruptly. His face, which had always been wearing a faint smile, became extremely serious. Staring directly into the teacher's eyes, Dong Chen asked in a stern voice. Is this what you mean by Qiuqiu having a dispute with another child? And did you mediate a solution? The teacher felt a little intimidated by Dong Chen's gaze, but quickly calmed down. She had dealt with many such things in the kindergarten. Qiuqiu's father, don't get excited. It's inevitable that there will be conflicts between children. What we need to do is to guide the children's emotions correctly and teach them the correct way to deal with conflicts. You're not handling it, you're just trying to smooth things over. Dong Chen interrupted the teacher before she could finish speaking. Looking at Qiuqiu again, Dong Chen asked again. Qiuqiu, tell your father how the teacher handled it. Don't be afraid, tell the truth, you've got your father. Dong Chen took Qiuqiu in his arms and spoke firmly. But Qiuqiu hadn't said anything yet. The teacher became a little displeased. Qiuqiu's father, this is unnecessary. It was a minor incident between children, and they have already forgiven each other. Why make such a big deal of it? As a parent, can't you set a good example for your children? As the teacher questioned. Some people in the live broadcast room who didn't like Dong Chen also sent out barrage of comments. Yes, children have a little conflict, is it worth being so unforgiving? When children have conflicts, parents should provide reasonable guidance and try to resolve the matter as soon as possible, rather than making a big deal out of it. Yes, this is the time to cultivate a child's character, and parents should remain calm and not provide the wrong kind of guidance. In the mighty Dragon Kingdom, a nation of etiquette, children should learn to be tolerant and humble from a young age, so that they will grow up to be more patient, resilient, and tolerant. However, compared to these barrage of questions and accusations, there is also a considerable amount of support for Dong Chen at this time. Even if a child is bullied, should the parents teach the child to be tolerant? What kind of asshole logic is this? Yes. As Qiuqiu just said, she is the one being bullied, and I seriously doubt that the teacher's approach was very good. I support Dong Chen. I will definitely vote for him today. Just now, Dong Chen said, there's a father, and I saw the light in Qiuqiu's eyes. Chapter 8, Our child is honest, so he deserves to be bullied? Of course. Apart from those criticizing Dong Chen and those supporting him, there was another voice in the comments. Damn it! Dong Chen is really fierce. When I talk to my child's teacher, I only say nice things, for fear of offending the teacher. But he's fine with it, not giving face to anyone. Me too, for fear of offending the teacher and then the teacher treating the child badly. I feel the same way. My wife is especially afraid of teachers. Not only does she agree with and support whatever the teacher says, she also always looks for opportunities to flatter the teacher. Yes, yes, yes. My wife also often sends messages like, what a hard job you have, and without your hard work, the child would not have achieved such good results. I find that really embarrassing. Well, compared to you guys, my wife is much better. She just waits until someone has finished praising the teacher, then she copies and pastes. +1. Plus 10,086. Broadcast hall side. Li Jing and Zhou Lu's argument has stopped for a while. Because Dong Chen in the third broadcast room only eats and sleeps during the day, the old lady doesn't pay much attention to Dong Chen. Now, Dong Chen's unrelenting attitude has made her blood pressure start to fluctuate again. This Dong Chen, doesn't she know what it means to take a step back and see the big picture, and to endure a little while and the storm will pass? Our long kingdom culture has been passed down for thousands of years, and the words humility and forbearance have also been passed down for thousands of years. When children have a conflict, this is a great opportunity to teach by example. And the teacher has already said that the children have already forgiven each other. What is he doing? Provoking the conflict again? With this attitude, this behavior, and this style of handling things, what's the difference between him and an uncultured street thug? A negative example, he is not only a negative example for children, but also for us adults. Once again, Li Jing was scathing in her criticism of Dong Chen, and she showed no mercy. This time, though, Zhou Lu, who was sitting not far from her, seemed determined to go against her. As soon as Li Jing finished speaking, Zhou Lu stood up. Teacher Li Jing, I think you've gone too far. He was just trying to protect his child, and he didn't say or do anything extreme. May I ask, how did he become the thug you're talking about? I, on the other hand, think that Dong Chen did the right thing. The child has been treated unfairly and is already in a bad mood. As a parent, you should stand by your child's side as soon as possible. After giving the child enough security, you can then carefully find out what happened. Then, depending on the situation, you can tell the child how to solve it. After the recent argument with Li Jing, Zhou Lu has now completely let go. I don't care if you're a senior or not, if you say something I don't agree with, I'll speak my mind. The show invited me here to express my honest opinion. You? Li Jing was clearly taken aback. But just as she was about to speak, the sound of a ball being bounced came from Dong Chen's live broadcast room. The little girl looked up at her teacher and then at her father, who looked like he was petting her. In the end, she told of her grievances. Xu Zhenhui took my toy, and when I wouldn't give it to him, he pushed me. I fell over, so I argued with him, and then the teacher came. The teacher said that children should help and be considerate of each other, so I let Xu Zhenhui have the toy. Then the teacher asked us to shake hands and make peace. But Xu Zhenhui didn't apologize to me. Bao Bao's ability to express herself is beyond reproach. In just a few words, she clearly explained the whole story. Dong Chen picked Bao Bao up in his arms and looked the teacher in the eye again. Teacher Wang, is this what you call handling it? Wang Hui was at a loss for words, and her speech finally lacked conviction. That Xu Zhenhui is a boy, and he has a stubborn temper. If you're not careful, he might throw a tantrum. Qiuqiu, on the other hand, is not as strong-willed. I was afraid that Xu Zhenhui would target Qiuqiu in the future, so you let Qiuqiu suffer, get beaten up, and give up his toy? Dong Chen interrupted Wang Hui again, and her tone was clearly angry. Our child is honest, so he deserves to be bullied? Their child has a bad temper, so he should be coddled? What kind of bullshit reasoning is that? Dong Chen almost swore. A series of questions left Wang Hui a little speechless. She had indeed not been absolutely fair in this matter. In fact, she had been a bit perfunctory. But this kind of thing had happened a lot before. Even if parents were dissatisfied with the teacher's handling of the matter, no one had ever spoken so bluntly as Dong Chen had done. Seeing that Wang Hui was silent, Dong Chen entered the kindergarten with her ball in her arms. Teacher Wang, since you can't give my child justice, then I demand to see the surveillance footage from the classroom. I will take the footage to the principal, to that Hui and his parents. I will even go to the education department and I will not rule out reporting to the police. Dong Chen looked serious. Wang Hui panicked a little at that moment. He looked at Dong Chen and even gave her a flattering smile. Dad, this is a minor matter, it's not that serious. How is it not serious? It may be a minor matter to you, but to me, my daughter is my world, and anything that happens to her is a huge deal. Dong Chen wasn't putting on an act. When he was a child, he was an honest boy, but he was bullied by some naughty classmates. And his parents. They always said that it takes two to tangle, and that if other people don't bully others, why do they bully you in particular? Don't you have any reason yourself? Even. The teacher sometimes made a fair judgment and called the parents of both sides. Dong Chen's parents also said useless polite things to the other parents. What apologies are not needed, they are all children, our child also did something wrong, etc. Dong Chen tried to say something, but his parents glared at him and forced him to make peace with the bully. After repeated times like this, Dong Chen would not even tell his parents if he was wronged. Therefore, seeing the kind of helpless expression on Qiuqiu's face just now is why Dong Chen got so worked up. He snapped at Wang Hui. Dong Chen looked at Qiuqiu again. Qiuqiu, just remember, no matter what happens in the future, Dad will always stand behind you. We won't start trouble, but we definitely can't be afraid of it. We won't bully others, but no one else should think of bullying us, got it? Got it. Qiuqiu agreed readily. The look of grievance on her little face disappeared in an instant. The figure of Dong Chen seemed to be glowing in her big eyes. Okay, I promise to give Qiuqiu and you a satisfactory outcome. Let's not make a big deal out of this, okay? Qiuqiu, I'll apologize to you first. I'm sorry. Then I'll ask Xu Zhenhui to apologize to you tomorrow, okay? In the end, Wang Hui gave in. She could tell. Her Qiuqiu's father wasn't just paying lip service. And what's with that guy with the camera? Fine, then wait until tomorrow. You tell Xu Zhenhui to come apologize to our Bao Bao and promise not to bully her again. Dong Chen didn't hold back either. After all, what he really wanted to express was his attitude towards this matter. He wanted Bao Bao to know his attitude. Dad, always stand behind you. Goodbye, Teacher Wang. Finally. As Dong Chen and Bao Bao left, Bao Bao turned around and gave Wang Hui a sweet smile. In the setting sun, The two, one big, one small, wearing helmets, rode their electric scooters away from the light. And in the broadcast room, another barrage of comments had begun. What's more, Dong Chen's online audience in the broadcast room had reached millions. Chapter 9, University is hard to get into? Then roast some sweet potatoes and you'll be fine. Wow, am I the only one who thinks Dong Chen is so cool and manly? There's no doubt in Qiuqiu's eyes that her dad is very reliable. My daughter, I can trick her and make her cry, but I will never let anyone bully her. Family, I feel so relieved for some reason. Ha, this fearless attitude is so post-90s. Who said that the post-2000s generation are unreliable when it comes to child rearing? Stand up. I've realized it. Dong Chen's true intention is not really about fairness or apologies. He wants to tell his daughter that no matter what wrongs you suffer or what happens, Dad will always stand behind you. That's right. In that case, no matter what happens in the future, the child will be willing to share with and listen to their parents. Dong Chen is unreliable when it comes to child rearing? I think he has good intentions. Upstairs, if you're not feeling well, take some anti-rhyming pills, huh? I'm uneducated and I can't rhyme, but I want to say that Dong Chen is awesome. The barrage of praise and compliments eventually covered up the criticisms. Even in the broadcast hall, Zhou Lu looked up and gave Li Jing a glare through her nose. Humph. Go persuade those strong-willed children of yours to take a step back and see the big picture. Don't come to honest and sensible children like us. Dad. Ha. Thank you, Mua. Ha ha. Under the setting sun. As soon as Qiuqiu returned to the building below his, he couldn't wait to give Dong Chen a little kiss. Dong Chen smiled and gave Qiuqiu's head a few hard rubs. Don't be polite, just don't pull Dad's oxygen tube in the future. I will. Ha 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 ha. Qiuqiu opened Dong Chen's big hand with one hand. He turned around and ran into the hallway. Don't you dare. I'll spank you. Stop running. Dong Chen chased into the corridor with Bulbul's little school bag in his hands. The father and daughter's laughter echoed through the corridor. That laughter also echoed in Dong Chen's live broadcast room. Unlike the morning when the father and daughter were both crying uncontrollably, it was both comical and saddening. Even the tall follow-up cameraman, who was 188 centimeters tall and weighed over 200 pounds, couldn't help but break into an amused smile when he saw the scene. As for the people in the live broadcast room, most of them had their hearts melted by this scene. I'm crying to death, they really don't have any barriers when they get alone. Qiuqiu is also so cute, one second she's giving her dad a kiss, the next second she's trying to pull his oxygen tube. See? If Dong Chen had completely accepted the teacher's way of handling things, then Qiuqiu would definitely still be sulking right now. Yes, the little girl's expression at that time was written all over her face, and she immediately became happy after her dad made the decision for her. In Bulbul's heart, her father is like a mountain behind her, always there to protect her. What should I do? I really want a daughter, but I already have 2 sons. If the third is also a son, I'll never get any relief. Hurry! How do I take away Mo's right to raise his children? What right? Dong Chen is a single father. He can just become Bulbul's stepmother. Ding, the host's bad parenting skills have caused emotional reactions from those around him, gaining 189,000 emotional points. Current total emotional points held, 1,970,000. Friendly reminder, a single advanced lottery draw consumes 1.2 million emotional points. This way. Dong Chen's mind once again sounded a reminder. Advanced lottery? He had some slight doubts in his heart. Information about the system's lottery then appeared in Dong Chen's mind. Low-level lottery, including but not limited to a small amount of cash, an ordinary vehicle, various low-level survival skills, money-making skills, competitive skills, a small change in physical fitness, etc. Advanced lottery, including but not limited to a considerable amount of cash, a million-level luxury car, various advanced survival skills, money-making skills, professional-level competitive skills, a significant change in physical fitness, etc. God-level lottery, can be opened after completing the advanced lottery at least 10 times. Well, you can also win money in luxury cars, so this system is quite affordable. Dong Chen was quite satisfied with the types of prizes. It was like the god-level food stall cooking skill that he had won by spending 120,000 emotional points. Although it was a low-level money-making survival skill. But if it was really used well and developed to the extreme, It should be very easy to support a family and live a comfortable life. By the way, setting up a stall? Thinking about the skill he drew, Dong Chen took out the invitation to the little stall owner that Wang Hui had given him. Heir. In my previous life, I studied so hard, worked so hard, and when I was young, I lived the way my parents wanted me to, and when I was older, I lived the way my teachers wanted me to. In the end, it was as if I didn't even have time to react before I was thrust into society and forced to live the way my boss wanted me to. In the end, it was as if I didn't even have time to react before I was thrust into society and forced to live the way my boss wanted me to. In the end, it was as if I didn't even have time to react before I was thrust into society and forced to live the way my boss wanted me to. If he can't get into university, then he can always roast sweet potatoes. He can start roasting sweet potatoes in kindergarten, and that will save him decades of detours. As she watched her bouncing ball, Dong Chen's mind raced. Yes, it's feasible. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Dong Chen decided to go home and ask her ball for its opinion. School is still something that needs to be done. But you don't need the Pythagorean theorem to roast sweet potatoes. If Qiuqiu doesn't get into university, then sweet potato roasting is still a skill. As I said before, as long as you make clean money through your own abilities, it's not embarrassing. Aren't you supposed to be teaching your child communication skills, financial management skills, and emotional intelligence? Then just add manual dexterity. Peddling and babysitting? While you're pushing your kids to do all kinds of things, my child already has a way out, okay? Dong Chen's thinking is good. But he's not some authoritarian parent. As for what kind of stall Qiuqiu wants to set up, he will only give his opinion and will not intervene. Back home, Dong Chen began to prepare dinner. Qiuqiu had no homework, so after arriving home, she hugged her huge stuffed animal and watched her favorite cartoon. When the father and daughter were eating, the shadowing elder brother was also eating lunch off camera. However, while eating, the shadowing elder brother still couldn't help but ask Qiuqiu, who was crazily showing off her food, a question in his heart. Bao Bao, don't you want to see your dad come and pick you up as soon as possible after school? As soon as this question was asked, someone in the live broadcast room burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. The older brother is so cute, he hasn't forgotten about this. Ha, is he trying to prove something? Or does he always think this way, and thinks his child thinks the same way? I look forward to Bao Bao's answer. I also want to know this question. After all, every time I pick up my child, I have to push my way forward. It's so tiring. Under the warm light, Bao Bao blinked, as if she didn't know what was so special about this question. Little Spoon took another bite of rice, shoved it into her mouth, chewed, and swallowed. Why do I want to see Dad first after school? He's not dying, I don't need to rush to see his last moments. What can I do in those few minutes when I get home early? This was both a rhetorical question and an answer. Balbal's words instantly made the cameraman and everyone watching in the live broadcast room unable to laugh or cry. They are truly a father and daughter, they say the exact same thing, ha ha ha. Qiuqiu, are you in such a hurry because there isn't much time left? What do you call this? This is called like father, like daughter. Qiuqiu's little head has a bit of a unique way of thinking. Are none of you curious about what kind of stall Dong Chen will set up with Qiuqiu tomorrow? What else could it be? It'll just be candy, old toys, trinkets, comic books, etc. It's actually adults playing house with children. Ha, you don't really think anyone would take their kids to a street stall to do business, do you? Chapter 10, What Dong Chen Needs to Do. Dong Chen and Qiuqiu are having dinner. On the other side of the table, Zhang Jian, a post-80s dad, has just hurried home from work. Actually, the company is not too busy. It's just that the boss is still at the office. So even though it's time to go home, no one in the company is in any hurry to leave. On the contrary, basically, there was nothing more to do, but they pretended to be busy. They carried their folders from one workstation to the next, asking questions. It looked like they were busy, but in fact, they were just chatting about trivial matters. This SB boss, why isn't he leaving today? I'm going to be late for my date. Hey! I heard that there's a pancake seller on the food court who's become an internet celebrity. She's got a great body. Shall we go check her out? Do you have time this weekend? My husband is away on business, and I want to ask you to fix my drain. Zhang Jian's gaze also occasionally glanced at the boss's office, even though he was anxious to pick up his daughter. But since none of his colleagues had left, he couldn't leave either. In the end, Zhang Jian could only ask his wife to pick up the child. But since the name of the program was Fatherly Love is Like a Mountain, Zhang Jian just asked his wife to pick up the child and bring him home. After arranging for the child, Zhang Jian glanced at the boss's office again. He got up and picked up the mop in the corner. He swept the floor first, then mopped it, working very hard. And it so happened that when the boss came out, he had just mopped the entrance to the boss's office. TSK, Zhang Jian is mopping again. If everyone was like you, we wouldn't even need to hire a cleaning lady in our company, the boss said with a smile. The boss had a smile on his face. Zhang Jian also had a smile on his face, and said, "Hey, it's a little thing I can do within my capabilities. After finishing my work, I just did it as a matter of course. After finishing my work, I just did it as a matter of course." Zhang Jian's meaning was clear. This made the boss smile even wider. So, after the boss left, the other employees left one after the other, and Zhang Jian cleaned the office before going home. As soon as he got home, he saw Mengmeng sitting alone on the sofa watching TV. "Mengmeng, Daddy's home, quickly turn off the TV, it's all kind of unproductive animation, and TV is also bad for your eyes." Without even waiting for Mengmeng to say no, Zhang Jian had already turned off the TV. He didn't notice at all. Mengmeng's smile on her face completely disappeared as the TV turned off. "What did you learn at kindergarten today? Tell Daddy." After turning off the TV, Zhang Jian changed his clothes, put on an apron and walked into the kitchen. Mengmeng followed Zhang Jian with her little face, speaking reluctantly about what she had learned at kindergarten today. And Zhang Jian, from time to time, he would seize on some small detail and lecture Mengmeng at length. Before long, the meal was served, still nutritious and hearty. Father and daughter. Zhang Jian had made 3 dishes and a soup. "Dad, this is an invitation from school. Tomorrow, the teacher wants parents to bring us to set up a stall." Mengmeng ate her meal in small mouthfuls, and pulled a piece of paper out of her pocket and handed it to Zhang Jian. "A stall? Let me see." Zhang Jian took it and glanced at it, then smiled. "That's great, so tomorrow I'll take the day off work and go with you to the stall, okay? What do you want to sell? How about sweets?" "Dad, I want to sell egg burgers." "What? No way, you're too young to do that kind of thing, so just sell sweets." Although Mengmeng was consulted, in the end, Zhang Jian made the decision. Okay. Mengmeng was a little disappointed, but she was also used to it. If she insisted on her own ideas, her father would inevitably nag her again. He would say things like, "I'm doing what's best for you, and your ideas are just wrong." "Okay, that's settled then. After dinner, you can go read for a while, and I'll go prepare the things we need for tomorrow." With his usual kind smile, Zhang Jian was very satisfied with his daughter's obedience. Later, Mengmeng wanted to go to the supermarket with Zhang Jian to buy candy, but Zhang Jian still refused. So, Zhang Jian's house. Under the bright lights, Mengmeng, a small ball of energy, holds a literacy book in her hands, sometimes reading aloud, sometimes writing and drawing. Live broadcast room. Most of the comments on the screen are praises for Zhang Jian and Mengmeng. "My God, this post-80s dad is really good at raising his child, he is really patient and responsible. Yes, not to mention, I admire him just for his cooking skills. Mengmeng is also very well behaved, she does whatever her father tells her to do, 1,000 times better than my rebellious son. I think this is the way we should learn to raise our children. What the hell is that Dong Chen?" However, despite the praise, there are also some dissenting voices. "Mengmeng is obedient and doesn't cry or make a fuss, but I always feel a bit oppressed." Yes, it seems that since the beginning of the show, Mengmeng has expressed her thoughts many times, and without exception, they have all been rejected by her father. "I'm not watching anymore. Although Mengmeng is obedient, I still prefer the way that Bal and Dong Chen get along. Fatherly love is like a mountain, it can hold up the sky for your child if it collapses, but if the approach is not the right one, it can also suffocate your child." Time passed slowly. Dong Chen also began to discuss with Bal about setting up a stall tomorrow. "What can you sell? It's just adults playing house with children. It's not interesting." Qiuqiu was in no mood for this, his eyes glued to the cartoon on TV. "Do you want to sell a real stall?" Dong Chen asked again. "Of course I do, the kind that actually makes money." Qiuqiu nodded, remembering the pain in his heart when he thought about the nearly empty piggy bank. "Okay, I'll leave it to Dad, but don't be afraid of the hard work. Dong Chen held out his hand to Qiuqiu, who stood on the sofa with bare feet, and gave him a high five. That night, when Qiuqiu and Dong Chen were about to go to bed, the day's work of following the big brother was finally over. In the live broadcast room, there were only a few fixed camera angles installed in Dong Chen's home. Dong Chen lay in bed and started his daily routine of checking his phone before going to bed. However, after just a few swipes, and he saw a video that was going viral. In the video, he saw his day with the baby. From competing with the ball in the morning to see who could shout the loudest, to dropping the baby off at school, where the baby would learn to go to school if he could, and if not, to eat more. Then in the afternoon, he went to fetch the ball after school, and he didn't spare the teacher any mercy, giving the baby justice. Every detail that could cause controversy was edited out of the video. Then he read the title. Dong Chen laughed at the time. Shocked, is it really advisable to bring up a child in this way after the year 2000? After briefly watching the video, Dong Chen went directly to the comments section. There were no shortage of long-winded comments in the comments section, most of which expressed dissatisfaction with Dong Chen's way of bringing up a child. One of the comments with the most likes used the child's future as an argument to criticize how unreliable Dong Chen's way of bringing up a child really is. Dong Chen didn't even bother to read it carefully. He just knew that the comments would say nothing but, other people's children are running around, but you're telling yours to walk slowly? Enjoying the present at the expense of the future is irresponsible. And even, what's the point of suffering in your youth if you can avoid it in your old age? In response, Dong Chen didn't even bother to respond. What Dong Chen didn't expect was that after watching that video, he kept on watching a lot of videos about whether his way of raising his child was advisable. Some were expert comments, some were blogger analyses, and there were also the thousands of emotions of the parents. But whether they praised him or scolded him, the number of likes and comments on each video was very impressive. Is it getting popular? Dong Chen vaguely guessed something in his heart. Open Weibo. Sure enough, the top search is also about his way of taking care of the baby. Shocked? That's right, I just want to tell you that there are many paths that children can take, and each one has infinite possibilities. Chapter 11, while other parents are playing house with their kids, you're roasting sweet potatoes with them? Early the next morning, Dong Chen is not competing with Qiuqiu to see who can shout louder today. And Dong Chen is not taking Qiuqiu out to eat today either. He has made a porridge with fresh shrimp and vegetables and a few egg pancakes. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room goes wild. Who said Dong Chen is unreliable with his child? His cooking skills are not worse than Zhang Jian's. Sorry, yesterday I said it was shameful for Dong Chen to bring up a child, but it seems that he is also very attentive to his child. Haha, when you have a prejudice against someone, it doesn't matter if they do the right thing or the wrong thing, because you will find fault with them endlessly. Look at how Happy Ball is eating. This little eater is just so cute. Where's the expert? He praised Zhang Jian for his cooking, but now he's not praising Dong Chen. I'm being shallow. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought that Dong Chen ordered takeaway. Ding dong. Hello sir, your takeaway is here. As the barrage of comments was moved to tears by Dong Chen's fatherly love, the doorbell at Dong Chen's house suddenly rang in the live broadcast room. Dong Chen goes over to open the door and takes a takeaway bag from the delivery man. What's that, Dad? As soon as Qiuqiu has finished the last mouthful of congee in his bowl, Dong Chen places the takeaway bag on the table. Oh, there's 2 chicken leg burgers and a spicy hot wok. Dong Chen replies promptly and without any hesitation, taking a spicy hot wok and 2 chicken leg burgers out of the bag. Here, Ball, let's eat together. He also generously handed Ball a chicken leg burger, looking at Ball with an incredibly sincere expression in his eyes. Burp. But I'm full already. Ball pouted, a little bit envious. It doesn't matter if you're full, just shove in a little more. At worst, it'll be like last time, you'll get food poisoning, have a stomachache for 2 days, and throw up a few times, and then you'll be fine. Dong Chen persuaded. However, Qiuqiu's little head was shaking like a rattle. No, I'm not eating anymore, it's too hard to have indigestion. She ate too much last time and threw up at school, so embarrassing. Oh, that's because you didn't eat. Oh, don't say I ate the good food behind your back. Dong Chen then withdrew his hand and, under Qiuqiu's gaze, began to tuck in. Dad, didn't you say that children should try to eat as little oily and spicy food as possible? Although he couldn't eat anymore, Qiuqiu couldn't help but look at Dong Chen enjoying his food with his little eyes. Yes, but I'm not a child. Dong Chen took the time to answer Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu. Follow-up cameraman. Everyone in the live broadcast room. Haha, this guy is probably not the reincarnation of an old six. I was just moved that he got up so early to make breakfast for his child, but it turns out he wants to hurry up and feed his child so he can enjoy the food by himself. Qiuqiu is so pitiful, unable to eat the delicious food that is right in front of her. Ha, Dong Chen is so mean, you might as well steal the food while carrying the baby, and see how hungry it makes the baby. Put. I was so moved just now, and you tricked me. I've learned my lesson, I won't have to steal food while carrying the baby in the future. Dong Chen, but you're the one not eating it. Qiuqiu, this oxygen tube must be unplugged. Even Monkey King can't stop it. Brothers and sisters, now that you've learned another trick, what are you waiting for? Vote. It's only just started. Dong Chen's support votes have already reached a terrifying 200,000. This can't help but make Li Jing frown in the studio. She can't figure it out. Parenting is such a serious and sacred thing. Dong Chen is so reckless, so unmethodical, so arbitrary. How can so many people support him? If he really became the champion and continued to work with the program team for a long time, it would mean that the entire way of raising children in the Long Kingdom could be overturned. In that case, she couldn't even imagine what the younger generation would become in the future. But since it had come to this, she could only watch and try to correct Dong Chen's incorrect way of raising children as much as possible, and advocate Zhang Jian's relatively traditional but full of positive energy way of raising children. On the other side, Dong Chen had already eaten to his heart's content. He took Bal's little hand and went downstairs. Bal's little face was filled with little depression again, and her little mouth was pouting. Dad, can you walk faster? I'm always late for school, and in the future, I won't even be able to roast sweet potatoes, let alone go to university. When they came out, Bal looked at the time and felt a little helpless. However, when Dong Chen led her to a small human-powered tricycle, Bal's eyes lit up. Dad, is this the stall we're going to set up today? Bao can't read, but she has been to the night market and the food court many times with Dong Chen. She has seen the things on the tricycle. Dong Chen rubs Bao's head and lifts the little one up into the tricycle's basket. I don't know if you will pass the university entrance exam, but you can roast sweet potatoes. Dong Chen puts a helmet on Bao and puts one on herself. Then, the tricycle sets off slowly. The cameraman was dumbfounded. He quickly walked a few steps and caught up to Dong Chen. Dong Chen, the school's activities are designed to exercise children's communication skills, financial management skills, emotional intelligence, etc. Are you sure you want to take your child to roast sweet potatoes? Basically, every kindergarten has held this kind of activity. Parents just casually get some second-hand toys, anime books, and small candies and snacks, and cooperate with the children to pretend to do business as a sign of meaning. But Dong Chen is actually going to play for real. There is no doubt. The questions that followed were also what the millions of viewers on Dong Chen's live broadcast wanted to know. Explain. They all needed a reasonable explanation. Isn't selling roasted sweet potatoes like running a stall? Dong Chen didn't give a direct answer, but instead asked a question in return. The shadowy figure was momentarily at a loss for words, but was unable to refute. Yes. So selling roasted sweet potatoes doesn't involve communicating with people? Has your communication skills improved? Yes. Don't you charge for roasted sweet potatoes? Has your financial management skills improved? Yes. And emotional intelligence, I think you can develop it by interacting with people. No. Yes. Between the questions and answers, Dong Chen folded his arms. So, I can't take my daughter to sell roasted sweet potatoes? Yes. The cameraman really had no answer. The audience in the studio also had nothing to say. That's it. Dong Chen rode his tricycle and gradually disappeared from the attention of millions of people in the live broadcast room. On the way, Dong Chen suddenly remembered something. Bal, do you know how a stall can attract more attention? Yell. Bal answered without thinking. Dong Chen nodded in satisfaction and added, and how would you yell? This time, Bal was at a loss. Dong Chen didn't rush her or remind her, and let Bal have free rein. After a while, Qiuqiu pressed the switch of the little trumpet that Dong Chen had prepared long ago. Then, a squeaky voice with a coquettish tone started to shout. Mom and Dad, I want to eat roasted sweet potatoes, big pieces, 1 piece is enough, thank you, Mom and Dad, you are so nice. Dong Chen. This is the innate talent of selling roasted sweet potatoes. Chapter 12, No Way, You Call Letting Your Child Suffer Modesty? Dong Chen's tricycle is an eye-catcher along the way. Even many of Bal's classmates enthusiastically greet him when they see him. Bal, what are you selling today? Roasted sweet potatoes. And you? Bal sits obediently on the tricycle, but his voice is unusually loud. The little boy, sitting in the convertible sports car driven by his father, couldn't help but give Bal a thumbs up. You can also roast sweet potatoes? That's amazing. I'm selling dresses today. My mom says I have too many dresses, so I'm selling them. See you at kindergarten, Bal. I'll come find you to sell sweet potatoes. The sports car roared away. That was the end of the interaction between the two children. However, at this moment, some sound appeared on the screen. I have a question. Why did Bal not feel the least bit envious when she saw her classmate in the sports car? I also want to ask. My daughter is envious of other students' Teslas, saying that I'll lose face if I drive a chopped fish head. Envious of cars? My son is jealous of other children's designer shoes and insists on buying the same ones as everyone else, which drives me crazy. You're right, now that you mention it, I really do notice that Qiuqiu seems very generous and confident. Anyway, I don't believe that Dong Chen is slouching in his parenting duties. He definitely puts a lot of effort into Qiuqiu. I just came from the live broadcast room of the post-90s dad. I thought Chen Feng was already pretty awesome, dressing up as a frog and selling baby frogs with his child, but I didn't realize that Dong Chen was even baking sweet potatoes with his child. It seems that among these 3 dads, Zhang Jian is the only normal one, as he sells candy with his child. It's a pity that these 3 dads don't go to the same school. It would be fun if they did, haha. The other side. Heading towards another kindergarten. 90s dad Chen Feng is wearing a frog costume and walking down the street with his daughter Chen Zihan. Facing the amused stares from the people around them, Chen Zihan's little face is getting a little hot. Yesterday, the teacher said that parents should bring their children to set up a stall. When he got home, his father took out a frog costume. He said, I'm socially awkward and don't want to meet people. I'll just produce frog babies. I don't care how to sell them. Chen Zihan was speechless. In her opinion, it was indeed a bit difficult for her father, Chen Feng, to poop in public. But to say that her father was socially awkward was pure fantasy. In the end, under Chen Zihan's persistent questioning, Chen Feng finally told the truth. It turned out that Chen Feng was not socially anxious, but just didn't want to see the non-mainstream first girlfriend he had chased after back then. That girl would also be accompanying her child at the stall today, and was even in the same school as him. This is a live broadcast. If he dares to have any eye contact with the former princess of the funeral love family in front of the camera. In Chen Feng's own words, Hanin, you don't want your father to die young at the hands of your mother, do you? Dad has already begged her. Chen Zihan could only let her father shrink into the doll suit. As for the various scrutinizing and curious gazes from the outside world, let her small body bear them all. It didn't matter. As long as her father didn't die young, that was fine. The audience in the second broadcast room was about to burst out laughing. He was late dropping off his child yesterday, and now this. This post-90s dad doesn't seem to be as reliable as the post-aughts dad. Let's look at the post-80s dad Zhang Jian. Today, Zhang Jian is also the first parent to drop off his child at school. On the way, Zhang Jian keeps telling Mengmeng over and over again. Mengmeng, be polite when you talk to other people, okay? Mengmeng, have you memorized how much the candies cost? Don't sell the wrong ones. Mengmeng, after the little vendor activity is over, you must give all the money you received back to the children, okay? In this way, you can make more friends. Zhang Jian said one sentence. Mengmeng nodded. They waited until they reached the school. The teacher asked Zhang Jian to take the child to the playground to choose a stall first. The father and daughter walked around the playground briefly. Mengmeng really did find a spot she liked. Dad, that spot is shade, it'll be hot at noon, let's go under the shade. I have to say, Mengmeng is only 5 years old, but her IQ is definitely not low. But as she was about to walk over to claim the spot, her little hand was grabbed by Zhang Jian. Mengmeng, didn't Dad teach you the story of Kong Rong giving up his pair? It'll be hot at noon, but won't the other kids be hot? Mengmeng was at a loss for words when Zhang Jian asked her directly, and she stood there, pursing her lips. Then, let's save the spot for someone else. Although she didn't want to, Mengmeng finally gave up the idea of claiming the spot. Of course. There were more than one stall under the shade. Mengmeng didn't claim any of them. This scene naturally caught the teacher's eye, and she couldn't help but come over and give Zhang Jian a thumbs up. Mengmeng's father, I heard what you just said. It's right to teach your child to be humble and let others go before them, but there are so many shaded spots, and you were the first to arrive, so it doesn't matter if you take one. Hearing the teacher's words, Mengmeng's eyes lit up again. However, Zhang Jian repeatedly waved his hand. No, no, no. If you want your child to understand this truth, it must be meaningful to do it, otherwise if they understand the truth but don't do it, what's the point of knowing it? Zhang Jian's words made the teacher's smile freeze. Then he could only give Mengmeng a meaningful look before leaving. Before leaving, the teacher did not forget to praise Zhang Jian. Ha, I didn't expect Mengmeng's father to be so strict with his child's education, I admire him. Zhang Jian was full of smiles from the praise, but he didn't notice Mengmeng's loss at all. He came here with Mengmeng first, but he directly took Mengmeng to a place that was already being illuminated by the sun and had no cover. The studio hall. Li Jing, the parenting expert, whose face had been gloomy the whole time, only showed some smile when she saw Zhang Jian. Ha, Zhang Jian really pays attention to the child's education, diet, learning, speech, personality, personal ability and personal qualities at all times, without any blind spots. This way of taking care of children, which has both details and a broad perspective, is truly worth promoting, paying attention to and learning from. Li Jing's smile disappeared, but this time what she said only received the support of a handful of people in the audience. Even the host, Xiaoni, who never lets her words fall to the ground, only maintained a professional smile at this moment and did not reply. But Li Jing only smiled for a few seconds. The different voices on the screen made her face gloomy again. No way, do you call letting your own child suffer a concession? I learned from your grandmother's legs. What's the point of learning? To let your own child suffer? Expert, do you know what humility is? The young and strong let the old and weak, the healthy let the disabled. This is called humility. But if everyone is the same, why should I let you? Yes, Mengmeng and Zhang Jianming were the first to arrive, and the teacher also said that they could choose the seats first. So why didn't they choose a good seat? Ha, this is not humility, this is stupidity, this is hypocrisy. I'm sorry, I can't understand why I should ask my child to do this. If it were me, the father of the post-2000s generation, I would definitely not let my child suffer like this. This is ridiculous. If this is what being humble means, I would rather my child not know how to be humble and suffer. Let others eat. Forget it, I was going to vote for Zhang Jian today, but now it seems that I'd better go to Dong Chen's live broadcast room number 3 and take a look. Excuse me. Chapter 13. In her eyes, her father must be her superhero. After yesterday's live broadcast. Plus Dong Chen's bad parenting skills and baby wearing made her go viral. Today's fatherly love is like a mountain can be said to have exploded all over the Dragon Kingdom. Dong Chen's live broadcast alone reached a terrifying audience of over 1.2 million people. Add in the live broadcast of Zhang Jian, the post-80s dad, and Chen Feng, the post-90s dad. The total number of people in the 3 live broadcast rooms reached nearly 3 million people watching online at the same time. As a live reality show, this level of attention is undoubtedly quite good, even miraculous. And now, because Zhang Jian taught his daughter the so-called virtue of modesty in the live broadcast room, nearly a third of the viewers in his live broadcast room instantly left. A small part of this third left to watch 90s dad Chen Feng's live broadcast room, where he was selling his child. But the vast majority chose to go to Dong Chen's live broadcast room to watch the happy couple Dong Chen and Qiuqiu. Here, Dong Chen had just driven Qiuqiu to kindergarten. Qiuqiu's teacher, Wang Hui, brought a chubby little boy to Dong Chen and Qiuqiu. Behind the little boy, there were 2 people who looked like a married couple. The family of 3 all had short legs and big waists, squinting eyes and raised eyebrows. Xu Zhenhui, come over here and apologize to Qiuqiu. Wang Hui said, and the little fat boy reluctantly walked over. But he just looked at Qiuqiu, pouting with his little mouth, and his face still looked a little defiant. However, before Wang Hui could say anything again to urge him to apologize, the fat man behind Zhu Zhenhui gave Zhu Zhenhui a kick in the butt. "You brat, I told you to apologize. Didn't you hear me? You're still bullying girls at school. Didn't I teach you to be a gentleman like me?" The kick almost made Zhu Zhenhui collapse, and a trace of fear finally appeared on his chubby little face. "Dong Qiuqiu, I'm sorry, I promise I won't bully you again." It was clear that this little guy was indeed a prick. After taking a kick, his tone was still a bit defiant. But the teacher's attitude had changed. And the parents' attitude had changed. Dong Chen didn't say anything more. However, he didn't rush to speak in defense of Qiuqiu, nor did he rush to say anything polite to the teacher or Zhu Zhenhui's parents. He just looked at Qiuqiu and, like everyone else, waited quietly for Qiuqiu's response. "Okay, since you got beaten up, I'll forgive you." In fact, Qiuqiu was more angry yesterday at the teacher's unfair treatment. Now Zhu Zhenhui has apologized to himself and even been kicked by his father, so all of Balbal's anger has dissipated. The reply, which sounds like a little adult, immediately draws laughter from those around him, and Balbal generously and voluntarily extends his hand to Zhu Zhenhui. "I'm selling roasted sweet potatoes today, come and find me in a while, I'll give you one for free." Seeing that many people are paying attention to him, Balbal takes the opportunity to announce his roasted sweet potato stand for the day. "Really? I love roasted sweet potatoes." Zhu Zhenhui was a little depressed. But when he heard the words roasted sweet potatoes, his little eyes suddenly sparkled. The adults around him were also attracted, and they curiously gathered around Dong Chen's tricycle to observe. Roaster, charcoal, fresh sweet potatoes, and a QR code for payment and a small money box. It was all set up in a very professional manner, but it was hard to tell how it would taste. The stall hadn't even started yet. Bao Bao's sweet potato stand has already attracted enough attention. However, the audience in the live broadcast room is lamenting something else at the moment. TSK. This is what parents should do. Protect their children and stand up for them when they are being unfairly treated, instead of doing nothing but making things worse for them. Ha, Bao Bao's heart must be as sweet as honey right now. Yes, in her eyes, her dad must be her superhero. Alas. I feel that the show's production team should organize an event where the children switch dads, so that number 1 Mengmeng can experience what it's like to be spoiled by number 3 dad. The showdown is here. I like number 3 Dong Chen's way of parenting. What are you waiting for? Vote. Qiuqiu is really very clever. She even introduced her own roasted sweet potato stand just now. What a little smart aleck. Phew, I'm glad I came from number 1's broadcast room to number 3's. I can't accept the logic that suffering is a blessing. Dong Chen is the one who's awesome. The barrage of comments is flying. Dong Chen has already brought Balbal to the playground. At this time, quite a few stalls in the playground have already been occupied. Dad. Go there. Children's eyes are good. Balbal immediately found a spot he liked. Great. Without a second thought, Dong Chen pushed the stroller over to the stall. Because there were so many children in the kindergarten, Dong Chen had not used the stroller since entering the park. But even pushing the stroller, they managed to occupy the stall. Dong Chen then began to test the culinary skills of the divine level stall that he had won in the lottery. In fact, speaking of which, roasting sweet potatoes is not particularly difficult. First, it is the choice of ingredients. What sweet potatoes taste good roasted, and what don't? This is the most important thing. Second, it's the charcoal used to roast the sweet potatoes and the control of the heat, the timing of turning them over. Then, there's nothing else. But it's easy to say. But without the help of the divine food skills, the taste will still be very different. Dong Chen got the charcoal fire going and washed some more sweet potatoes. Then she opened the small drawer on the grill. She stuck a few sweet potatoes in there and looked at Balbal. Here's a task for you, wash the rest of the sweet potatoes and put them here for later. Okay. Balbal was eager to help. As soon as she was given a task, she got busy. But the sweet potatoes for later still had a bit of dirt on them. A few sweet potatoes in a basin of water just got dirty. The ball is not tired. With a small basin in his hands, he goes to the other side of the playground to fetch water. However, on the way, most of the water in the basin is spilled on him. At this time, Dong Chen has already taken out a folding deck chair. After setting up the deck chair, he lazily lies down on it and turns on his mobile phone. Ahem, why don't you go help the children? Look at how tired the children are. The cameraman couldn't resist and asked Dong Chen gently. What? Help with what? Dong Chen looked up, confused. Help the kids carry water and wash sweet potatoes. The cameraman answered seriously. But Dong Chen shook his head repeatedly. Brother, I pedaled the tricycle all the way here, I'm very tired, okay? Besides, this activity is called Little Shopkeeper. If I take on everything, then I might as well let the kids sleep at home. Follow up with the host. Okay, it's another day of being unable to refute anything. Dong Chen explained very seriously, but that didn't stop the audience in the broadcast room from undermining him. If you're lazy, just say you're lazy, but he's still justifying himself. Ball, in the end, I made a mistake. Are you setting it up again? It's only been half an hour since I got serious, And at this time, after the little stall holder activity was officially launched in kindergartens across the city of Magic City, a TV news crew set off in a van. Chapter 14, the part-timer is lying around on his phone while the stall owner is sweating it out? Lu, for this interview, you must definitely interview more positive things. In particular, you must show the importance and good intentions that our great city has for early childhood education. Also, I have already arranged for the kindergarten to give you several interview subjects, and they are willing to show their faces. On the TV station's interview van, Lu Xian, a reporter who had just graduated and started working at the TV station, recalled what the director had said to her yesterday. However, after she had finished remembering, she sneered to herself. What's the point of fake interviews? I'm going to ask the real questions. Seriously. In her heart, a reporter is someone who pursues the truth. News is a window through which the truth is broadcast. Those people outside the window also need to be realistic, not praise and glorify day after day. This is the whole meaning of her choosing this profession and taking this job in the first place. Let her lie. Then she would rather go home and raise pigs. Xin, we've arrived at the Little Sun Kindergarten. The director asked to go in for an interview. Shall we go in and have a look? Very soon. The interview car pulled up in front of a kindergarten. Okay, let's start here. According to Lu Xian's original intention, she didn't want to go into these kindergartens that had already been notified and had actors arranged for the interview. But if she were to be stubborn, the driver and the rest of the crew would be implicated. Lu Xian knew that she didn't have that kind of face. If she insisted on not following the director's arrangements, she didn't think the crew would agree. The car turned and stopped outside the Xiaotaiyang kindergarten. The head teacher, who had been waiting, then came out with a few teachers who looked good in pictures. Ha. Welcome, leaders of the TV station, to come and inspect our work. The principal's laughter arrived before she did. It's going to be on the news. What a great opportunity to raise the kindergarten's profile. This is more effective than any advertising. Principal Niu, please don't stand on ceremony. We're not leaders, just radio staff. Lu Xian is young. But as a journalist, she naturally is the core of this small team. She didn't feel flattered by Principal Niu's compliment. On the contrary, she found it disgusting. Anyone who comes to our kindergarten to guide and inspect our work is a leader. The purpose of our kindergarten is... Is the camera on? Although she is the head of the kindergarten, Principal Niu has obviously never seen anything big, and she is a little nervous. Not yet. Lu Xian said indifferently, then turned her head to look at the camera and radio and nodded slightly. Then, even the official collection of footage began. Hello everyone, I'm Lu Xian, a reporter for the Shanghai News. Today, the city of Shanghai has launched an event aimed at improving children's abilities in communication, financial management, adaptability, intelligence, emotional intelligence, and other survival skills. Next, please follow our camera as we go and see how the young stall owners use their wits to outsmart their customers. After a brief opening statement, Lu Xian turned and walked into the Little Sun Kindergarten. The camera and sound recorder followed, leaving Director Niu and the teachers in a daze. No. Oh. Director Niu tried to say something, but in the end he just tapped his thigh. Didn't the TV station director say there would be an interview with the director? Why does the host seem to ignore me? Director, we. The teacher was a little at a loss, pointing at Lu Xian and the others, who were about to walk away. What are you doing? Follow them. Follow the camera, and you'll get your chance to be seen. After this reporter finishes interviewing the actors he arranged, he'll definitely come over to interview him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dong Chen put the sweet potatoes in the oven for 10 minutes. A tempting fragrance began to fill the kindergarten playground. Qiuqiu was still working hard, fetching water and washing the sweet potatoes, and her forehead was covered in sweat. However, from beginning to end, Qiuqiu never once asked her father for help. For some reason, she felt a sense of accomplishment washing the sweet potatoes until they were spotless. Moreover, she really liked playing with water, especially after smelling the aroma of the roasted sweet potatoes. Bao Bao was even more motivated. But at this time, two teachers walked over with the kindergarten director. This parent, are you taking your child roasting sweet potatoes? While looking up and down at the oven, the kindergarten director was also looking up and down at Dong Chen. Yes. Dong Chen nodded and continued to play with his phone while lying on the deck chair. The head teacher and the other teachers exchanged glances, their faces half smiling. Oh, we were organizing the children to be little stall owners to cultivate their G. Isn't this a stall? Dong Chen knew what the head teacher was going to say next without having to listen, and decisively interrupted him. Yes, but we have organized many such activities before, but no one has ever let the children set up a stall like this. Because behind Dong Chen was a burly man carrying a camera. The head teacher's words were very tactful. It's because I wasn't there before. If I had been there, you would have already had roasted sweet potatoes to eat. Head teacher. Who said anything about roasted sweet potatoes? No. I was talking to you. Stop it, the first pot of roasted sweet potatoes is ready, they'll burn if you keep roasting them. Dong Chen still didn't want to listen to anything he didn't want to hear. Then, under the watchful eyes of the head teacher and several teachers, Dong Chen got up, put on a pair of thick heat-resistant gloves and pulled the oven open with one hand. Instantly, the repressed aroma of the roasted sweet potatoes was released. Even the head of the kindergarten and the teachers, who were about to say something, were dazzled when they were enveloped in the aroma. Wow, it smells so good. Yes, suddenly I'm hungry. No, it's the taste of my childhood, I can't stand it. As soon as they were taken out of the oven, several parents gathered around Dong Chen's stall. How much are they? I'll take 3. I'll take 2. My child just said he wants to eat them. Me too, me too. Some people held up cash, others held up their phones, their eyes all yearning for the roasted sweet potatoes. Dong Chen was also slightly shocked by the aroma of his roasted sweet potatoes. He remembered that he had never eaten such delicious roasted sweet potatoes before. However, in the face of some impatient customers, Dong Chen waved his hand. Oh, buy sweet potatoes? Go find the stall owner, I'm just a part-timer. After saying that, Dong Chen started roasting sweet potatoes in a new pot, then lay down on the deck chair and turned on his phone. Everyone. Live broadcast. Ah, I told you Dong Chen wasn't just being lazy, people are seriously letting their kids be stall owners. Come on, I think he's just lazy. And he claims to be a wage earner. Who lies on a deck chair and plays with their phone while the boss sweats and worries about the next day? I really admire Dong Chen for always finding such refreshing excuses for his laziness. Dong Chen, as long as I'm ignorant, my child will be sensible. Hey, does anyone know where Dong Chen's kindergarten is? I want to eat some roasted sweet potatoes too. Here comes Qiuqiu. I wonder how a 5-year-old girl would react to so many crazy customers. Would she cry? Cry? Qiuqiu stopped crying a long time ago. She's afraid that if she cries, her father will cry too. Aha, I forgot about that. She probably won't cry, but she'll definitely be flustered. After all, the customers are crazy. Chapter 15. More and more people agree with Dong Chen's way of raising children. Qiuqiu, stop washing the sweet potatoes and start selling them. The little fat boy Zhu Jinhui is full of ideas. He was the first to find Qiuqiu, who was still washing the sweet potatoes with all her might. When Qiuqiu saw that her stall was surrounded by people, a look of surprise suddenly appeared in her big eyes. Then, she and Zhu Jinhui trotted over to the stall. Bao Bao, sell me first. I want 5. My dad can eat more than me. Xu Zhenhui looked at Bao Bao with admiration and adulation in his eyes. Compared to Bao Bao's roasted sweet potato stand, his second-hand toy stand looked like rubbish. When others saw Bao Bao return, they also started shouting. I want 3 for a quick sale. I want 2. Little beauty, bring me 2 big ones. It's Ball. My daughter, Xiaoyu, is in the same class as you. First, give your aunt 2. Xiaoyu is so hungry she's crying. More and more people came over, attracted by the smell. By now, Ball's stall was completely surrounded. And it was obvious. There were simply not enough freshly baked sweet potatoes to go around. Compared to the people at the scene, the audience in Dong Chen's live broadcast room was actually more rational. What they were just concerned about was how the little stall owner, Qiuqiu, would respond to this kind of hot buying scene. Of course, at first, Qiuqiu was a little overwhelmed by the noise. But soon, the little girl calmed down. A bright idea came to her. She remembered a scene from her favorite cartoon. So the next second, Qiuqiu picked up her little megaphone and pressed the switch. Get in line. Her shout of defiant determination almost echoed across the playground, and the chaotic crowd suddenly fell silent. I'm not in a hurry, and I won't sell until everyone is in line. Ball said seriously, without the slightest hint of anxiety on her face. However, her shout did make those waiting to see her reaction feel a little moved. Yes. In fact, there are more people buying things now, so the stall owner doesn't have to worry about selling his goods. Therefore, the customers who should be anxious are the ones who are worried about not being able to buy things. Not the stall owner, who has no worries about selling his goods. But shouldn't a little child show some slight signs of being at a loss, or even be a little timid, when faced with so many people? In the live broadcast room, the audience was shocked by the sound of the child's voice. I'm lost. The child's voice really took me by surprise. I was worried that Qiuqiu would make a fool of herself in front of the camera. After all, those customers were so crazy. Okay, I admit it, what I was thinking about just now was to quickly sell the sweet potatoes to the customers who rushed to the front of the stall, and I didn't think about lining up at all. At least you were thinking about selling sweet potatoes. If it were me, I would have covered my face and ran away. I was so scared. No, my son is afraid to speak to his neighbors, so how can Qiuqiu be so generous in the face of so many people? The question upstairs is a good one. May I ask if your child's father can compete with your child in terms of loud crying? This joke won't get past me, but there's no doubt that Ball's character has been influenced by Dong Chen. Yes, because crying won't solve the problem, that's why Ball can think of other ways to solve problems when she encounters problems. Ball's reaction was clearly unexpected. Even in the studio, host Xiao and I couldn't help but praise her. This Bao's reaction really surprised me. Not only did she not cry, she didn't even panic a little bit, and she knew to turn on the loudspeaker before shouting. Hearing Ni speak, Zhou Lu, the youngest of the parenting experts, also laughed. Yes, Bao's reaction was undoubtedly eye-catching. But I think some people will jump out and say that some children are born to be social cows, while others are born timid and introverted. What I want to say is, parents are always a child's first teachers. It is true that children's personalities are different, but parents are undoubtedly the first people who can influence or change their children's personalities. It's just like Dad Dong Chen. Since the live broadcast started, I haven't seen him give his child any big talks. He respects his child's thoughts and wishes, and is willing to listen to his child. What he does more of is companionship, understanding, and even, you could say, respect. I don't think he's just being a parent, he's subtly influencing his child with his actions. Zhou Lu was speaking her true thoughts. And her words won the approval of many of the observation groups and viewers in the studio. Of course, the comments on the live broadcast suddenly echoed with agreement. Yes, Dong Chen and Qiuqiu get along more like friends. He fulfills his duties as a father, but also gets along with his child as an equal. You're right. I don't feel like I'm an introvert, but whenever I'm with my parents, I just have to do what they say. They care more about what they want me to do than what I want to do. Over time, I feel like I've lost my own opinions. Yes, me too. My parents just want me to listen to them. Whenever I disagree with them, I get a lecture about how they're just trying to do what's best for me, and they're not going to hurt me. It's so annoying. Be contented. At least your parents give you good advice. If I dare to say no, I will get a mixed doubles and a flogging. To be honest, I would rather my parents spoil me like Dong Chen does. I am really tired. When I have a child, I will definitely learn from Dong Chen. Yes, I don't want my child to be pushed around by all kinds of pressures like I was. Adults are tired, and so are children. In an instant. Ball's amazing reaction and Zhou Lu's words have caused many people to reminisce and reflect. Anli Jing, an old-time parenting expert, obviously disagrees with Zhou Lu's view. However, she didn't directly argue with Zhou Lu today. It's not that she's afraid of Zhou Lu and dares not express her thoughts. On the contrary, she really wants to say something. It's just that she was in a hurry this morning and forgot to bring her blood pressure medicine. She's afraid that if she gets too excited, her soul will go over there. On the deck chair in the shade, Dong Chen watched as Qiuqiu started selling roasted sweet potatoes in a businesslike manner, and a smile of relief appeared at the corner of his mouth. In his hand, his phone also began to keep beeping with payment notifications. Because Qiuqiu was only 5 years old after all. Math was too hard for him, so Dong Chen had discussed it with him yesterday. Unless the cash was just right, otherwise he would always let him scan the QR code to pay. While the notifications kept beeping, Dong Chen's mind also started ringing with reminders. Ding, the host's bad parenting and child rearing have caused emotional reactions from those around them, gaining 325,000 emotional points. Current total emotional points held, 525,000. Compared to the income from roasted sweet potatoes, Dong Chen undoubtedly values emotional points more. After all, for a high-level lottery, any cash prize is very considerable. Especially prizes of a skill-based nature. Those are things that cannot be bought with money. At this time, the first batch of roasted sweet potatoes had already sold out. However, the number of people gathered in front of the stall not only did not decrease, but instead, it increased. On the road outside the kindergarten, a Magic City TV interview vehicle slowly drove by. Chapter 16, Mahjong, the crowd, and Balbal's next surprise move. Dong Chen's speed of roasting sweet potatoes could not keep up with Balbal's speed of selling them. So after selling all the roasted sweet potatoes, Balbal went back to work diligently washing the sweet potatoes. This scene not only left the head of the kindergarten and the surrounding teachers dumbfounded. Even the other children were filled with envy. Compared to Balbal's busyness, the most they would do was stand up and introduce their goods to passing students and parents. It is no exaggeration to say that the entire kindergarten's turnover of all the stalls combined is not as much as the sales of the roasted sweet potatoes that just came out of the oven. Dong Chen set the price for the sweet potatoes at 8 yuan per caddy on the electronic scale. It is not cheap, but it is also absolutely fair. Dong Chen can roast about 30 caddies of sweet potatoes in one batch. Therefore, after the operation just now, Qiuqiu directly earned more than 200 yuan. In contrast, the children at the other stalls. Most of the toys and school supplies are priced at 1 or 2 yuan. The candies and other things are even cheaper. 10 candies for 1 yuan. To put it bluntly, parents are here with their children to have some fun. Qiuqiu's father, how long will it take to roast the sweet potatoes? I want to go back and play with my child. Yes, I came late, and it's taking so long. When will it be my turn? Qiuqiu's father, if you don't want to wait, can you turn up the heat and roast them faster? Some parents who were unwilling to leave the stall eagerly asked questions, and Dong Chen slightly tilted his head in his deck chair. Sorry, it's not done yet. One is that if it's done too quickly, it will affect the taste. We are serious about running this stall. Secondly, I didn't bring my child here to make money, we are here to exercise communication skills, financial management skills, adaptability, and so on, right, head of the kindergarten? At the end of his sentence, Dong Chen even looked at the head of the kindergarten, who was stunned and didn't respond. Ah yes, that's right. The principal didn't even hear what Dong Chen said and nodded mechanically. However, Dong Chen's words attracted a wave of ruthless trolling from the live broadcast audience. Ah, so soon his phone had 250 yen in it, and he said he wasn't here to make money. I'm fierce at operating, and I make 2,500 yuan a month. In that case, I might as well go home and sell roasted sweet potatoes. Excuse me, does anyone know what it means to get a bargain and still be ungrateful? While playing house, he earned my daily salary in less than half an hour. Is he trying to drive me crazy? Calm down, upstairs. According to him, he can bake 10 pots of sweet potatoes in a day, which means he can earn at least 2,500 yen, not counting the cost of the sweet potatoes. I'm already feeling bad enough, and you're asking me to do the math? I'm numb. Seeing him making so much money while taking care of the baby makes me feel even worse than if I were losing money myself. Some parents waiting to buy roasted sweet potatoes are discussing something with Dong Chen. In the distance, the little boy washing sweet potatoes is looking at the crowd waiting in line and his eyes light up. It seems that Dad is a bit too idle. I have to find something for him to do. After washing and scooping up the sweet potatoes in the small basin, the little boy picks up his trumpet again. Dear uncles, aunts, and friends who want to eat sweet potatoes, to save everyone's time, I have decided to sell the sweet potatoes using a prepayment model. Uncles, aunts, and friends can pay first, and then go about your business. When the sweet potatoes are ready, I will use the trumpet to call your names to come and get them. Once again, the sound of a child's voice resonated across the playground. This time, not only were the audience in the broadcast room dumbfounded, but so were the customers waiting in line to buy sweet potatoes and the onlookers. Even Dong Chen was slightly shocked by what Ball said. Looking at Ball, Dong Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. This little girl, how many devilish ideas does she have in that little brain of hers? She's different from everyone else. Those at the front of the line reacted first. If I pay, I don't have to wait in line, right? My name is Mengmeng. I'll take 2 roasted sweet potatoes. Can I pay 10 yuan in advance? I'll pay 2. I'll have 2 too. My name is Sun Yanan. Here's my 10 yuan deposit. And me. My name is. The live broadcast screen once again became lively, and the on-screen comments became even more frantic. Qiuqiu is truly a natural business prodigy. A deposit? Where did she come up with that? The question is, can Qiuqiu write the names of those people? If she can't write, how is she going to find the people who paid the deposit? Blind guess. Now Dong Chen might have to step in, and the good days of playing the fool are over. Playing the fool and taking care of the baby. If playing the fool and taking care of the baby can bring out a little smart aleck like Qiuqiu, then my whole family might as well play the fool, so we don't have to be in a daily state of chaos. Xiaoxiu's method really is eye-catching. But how to record who paid the advance and hand it over to the person who paid after the sweet potatoes are baked? This has undoubtedly become a new problem. Qiuqiu realized this only after receiving the first person's 10 yuan cash advance. Dad, his name is Mengmeng. Without directly asking Dong Chen for help, Qiuqiu tactfully expressed his meaning. However, Dong Chen was lying on the deck chair again at this time, opening his phone. I know his name is Mengmeng. Mengmeng. What do you mean? Do I need to say something in return? Yes, I am Mengmeng. Humph. With a stomp of his foot, Qiuqiu already knew that his father didn't mean to help him. He didn't even bother to give him a reminder. But, looking at the money in his hand, Qiuqiu didn't want to give it back. Yesterday, he had agreed with his father. No matter how much he sold today, the cash would be hers, and the money paid by scanning the QR code would be his. This was the fundamental reason why she had asked for an advance. In this way, she didn't have to do the math. She could just collect round sums. And only collect cash. But how would she solve the problem of the name? Young boss, if you can't write, ask your father to help you. Mengmeng was obviously really anxious to return to her stall to be with her child. No need. After Bao smashed her little fist on the electronic scale, she was obviously also venting her anger. However, in a trance, after she saw the numbers on the small bills in her hand, a flash of inspiration came to her. He can't write his name, but he can write numbers. What were the names of the people who came to buy the sweet potatoes? It didn't seem to matter. Besides, Qiuqiu had complained to Dong Chen more than once about her name. Who would name their child Qiuqiu? Dong Chen's response was always righteous. What? Who's laughing at your name? They don't know the first thing about it. Besides, a name is just a code. Some people are even called dog leftovers. And at that moment, Qiuqiu thought of what Dong Chen had said, a name is just a code. If it's just a code, why can't she give them a new one? Wait! Qiuqiu shouted, put down her megaphone and turned to run towards her classroom. Soon after, her small figure ran back. She just went into the empty hands. When she came back, she was holding 2 math books and a pencil. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the others. Balls lifted open the math book and gently tore off a small piece of paper about 2 fingers wide. It had a lowercase 1 written on each side. In the middle of the paper was a scribbled picture of an ugly little fish. With a snip. Finally, Balls cut the paper in half. On each half was a lowercase 1. At the same time, the ugly little fish was also cut in half. Here, you are no longer Wang Peng, you are now one. Handing Wang Peng half of the note, everyone instantly understood what Qiuqiu meant. Isn't this the same as the numbered tickets used in some small restaurants to take food orders? Ha! I'm number 1? Then, what does this half of the fish mean? Wang Peng also roughly understood what Qiuqiu meant. But the little fish, he didn't understand. However, in response to his question, Bao Bao was a little disdainful in her reply. That is for security purposes. Otherwise, if it just says 1-1, what if someone makes a bunch of ones? When you come to pick up the roasted sweet potatoes, the note in your hand needs to be able to completely stack up with the note in my hand. Chapter 17 Interview. Let's tell the truth, shall we? Live broadcast room. Please, stop shaking, I'm numb, really numb, I feel like my IQ is not as high as Bao Bao's. I have already knelt before her. She not only came up with a way to replace the customer's name, she even came up with a security mark. This security mark is unbeatable. She drew it by hand. You deserve it. Is this show called Fatherly Love is Like a Mountain? I think it's more appropriate to call it Other People's Children. No, I can't hold back any longer. I look at my silly son playing with snot bubbles by my side, and silently pull out my 7 wolves. Question: how can I have a daughter like Qiuqiu? Waiting online, quite urgent. Qiuqiu's operation directly once again shocked all the viewers in Dong Chen's live broadcast room. Her performance has not only surpassed children of the same age. Even many adults are also at a loss. And after coming up with this operation, Qiuqiu's little roasted sweet potato stand also officially started making a fortune. She wrote and drew with her small hands, and she received a small advance payment. Among them were some big customers. Some of them had not even tasted the roasted sweet potatoes to see if they were good or not, but had simply made 100 yuan advance payment based on the smell. And soon, someone else raised a question. Young boss, what if I pay the money and I don't get the roasted sweet potatoes today? Not to mention whether the ingredients that Dong Chen and the others brought would last until the end of the day. Once the little owner's activities are over, the kindergarten will resume normal classes tomorrow. So, who are they going to ask for the roasted sweet potatoes? As soon as this question was asked, people who had paid and those who hadn't all looked at Qiuqiu. But at this moment, Qiuqiu looked completely at ease, as if she had expected this question. She waved the small money in her hand and patted her small chest. Don't worry, if we don't finish roasting the sweet potatoes today, there's always tomorrow. Just take my little note and ask my dad for roasted sweet potatoes. Tomorrow, when I go to school, I'll let him set up a stall in front of the kindergarten. Dong Chen. Goodness, so she collected all the money due today and left me to deal with the mess? This kid, she's a bit of a cheapskate. But Dong Chen has the system's blessing. But if she doesn't win any cash in the system's lottery, the family's finances will actually be a bit tight. And who would turn down more money? So, even though Qiuqiu is blatantly cheating him, Dong Chen doesn't say anything. This resulted in the small money box in front of Qiuqiu being quickly filled up. She even invented a few patterns to represent different numbers in order to keep track of how much each person had paid as a down payment. In this way, the slips of paper in the hands of the customers not only had a number and a security mark, but also the detailed amount of the down payment. It can be said that all the necessary details were in place, except for the sweet potatoes being delivered to the customers and the final payment being settled. And after several batches of roasted sweet potatoes came out of the oven one after the other, almost everyone in the entire kindergarten fell for it. Even the headmaster and a few teachers went through the back door and found Bao Bao to jump the queue and buy one for each of them. However, as the headmaster and a few teachers were contentedly munching on the sweet potatoes, his sight suddenly stopped. Not far away, an interview vehicle from Shanghai TV stopped. And several people carrying equipment walked into the kindergarten. That equipment looked no different from the kind carried by the burly man behind Balbal's father. The person who came was Lu Xin, a reporter from Shanghai TV. She had previously interviewed several kindergartens named by the directors. Lu Xian was really angry. The kindergarten director and teachers just kept talking about professional childcare, just trying to show how professional and excellent their kindergarten was. It was just a matter of time before they blatantly composed a commercial to attract students to their kindergarten. And those parents and children who were arranged to be actors. As soon as they spoke, they would say something like, "Thank you for organizing this event, we have gained so and so from this event." Especially the children. They spoke like primary school students reciting a composition. Not only did they change the tone of their voice, they even put on exaggerated facial expressions. Come on. Are the people watching the news in front of the TV set all idiots? The falseness was a bit ridiculous. So after interviewing several kindergartens in a row, Lu Xian was depressed. Just now, she had actually passed by the Red Star kindergarten where Bal was. But the director had not included this kindergarten on the list of interviews, so she had not paid much attention to it. When she returned to the TV station after interviewing the last kindergarten and was full of anger, Lu Xian happened to look out of the car window and saw Dong Chen lying on a deck chair, and, next to him, Bal busily collecting advance payments. In an instant, Lu Xian couldn't take her eyes off it. "Is that a sweet potato stand?" she asked, and the few people accompanying her in the car looked over as well. It seems to be, and it seems to be very popular. Huh? Why are those people buying notes with money? Let's go take a look. In the end, Lu Xian couldn't hold back the urge to go take a look. The driver turned the direction a little, and the few people who were originally preparing to go home directly went to Hongxing Kindergarten. However, their arrival really took the unprepared principal by surprise. To be fair, Red Star Kindergarten is not a small one. However, the principal has always been very low-key. Basically, she doesn't do much publicity and is single-mindedly focused on how to provide the children with a better education and living environment. Now, every day for the past 2 days, Qiuqiu's father has been bringing someone with a camera to the kindergarten. Today, a reporter from Shanghai TV suddenly dropped by. This made the simple-minded principal feel a little uneasy. Moreover, the reporter went straight to Dong Chen and Qiuqiu's roasted sweet potato stand as soon as she entered. This made the principal's heart even more uneasy. He wanted to stop them, but it was obviously too late. And if he really did, it would look even more suspicious. Just let the interview happen. The parents were asked to bring their children to the stand, and there was no mention of not being able to set up a roasted sweet potato stand. Besides, Qiuqiu was not afraid of the interview, and education should not be bound by any form. She comforted herself mentally, and the principal's heart also relaxed a little. At that moment, Lu Xian had already arrived at Bal's stall. She did not intrude without permission. And she did not go over to him in an overbearing manner because of her status as a reporter. She just asked the cameraman to turn on the camera and filmed Bal's busy little figure. She waited until Bal was not too busy, then walked over to him and gave him a smile. "Little friend, are you the owner of this stall?" Bao immediately noticed that Lu Xian and the others were different from the others. She winked and nodded gently. "Well, I am the stall owner." "Then, where are your parents?" Although she already guessed that Dong Chen on the recliner might be the child's parent, Lu Xian still asked. "I am her father." "Is there anything wrong?" Dong Chen was not asleep. Seeing the press card hanging from Lu Xian's chest, he slightly leaned over to take over the conversation. Lu Xian also looked at Dong Chen in a polite tone. "Hello, parent, I am a reporter from Shanghai TV station. Can I visit you for a while?" Facing Lu Xian's sincere gaze, Dong Chen did not directly refuse. Moreover, if the TV station interviews him, once it is broadcast, then he will have another way to be exposed. Moreover, he also has something to say. So after a moment of contemplation, Dong Chen spoke softly. "Can I tell the truth in the interview?" Chapter 18. You really don't tell any lies, do you? Of course I can tell the truth, I want the truth. After hearing Dong Chen's words, Lu Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Then, she raised her voice. "So, what is your opinion on this event organized by the Education Department, Dad?" Lu Xian's question was also completely recorded by the big brother following Dong Chen into the shoulder camera. In the broadcast room, millions of viewers were also waiting for Dong Chen's answer. "It's just nonsense." Dong Chen's answer was unusually short, but it was so direct that everyone in the studio and the broadcast room couldn't help but widen their eyes. Pop. In the studio. Li Jing didn't care about her blood pressure. She slammed the table and scolded harshly. Nonsense. How can this event, which is so educational and commemorative, be nonsense? If it's nonsense, it's just him who is being ridiculous. Even Chen Feng, who was wearing a frog puppet costume to attract attention, is better than him. Li Jing's words were very harsh, and she was just short of directly attacking Dong Chen personally. But she had just finished speaking. Zhou Lu spoke again, facing Li Jing, and Zhou Lu greeted her with a smile this time. Teacher Li Jing, in the eyes of 1,000 people, there are 1,000 Hamlets. People are just expressing their views from the heart. Why are you still so anxious? The words were neither cold nor warm, but they made Li Jing's face look extremely unpleasant. As the oldest person in the room, she was still an expert in parenting with some achievements. Her words just now were indeed a bit extreme. However, that was also her true thought. Humph. Activities such as the Little Shopkeeper are designed by the Education Department after years of research, combined with the current national conditions in our country. They will indeed greatly improve children's emotional quotient, intelligence quotient, and other aspects. And he actually said that this kind of activity is a waste of time? This is denying the efforts of those who are dedicated to the cause of parenting in the Dragon Kingdom, and it is also denying the efforts of the school, parents, and all the children. To put it in a smaller way, he is being irresponsible to himself and his child, and to put it in a larger way, he is being irresponsible to the future of the whole country. Nothing else. Li Jing has figured out how to put labels on people. But at this time, before Zhou Lu could continue to respond, Lu Xian on the live broadcast screen spoke again. Why do you think this is a waste of time? Can you tell us your honest opinion? Her tone had become slightly agitated, and she moved the microphone in her hand closer to Dong Chen. First of all, to torment parents, today is Wednesday. I believe that many parents have taken leave. Although I am a full-time dad and don't need to take leave, I know how difficult it is to take leave. In some units, even if your own father dies, you still have to prove that he is your father before you can be granted leave. In some companies, they will just deduct your perfect attendance bonus or something, and it's not impossible to lose 4 digits of this day off. I'm right, aren't I? Wow. Once Dong Chen's words were out, many parents around immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, something happened at home this month, and I have been taking leave for several days in a row. This sudden notice asks me to bring my child to this event, and I'm afraid my child will be disappointed if I don't come, but if I come, I'll be scolded for taking leave. Who wouldn't agree? And I've already taken leave, and I've brought my laptop to the school, so I have to deal with some things at any time. It's hard to lose my salary and not lose my job. Sigh. I'll stop talking, because talking makes me cry. In the world of adults, there is no such thing as easy. It's really hard to offend anyone. Many of the discussions on the scene were seen by the reporter Lu Xian. She nodded gently and agreed with Dong Chen's words. Dong Chen, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention to the discussions around him and continued. Another thing is that it's tiring for the kids. As you can see, my stall has some shade, but some kids aren't so lucky. And I don't think all the kids like this activity. The kids don't like it at all. If they don't want to participate, then tell me, what can she still exercise and improve? This time, Dong Chen's words directly spoke to the hearts of many parents whose children were throwing tantrums. Yes, my daughter said she didn't want to participate in this kind of activity at all. She started getting angry with me last night, and she didn't say a word to me when we arrived at school today. Yes, my child said this activity is just for fun, and the parents are just acting alone. Today, when we set up the stall, he didn't say a word, and I was the one who interacted with the customers. It's the same for me, but I had a disagreement with my child over what to sell, and it made both the adults and the children unhappy. The murmurs around me increased again. Dong Chen spoke again in a quiet voice. So, I don't understand the purpose of these compulsory activities. Are they for the convenience of certain leaders' inspections? Are they for media coverage? Or are they just for show? With a series of rhetorical questions, Dong Chen looked directly at the camera behind Lu Xian. And his words also directly dispelled some of the doubts in the hearts of all the parents present and the audience in the live broadcast room. Yes. There are many more of these compulsory activities. And you can't afford not to participate. Most of them are just face-saving projects that don't really serve much of a purpose. Yes, and many of these activities have even become a means for schools to raise money. If you don't participate, your child may be isolated and looked down upon. Yes, I can put up with the activities that don't cost money, but I really can't afford to participate in those that require a lot of money. I dare not say or ask, for fear that the teacher will get angry and be mean to my child if I ask too much. These kindergarten activities are actually quite okay, mostly just spending time playing house with your kids. But as the kids get older, some activities become a place for some people to show off their wealth. I'm really too lazy to bring my kids to these things. I was so angry once when the school asked the kids to go on a spring outing and then charged 200 yuan per person for the picnic. I asked the teacher what the money was specifically for, and then the teacher directly kicked me out of the class group. Are they just afraid to answer? Or were they just being evasive in the first place? Balbal's dad is really outspoken. Rather than saying that this kind of activity is for parents to accompany their children in playing house, it's better to say that it's for parents and children to accompany certain people in putting on a show. No, there is some formality to it, but let's just say that this kind of activity is still somewhat beneficial to children. What kind of benefit? Practicing communication skills? Can't that be practiced at home by parents talking to their children more? Can't that be practiced by taking them to the park to play with other children? Screw you. Dong Chen is telling the truth. I've long been disgusted by some of the activities at school anyway. They're designed purely to make some people and departments look good. Dong Chen's words have caused a huge stir. In an instant. Whether it's the barrage of comments or the scene at the kindergarten, many parents have started to express their dissatisfaction. Lu Xian also nodded her head repeatedly as she listened. But as a journalist, she is still very calm at the moment. Holding the microphone, Lu Xian asked the question again. So, regarding today's event, in your eyes, is it really not beneficial in any way? Hearing this question, Dong Chen really thought about it for a while. Then, he sincerely said into the camera, "Of course there are benefits. My daughter has earned a lot today." Everyone. Viewers in the live broadcast room. Bao Bao, who is laughing and counting money. Lu Xian, you really don't tell any lies. Chapter 19, Hot Searches, News, Short Videos, Everywhere you look, it's Dong Chen. So, you don't think it's appropriate to improve your child's communication, adaptability, and other abilities in this way? Presumably, in your heart, there must be a better way to replace similar activities. After all, it's not wrong to want to improve your child's various abilities. Shocked by all of Dong Chen's previous answers, Lu Xian once again asked a question that was on his mind. This question is obviously very important. However, Dong Chen once again showed a disdainful expression at this time. This question is very strange. Why do we have to force our children to improve those things? Isn't this the same as pulling up seedlings to help them grow? Those things that can be cultivated will obviously be understood by the child as they gradually grow up, just as the child will gradually grow taller. These things do not need to be deliberately cultivated at all. It is enough to give the child a good family environment. It's like if you spend the day cultivating your child's communication skills in every way possible, but then come home in the evening and have a huge fight in front of them. Do you expect your child to step in and stop it? And when that happens, you just tell them to mind their own business, and you think that's going to help them improve their communication skills? I think as long as your child is happy every day, you don't need to deliberately cultivate or improve those things. Friends will make their own connections, and they will find their own paths. We shouldn't put too much pressure on them. Just be there for them. After Dong Chen finished speaking this time, there was no sound of agreement from the crowd as there had been before. This time, everyone who heard Dong Chen's answer fell silent. Yes. It's like children will gradually grow taller. Those abilities children can clearly understand on their own in life. The subtle influence seems to be much better than deliberate cultivation. Especially the last sentence Dong Chen said. It's enough not to put too much pressure on children, just accompany them. Lu Xian finished interviewing Dong Chen and didn't even meet with the principal of Red Star Kindergarten before heading back to the TV station. Over here, the sweet potato stand run by Qiuqiu was still doing a roaring trade. Time passed unnoticed. Only in the online world had a storm centered on parenting with children begun to intensify. Dong Chen had undoubtedly become the instigator of this storm. And after returning to the TV station, Lu Xian also went straight past her immediate superior and found the head of the news department. As far as she knew, that person had also been a journalist before. and a journalist who loved to tell the truth and show people the truth. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't be in his current position as a small department head at the Shanghai TV station. After directly finding the other person, Liu Xian first told him her thoughts truthfully. Then, she gave the supervisor the video materials from her interviews with various kindergartens today. To everyone's surprise, after watching the video of Dong Chen's interview, the supervisor agreed to Liu Xian's request. So that evening, the news on the Shanghai TV station reported Dong Chen's words from the day, which were heard by even more people. Although nowadays, many people don't watch TV anymore. This time, Dong Chen's popularity undoubtedly increased by another level. TV news, Weibo headlines, short videos. It can be said that Dong Chen's presence can be seen everywhere. Ding, the host's bad parenting and child rearing caused emotional reactions from those around him, gaining 509,000 emotional points. Currently, he has a total of 1,034,000 emotional points. In the evening, to celebrate making a fortune today, Dong Chen took Qiuqiu out for a luxurious hot pot feast. During the meal, Dong Chen received a system prompt in his head, informing him that his emotional points had reached 1,034,000. The emotional value required for a high-level lottery draw is 1.2 million. It can be said to be within reach. But just as Dong Chen and Qiuqiu were eating happily, the camera operator standing by to film them received a phone call. It turned out that, after the 2 days of live broadcasts, Dong Chen had appeared in the news, hot searches, and short videos. His popularity and influence could no longer be ignored by some people. Just like Li Jing, many professional parenting experts and even some founders of early childhood education institutions are now eager to talk to Dong Chen. Even so, the official education department has contacted the production team of Fatherly Love is Like a Mountain. They are the same as Li Jing's expert professors. They all have strong opinions about the views previously expressed by Dong Chen. However, Dong Chen's influence has now gone beyond their control. If they want to reverse the bad influence Dong Chen may have had before, can only be achieved by openly making Dong Chen aware of the errors in his views, and, ideally, getting him to immediately start appearing in public with his child in the correct way. They believe that all the problems are just with Dong Chen. So after urgent communication between the officials and the show's production team, the production team decided to organize an impromptu exchange meeting that evening. It was said to be an exchange meeting, but it was actually an arrangement for some heavyweight parenting experts to question Dong Chen. The aim was to make Dong Chen realize his mistakes. It would be best if Dong Chen could admit his mistake in front of all the viewers in the studio and correct it in future broadcasts. To put it bluntly, they had actually gathered a group of experts and scholars to refute Dong Chen's previous views on child rearing. Dong Chen, on the other hand, had no reinforcements. Okay, I'll pass on the message. The cameraman understood the show's instructions and returned to the table where Dong Chen and Qiuqiu were eating. Dong Chen, the program team has organized an exchange meeting in the studio. Do you think you can go and participate? Although the cameraman is rough-looking, his way of speaking is very tactful. In fact, the attitude of the program team is that Dong Chen will participate whether he wants to or not. If Dong Chen doesn't go today, they will even consider whether to find someone to replace Dong Chen and Qiuqiu. Okay, no problem, I'll go after dinner. What the cameraman didn't expect was that Dong Chen agreed with a resounding yes. How could he say no? Dong Chen knew that some people would definitely be unable to sit still. After all, in a world where people are constantly being told to roll from birth until death, what he preaches is really not considered positive energy. In the eyes of some people, it is even considered negative, or even a waste of time. Dad, wipe your mouth. Dong Chen had eaten and drunk his fill. Qiuqiu handed him 2 napkins at once. My daughter really loves her father. Dong Chen smiled and gave Qiuqiu a spoiled look. Hey, we're all family, what's the big deal? Didn't you also invite me to hot pot? Qiuqiu hugged her little piggy bank and tried to avoid Dong Chen's gaze. Don't worry, if I say I'm treating, I won't take your piggy bank. Dong Chen was amused by Qiuqiu's little scheme and generously got up to pay the bill. Then, father and daughter didn't go home, but took a taxi directly to the studio of Fatherly Love is Like a Mountain. Because the live broadcast had never been interrupted, so the studio also knew Dong Chen's real-time location. After Dong Chen arrived with Ball, someone immediately came to greet them. However, The atmosphere in the studio was a bit oppressive, serious, and even surging with undercurrents. Dong Chen took Ball and, under the guidance of the staff, went directly onto the stage of the studio. The host, Xiao and I, quickly greeted him with a smile, but before he could say anything, Dong Chen handed him a small slip of paper. "Hello, can I have the ticket for the previous day?" Chapter 20. Is it really appropriate to look down on roasted sweet potatoes? In fact, before Dong Chen's appearance, the host, Xiao and I, had wondered if Dong Chen would be stage fright in the face of so many big-name parenting experts. After all, as long as Dong Chen wasn't stupid, he could definitely guess that this so-called exchange meeting was a pit specially designed for him. If he is not careful, he may become the object of everyone's contempt. However, after meeting Dong Chen, and I felt an indescribable powerful aura from him at first glance. Fearless as fearless, unassuming, but also not deliberately concealing his sharpness. Smilingly accepting the taxi receipt handed over by Dong Chen, and I bent down and reached out to Dong Chen. "No problem, not only will I pay for the ticket you came in on, I'll also pay for the one you're leaving on." Taking up Dong Chen's words, Xiao and I then turned his attention to the little girl next to Dong Chen, Xiaobing. The little girl was still clutching her small money box, her big eyes curiously looking around. "Hello Xiaobing, welcome to our live broadcast studio, how are you? Are you nervous seeing so many people?" As he spoke, Xiao and I crouched down to look at Xiaobing. Bao blinked and shook his head slightly. "Not nervous? That's a bit of a shame." And I was suddenly taken aback. "What's a shame?" Bao pointed with his little hand at the people in the studio. "It's a shame I didn't bring my roasted sweet potato stand with me, otherwise with all these people, I'd be making a profit again." And I. "Ha, Bao really is a natural business prodigy. Come, uncle and I will take you to your seat, okay?" In the inquisitive and scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Qiuqiu was led by Xiao to a small sofa for two. Dong Chen sat next to Qiuqiu and scanned the parenting expert sitting across from him and Qiuqiu with his eyes. Some of them he didn't know or recognize. But some of them were household names in the parenting world. Especially in recent years, Longwa had developed rapidly, and both the city and the countryside had begun to pay extra attention to education. The saying education should start from childhood had directly led to the opening of a brand new education model in Longwa. Another saying, don't let children lose at the starting line, has directly caused the education in Longwa to start rolling up. It is not an exaggeration to say that the phenomenon of being held by your mother in diapers and attending various special classes and interest classes can be said to be a bit exaggerated. And at this moment, opposite Dong Chen, there are several parenting experts who advocate starting to roll up from a young age. And the way Dong Chen promotes in the live broadcast is no longer considered to be contrary to those experts. It could almost be called diametrically opposed. As the host, Xiaoni briefly introduced the exchange meeting. Then, the so-called exchange meeting officially began. As the first person who had a problem with Dong Chen from the beginning of the live broadcast, Li Jing spoke first. "Dong Chen, I want to ask you, have you ever thought about your daughter's future?" This question was not sharp, but it was highly offensive. After Li Jing asked this question, all the experts on the scene looked at Dong Chen. Dong Chen remained calm and collected, picked up a bottle of advertising milk from the table in front of him and handed it to Qiuqiu. Among the experts, Li Jing was undoubtedly the one he knew best. Last night, he had read on the internet some of Li Jing's opinions and comments about him. It was no exaggeration to say that Dong Chen even felt that Li Jing wanted to get rid of him. However, in the face of Li Jing's hostility, Dong Chen was not the least bit afraid. "Sorry, this expert, I don't know what exactly you mean by the future. Is it after my daughter turns 10? Or after she turns 20? Or after my daughter turns 100? Dong Chen's old routine. There is no direct answer, just a series of rhetorical questions. On hearing this, Li Jing's face could not help but sink. "Dong Chen, I hope you are not pretending to be ignorant when you know full well what is going on." When I say the future, of course I mean after the child enters society, works independently and lives on their own. Dong Chen smiled and pointed at the small money box in Bao Bao's hand. "Oh, you just want to know what the child will live on in the future, don't you? I've thought about it, and she's doing quite well at it." Dong Chen was full of pride. You mean to tell me that you want the child to live on selling roasted sweet potatoes in the future?" Li Jing's face turned even more gloomy, and her voice almost broke. The other experts also had anger written all over their faces, and they all glared at Dong Chen in unison. What's wrong with roasting sweet potatoes? Is it not profitable? Is it not freeing? This is the modern world, Li. You can't still hold a prejudice against a certain profession, can you? Anyone can put a label on someone. In front of so many people in the live broadcast room, Li Jing naturally didn't dare say that roasting sweet potatoes was no good. However, Dong Chen did not stop, but continued to talk animatedly directly into the camera. Okay, even if the profession of roasting sweet potatoes is not considered glamorous in the eyes of the public, and is even a bit embarrassing. But just imagine, you're in a huge office full of people, all of them in suits, and you're busy as hell. Not only do you have to deal with the tasks handed down by your immediate supervisor, but you also have to deal with the social dynamics between the older and newer employees. You're made to bring coffee, and you're too embarrassed to refuse. You're not paid, and you're too embarrassed to ask for it. You're stuck in a dead-end job, and you're not getting any credit. The credit doesn't go to you, and you're the one who gets the blame. With that salary, you have to pay the rent, eat, drink, and get around, not to mention saving money, and you might even have to take out a loan to get by. You work hard and are motivated, but can you even dream of buying a house, a car, getting married, and having children? Yes, you at least dress well, but think about it, do you really have the right to look down on roasted sweet potatoes? Whether you make money or not is another matter, but at least you live your life selflessly, simply, and comfortably. It is possible that your body gets tired a bit, but your heart is definitely not tired. And I have no other expectations for my daughter. She has never been something I can brag about, and she is definitely not my support in some ways. My daughter, I just want her to be happy and healthy. This is enough. Dong Chen's speech was neither too fast nor too slow, and his voice was clearly transmitted to all the audience through the live broadcast. In an instant, the barrage exploded. Holy shit! I'm watching a live broadcast, and I've been named. I'm working overtime, and I just brought the team leader coffee. And she didn't pay me, so do I ask her for it or not? If I do, what if she gives me a hard time and calls me stingy? If I don't, I feel so upset. Oh no, I've been called up too. I work so hard every month, and the wages I get just cover the rent and food. My girlfriend even ran away because she was hungry. Haha, my brother upstairs is in a bad way, but I'm much luckier. My wife understood and ran off with someone else, so now my life is much less stressful. Actually, I used to look down on those small traders, but now I think about it, it seems that I was being shallow. Alas, I am one of those who has to take out a loan to work. I have the ability, but there is a family member in the same group, and all the credit goes to him and all the blame is mine. I should resign, but it is hard to find a job now. I am not much better. If it weren't for my parents' help, I could not even think about getting married and having children. I can't afford it, I simply can't afford it. The barrage of comments suddenly became a general assembly for airing grievances. Many people felt the same way as Dong Chen. But at this time, a well-known parenting expert sitting next to Li Jing spoke up. Dong Chen, you want your child to be happy, which is fine in itself, but there is a saying in the Dragon Kingdom that a strong youth makes a strong country. If everyone educated their children the way you do, then our country. Chapter 21, This is not a down jacket, it's a bulletproof vest. The expert didn't finish his sentence. However, he took the topic to a higher level. Dong Chen looked at the expert and couldn't help but snicker. Professor Su Jianping, I have read your various proposals on the direction of education in Longwa, and I have also watched several of your speeches. To be honest, I was deeply moved. Although Dong Chen's face was wearing a sneer. But the words he spoke did have a hint of flattery. This also made Su Jianping's face involuntarily produce a smug look. However, Dong Chen's next words made him instantly furious. How could Dong Chen not see the smugness on Su Jianping's face? He changed the subject of his speech, and his tone of voice also rose. Regarding your speech, your outlook, all your grandiose theories, I have 4 words for you. Sensationalism. Wow. Once Dong Chen said these words, everyone in the studio was shocked and their eyes widened. Some people with weak nerves even stood up in their seats in shock. In the live broadcast room, everyone who knew Su Jianping was also taken aback by Dong Chen's words. My God, has Dong Chen gone crazy? Doesn't he know who Su Jianping really is? He is the top education boss in Longwa, and his power is terrifying. He's crazy. Dong Chen can argue with Li Jing all he wants, but if he argues with Su Jianping, he'll be invited for tea. Tea? I don't think just Dong Chen is in danger, the whole show is in danger. Ha ha ha, where is the director? Where is the head of Shanghai TV station? He must be sweating by now. Why do Dong Chen and I feel the same way? I've always thought that Su Jianping is a show-off. Deadlock. In the face of Su Jianping's words, Dong Chen can only tactfully fight back from the side. If he confronts him head-on, he won't be able to bear the big hat of unpatriotic. Interesting, this show is getting more and more interesting, huh? It's good to watch, I love watching it, and no one says a word. The other side. As the barrage said. The director of Fatherly Love is like a mountain and the head of the Shanghai TV station were indeed sweating. Damn it! Didn't you come here to discuss how to raise a child? Why did you bring it up to the national level? It's just that. It's tense. They didn't have time to react at all, and Su Jianping in the studio already stood up and slammed his hand on the table. How dare you! As the undisputed leader of education, recognized by both the government and the people. Su Jianping is always surrounded by flattery and adulation. He never imagined that today, a post-2000s parent who was not very good at parenting would publicly call him a show-off. He cannot stand those two words. Su Jianping slammed his hand on the table. Several elderly people around him also stood up one after the other. The combined age of these old men exceeded 500 years, and their beards trembled with anger. You, how dare you speak to Professor Su like that? He has contributed so much to education in the Dragon Kingdom, and you actually called him a show-off. You apologize to him right now. A slightly younger man pointed his finger at Dong Chen, as if he had just killed his father. The host, Xiao and I, was also shocked by this scene and momentarily lost his composure. Wasn't this supposed to be a parenting and child-rearing exchange meeting? Why did they have to flip tables and start fighting after just a few words? This host is getting more and more difficult to handle. But before he could step forward to control the situation, a young, angry voice resounded again. You're all bad guys. Why are you all ganging up on my dad? You're all bad guys. Hugging the small money box, Qiuqiu suddenly jumped onto the table in front of Dong Chen. Her small body blocked Dong Chen behind her. She hadn't actually listened to what her father and the others were saying, but was just hugging the money box and counting the money. But when she looked up again, she happened to see everyone glaring angrily at her father. How could she stand for this? Her father had always stood by her when she was in danger or facing injustice. Now, she had to protect him. Although the roar of anger was a little cute, it was resolute and unambiguous. Dong Chen froze. The experts and professors opposite her froze. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more stunned. They couldn't believe it. A 5-year-old child dared to stand up in such an occasion and atmosphere. She jumped onto the table and stood in front of her father, unconditionally defending her father. This is not social courage. This is love, this is courage. You have to know that before, when she was being treated unfairly, Qiuqiu never took the initiative to stand up for herself. But now, when she saw her father being bullied, she stood up for him. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers were shocked by Qiuqiu's outcry. They were moved to tears, and Qiuqiu's little cotton-padded jacket had been upgraded to a bulletproof vest. She has goosebumps and, in the face of so many adults, she dares to jump out and protect her father. Alas! I looked at my useless son, who hides behind me when things happen, and then at Qiuqiu. Forget it, I've decided, I want a second child. The series of lies to get me to have a daughter, this daughter can handle herself, she really steps in when there's a problem. I'm a university student, and I'm afraid to say anything when I get cut in line buying milk tea. Qiuqiu is only 5 years old, but she's so brave, I'd like to call her little sister. It's on. I'm rooting for Dong Chen and Qiuqiu. I'll bet on them. The barrage of comments was frantically refreshing and jumping. The live broadcast screen, however, paused for 2 seconds. Qiuqiu's shout seemed to have acupressured everyone, causing them to freeze in place. In the end, Dong Chen picked up Qiuqiu, who was standing in front of him on the table, and calmed his daughter down a bit before looking at Su Jianping and the others again. Apologize? Why should I apologize? Professor Su, aren't you just trying to attract attention? Whenever the topic of education comes up, no matter the occasion or the format, you deliberately try to make it about patriotism. Because you know that if you do, no one can refute what you say, and they can only agree with you, and praise you. But I want to ask you something today. Does being patriotic depend on whether you say so with your mouth? Is there only one way to be patriotic? Teachers educate children and nurture the flowers of the motherland, which is patriotic. Soldiers protect the country and defend the border, which is patriotic. Scientific researchers revitalize science and technology, work for the betterment of the people, and forge a great sword for the motherland, which is patriotic. So if I work as a cleaner, sweeping the floor and collecting the rubbish, I'm not patriotic? If I go to work and lead an honest life, I'm not patriotic? If I'm a small trader or hawker, working hard from dawn to dusk to support my family, I'm not patriotic? Then I become a farmer, grow grain, grow vegetables, and raise sheep and cows, and I'm not patriotic? It was another series of rhetorical questions. After asking, Dong Chen stared straight at Su Jianping. Not just Dong Chen. Everyone in the studio, everyone in the broadcast room, was also looking at Su Jianping at the moment. It's just that. Su Jianping's brain was already a bit short-circuited at the moment. He was originally the one asking the questions. But now he was the one being forced to answer questions. And he couldn't answer Dong Chen's question. Because no matter what, there are still more ordinary people in the world. If he dared to dismiss them all with one stroke, the public pressure he would face would be unprecedented. But if he couldn't say that wanting to be an ordinary person was unpatriotic, then there was nothing wrong with Dong Chen wanting her daughter to be an ordinary person. Dong Chen's move was a stroke of genius that went right through his lung. However, at this moment, the director of the program team and the director of Shanghai TV station slightly relaxed a bit. Dong Chen did not say anything excessive without thinking, so they would not be held accountable. However, if Su Jianping was silenced, the exchange meeting against Dong Chen could be declared a failure. Chapter 22, Everyone's Reflection. I never said that patriotism must be expressed in a certain way, but as a parent, don't you want your child to have a better life than you did? Su Jianping was trying to pressure Dong Chen with a big hat. But Dong Chen threw back a hat that was just as big. He didn't want to continue with such a dangerous topic. So, Su Jianping decisively changed the direction of his argument. How many parents work so hard to provide for their children and push them to succeed in life so that they can have a good job and a bright future? But you, while other people's children are running as fast as they can, you are telling your child to walk slowly. Do you know that by seeking immediate comfort, you are draining your child's happiness in the future? The individuality you show and the independent way you behave will become hidden dangers and obstacles to your child's bright future. Although he used a more common way of putting things, Su Jianping's words really resonate with some parents. Yes. Everyone else's kids are running, so how dare you let your child stop? Dong Chen smiled and naturally didn't pursue the previous question. However, after hearing Su Jianping's question this time, Dong Chen also knew that this so-called parenting professor of the bigwigs was only at this level. He picked up the haha milk on the table that was displayed as a sample and Dong Chen inserted the straw and took a sip. Then, he put down the empty bottle and looked at Su Jianping. Raise a finger, Dong Chen spoke lightly. First, I don't think my current life is that bad. Whether I'm living a good life depends entirely on how I feel, not what other people think. So I don't mind if my daughter follows the path I've walked. As long as she's happy, that's fine. Extend a second finger, Dong Chen looked straight at the camera. Second, there doesn't seem to be any law that says if other people run, I have to follow. Just going with the flow is the right thing to do, right? Then Professor Su, there is also a saying that truth is often in the hands of the few. If everyone else is running and I'm not, doesn't that mean that I'm the one who is right? Without giving Su Jianping a chance to answer, Dong Chen held up a third finger. Finally, you say that I'm doing this to use my child's current comfort to overspend her future happiness. I don't agree with that either. To put it bluntly, no one knows which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. I can't even guarantee tomorrow, so what's wrong with overspending a little of the future happiness? Should I tell my 5-year-old daughter that it is only right to plan for her retirement now? If the point is to work hard for happiness, then why can't we start being happy now? A rhetorical question, followed by another rhetorical question. Su Jianping felt like his CPU was about to overheat. This postdot's dad is really something, never answering your questions directly, but always managing to create more trouble for you from another angle. Not just Su Jianping, but actually at this time, other parenting experts and everyone in the studio are a bit confused now. Dong Chen's words seem to be heresy, but they still sound somewhat reasonable. And in the live broadcast room, countless people were once again touched by Dong Chen's words. You are so right, no one can say for sure which will come first, tomorrow or an accident, so why am I working so hard now? To earn money to give to the hospital when I'm old? Yes, only you know whether your life is good or bad, and we don't need to work hard for someone else's definition of success. That's right. We own our own lives, and we don't need to listen to other people's opinions. My parents both only graduated from junior high school, but they forced me to study at Tsinghua and Peking University. They say that where there's a will, there's a way. I want to ask, why can't you do it? Actually, my parents were like that too, and they always compared me to the children of their relatives. Now that I have a child of my own, I swear I will never become the kind of parents I hate the most. And at that moment, a black car was driving through the heart of the city. A middle-aged man in a black jacket and gold-rimmed glasses was watching the live broadcast of Fatherly Love Like a Mountain on his phone. Just from Dong Chen's short-lived reaction, the man already knew that there was no need for the exchange to continue. Otherwise, not only would Dong Chen not be restrained, it might even backfire. He turned off the live broadcast and immediately dialed a number. Immediately, an eye from the studio and the parenting experts all received the instruction to end the exchange through their own radio equipment. This exchange started without warning and ended in a flurry. Dong Chen left with the ball in his hands, watched by everyone in the studio. The father and daughter both walked with their heads held high, like heroes after a victory. Leaving with them was the big brother carrying the camera? Although the exchange meeting had ended, Dong Chen's comments had caused a stir on the internet. In particular, the line about not knowing which would come first, tomorrow or an accident, had struck a chord with many young parents. Most of them had been coiled since childhood and had grown up according to the expectations of others. After experiencing the pressure of school, the devastation of the workplace and the lashings of society, they had now become parents and were once again faced with the question of how to bring up their children. Do they want their children to follow in their footsteps and start curling up at a young age? Or do they want to follow Dong Chen's approach and let their children go, and themselves too? Or do they want to do half-half, not interfering too much but not letting their children go too far either? At this moment, as today's live broadcast draws to a close, whether they are viewers who have not yet left the broadcast room or young parents who have seen Dong Chen take care of their children through other channels, without exception, they are all lost in thought. This is especially true for ordinary people who have been curled up since childhood, and who are now parents but are not living up to expectations. Their deep thoughts are even more engraved. Parents who have been destined to an ordinary life, and children full of hope and endless possibilities. The latter is more like a second chance given by God to the former. If you seize him and control him, you may be able to achieve the goals and dreams that you didn't accomplish in the first place. But once you do that, what's the difference between yourself and the kind of parents you hate? If you hate him and become him, then why do you hate him? Ultimately, it's not because of the different roles. Different positions lead to different perspectives. As Dong Chen said, no one needs to tell you whether you are leading a good life or not. The answer is to feel it in your heart, to ask yourself whether you are satisfied and whether you like your current life. Therefore, the happiness of a child at the moment definitely does not come from preparing for retirement in kindergarten, but from enjoying childhood. A suburb of Shanghai. In a somewhat run-down community, the sound of a piano can be heard from time to time in the night. Accompanying the sound of the piano are the intermittent sobs of a child. A young boy with tears on his face plays the second-hand piano that his mother spent most of the family savings on, trembling with fear. His mother, holding a ruler, stands next to him supervising. The notes on the sheet music are joyful, but when the young boy plays them, there is an indescribable sense of oppression and grievance. The tears in his eyes blur his vision, and the young boy has another hand tremor and presses the wrong key. Have you been practicing at all? The competition is tomorrow, reach out. Her anger flared, and she raised the ruler high. But just as the boy reached out to be beaten, the door to the room suddenly opened. A man in a delivery uniform walked in and took the boy in his arms. On the screen of the man's phone, Dong Chen was seen bouncing along the road at night with the ball in his hands. Chapter 23, I'll drive this new road. Get out of the way. What are you doing? Seeing the man protect the child, the woman suddenly became enraged. She couldn't imagine it. Why was her normally submissive husband suddenly so bold as to get in the way of her teaching her son? No. No more lessons, is that okay? The man hugged the sobbing son and spoke in a soft voice. What? Say that again? The woman was a little suspicious of her own ears and asked again incredulously. At the same time, one hand reached out to try to pull the little boy out of the man's arms. The little boy was a little shaken and trembled. He held onto the man's waist with both hands and didn't want to let go. Between the two pulls, the man's cowardly voice suddenly rose and exploded. I said I don't want to learn anymore. Don't you notice? My son doesn't like the piano at all. He hasn't smiled since he started taking piano lessons. The yell echoed throughout the room, and the woman's grip on the little boy froze. Yes. It seems that my son really hasn't smiled since he started piano lessons. And he's not as close to me as he used to be. But playing the piano is good for him. Having a skill is much better than being good at nothing. And some schools give extra points for special skills in the admission process. Especially if you have won a prize in a professional competition, the extra points are considerable. If you work harder now, you will have more options in the future, won't you? The woman's belief in her heart was slightly distracted, and the tenderness in her eyes disappeared instantly. She looked at the man and the little boy, and the ruler in her hand trembled slightly with her breathing. Of course I know. But do you think I like forcing him? What if he doesn't learn? Will he grow up to be a delivery boy like you? Or will he end up like me, washing dishes and mopping floors in a restaurant, being shouted at all the time? Will he never be able to afford a home, and end up living in a rundown old place like us? We're already ruined, but he still has a chance. Do you think I want to push him? With a crack. With a whimper. The ruler fell to the ground. The woman also seemed to have lost her strength, and she sat down on the ground, crying. Am I wrong? I just want my son to not be like us, to not use up all his strength just living. I really don't expect him to be rich and powerful, I just want him to not be as tired as we are. The woman, who had always been a strong-willed person, did not lose her temper this time. Her voice grew weaker and weaker, and she buried her head between her arms and cried hard. The man's eyes also reddened, and he placed a hand on his wife's shoulders, which were shaking with sobs. He wanted to comfort her, but because he was naturally tongue-tied, he was unable to say anything. In the bright moonlight, the three of them were silent in the small room. However, the little boy, who was only 8 years old, was the first to calm down. He squeezed his little fist and walked out of his father's arms. He went to his mother, who was sitting on the floor, and mustered his courage. Mom, I really don't like the piano. I like to draw, I like to sing, and I like playing badminton. If I have to learn something, can I choose for myself? The little boy made his request, and then raised his right hand when his mother looked up at him. I promise. I'm definitely not fickle. I'll learn it properly. The little boy didn't finish his sentence before his mother had embraced him. For some reason, the moment she saw her son raise his hand to promise her, the woman's heart was completely touched. He was still so young, but he was so sensible that it made her heart ache. The man watched as his wife embraced their son, and his nose also became a little bit sore. He couldn't hold back his tears, and they flowed down his face. That night, this little family welcomed their first family meeting. And the main task of the parents was no longer to make a decision, but to listen. That night, there were also many families like this one that held a family meeting that night, either formally or informally. Dong Chen's parenting style and words have already begun to influence reality through the internet. On the other side of the screen, Dong Chen, who had returned home, had already taken the ball, which was holding onto the money box, back to her little bedroom. After all, she is just a child. She had sold sweet potatoes all day and then attended the exchange meeting in the evening. When she was on the bus home, the little girl fell asleep directly. It was late at night, and the stalker also went home from work. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Dong Chen slightly closed her eyes. In her mind, a familiar prompt also sounded at this time. Ding! The host's bad parenting and child rearing has caused emotional reactions from those around him, gaining 666,000 emotional points. Currently, the host has a total of 1.7 million emotional points. Friendly reminder, the host can complete a high-level lottery with the current emotional points. May I ask if you would like to proceed with the lottery? Dong Chen's mouth curled up into an indistinct smile as he listened to the prompt in his head. The lottery draw began. Ding, congratulations, host, you have won the athletic skill of skiing. Your level is world class. The snow is white, the ski fields are vast, and you can ride off into the distance. Ding, it has been detected that you have completed one advanced lottery draw. Complete 9 more advanced lottery draws, and the God level lottery draw will be open. The lottery draw ended quickly. The words world class particularly caught Dong Chen's attention. In fact, in his previous life, he quite liked skiing. But alas, the sport of skiing is just too expensive. A single trip costs 40,000 to 50,000 yuan, and you have to rest in a cast for 3 months. Dong Chen went once, and never dared to try it a second time. It's true, just the other day I heard that a huge indoor ski resort has opened in the city, so I went to check it out when I had some time. Dong Chen wasn't in a hurry to win any cash or luxury cars. The system will always be there, and as long as he works hard to earn emotional points, he can keep entering the lottery. And judging by the current rate of emotional point harvesting, unlocking the God level lottery is just a matter of time. The advanced lottery is so awesome. The God level lottery will definitely be even more extravagant. The God level food stall serves delicious roasted sweet potatoes, and the world class competitive skiing skills. Well, I can also be considered a master at something, so I have 2 master skills. Dong Chen was naturally happy from the bottom of his heart to have added another skill. The next task was naturally to continue to increase his emotional value. He got up, got a cold drink from the fridge, and then took out his phone to start posting short videos and updates on Weibo. Although the speed at which emotional value is gained can roughly determine how popular you are, Dong Chen was still a little surprised to actually see videos, posts, and various analyses, comments, and so on about himself all over the internet. It seems that how to raise a child really confuses too many people. Although a little surprised, Dong Chen actually has her own judgment from the bottom of her heart. In different times, the way to raise a child is destined to be different. Because the social environment in which the child and the parents raising the child are in is completely different. And in this era, the youngest parents are the post-90s like Dong Chen. When I was a child, I worried about my studies under high pressure. When I grew up, I worried about employment in society. There is basically no childhood, and when they become adults, they can only helplessly lament that there is no such thing as an easy life in the adult world. Is it really because they haven't worked hard enough? No. When everyone else is rolling up their sleeves, the efforts you think you've made can no longer be called efforts. It's just like college students. In the past, how precious, rare and glorious a college student was. Nowadays, not to mention college students, in a city like Shanghai, you can easily find 3 graduate students with just a quick search. College students have now become the cheapest labor force. Just imagine. When these people, who were raised with high expectations, lofty ideals and boundless visions for the future, are hit hard by reality and become parents, will they still be willing to choose to let their children retrace their steps? A path that is 10 times more difficult than the one they took. No, it's time to make some changes. If things continue like this, the children will definitely not be the ones to benefit in the end. I'll drive this new path. Dong Chen turned off his phone and leaned back on the sofa. Moonlight streamed in through the window. It illuminated the spot directly in front of him. Chapter 24, just vote for Dong Chen and it's all over. The sun and the moon revolve. Soon it will be a new day. In a conference room at Shanghai TV station, the chief director and producer of Fatherly Love is like a mountain and 2 station leaders are meeting to discuss something. Judging by the dark circles under their eyes, the meeting has already lasted for quite some time. Finally, the chief director Qiuqiu makes the decision. For this family adventure, skiing will be the activity, and the 3 groups of families will be told to inform the crew. With his decision, the meeting came to an end. The few people got up, and without taking a break, they all got back to work. Of course, if it were just Dong Chen's way of taking care of children that caused a stir on the internet, it would not be enough to make them treated with such caution. Moreover, the plan they had made at the beginning of the program was to follow the 3 families' real daily lives with children. It wasn't like the current situation, where they forcefully set out the segments and rules, and then observed the detailed reactions of the 3 families. The reason for this is that Dong Chen's way of raising children has not only caused a sensation on the Folk Network. It's like an exchange meeting organized by the authorities yesterday. One phone call from above, and the entire observation plan for the show was overturned and disrupted. Director Gu, what do you think this means? Do they want to suppress Dong Chen, or do they want to support Dong Chen and get him out of the circle? As old friends who have worked together for more than 10 years, assistant directors Lu Yingjun and Gu Fukui can talk about anything. I don't know, and we don't need to know. One phone call can make the station manager feel like he's sitting on pins and needles. We can't speculate on the thoughts of someone at that level, and we can't control it either. Gu Fukui's footsteps are a little heavy. After all, he is not young anymore, and he can't handle things like overnight meetings. Well, that's true, but I don't think they'll want to suppress Dong Chen. Someone who can change the direction of an entire program with a single phone call is someone I believe is fully capable of calling off the entire program. I guess they also want to see if Dong Chen's way of parenting is actually feasible. Although he is only 10 years younger than Gu Fukui, LV Yingjuan's thinking is still very active. He has a vague feeling that the program Fatherly Love Like a Mountain is likely to become a huge hit because of Dong Chen's appearance. In fact, the way parents bring up their children across the country may also undergo earth-shaking changes. On the other side of the studio, host Xiao and I appears in the camera with a smile. Hello, dear audience, I'm Xiao and I. Today's observation has already begun, and our cameramen have entered the three families. But at this moment, I'd like to announce the rankings of the three fathers yesterday and the number of votes they received. In first place is, with a strategically drawn-out intonation, Xiaoni's smile at the corner of his mouth is a little mischievous. In first place is Dong Chen, the post-2000s dad. His current total number of votes is 3,760,000. In second place is Chen Feng, the post-90s dad, with 1,090,000 votes. In third place, for now, is our very own Zhang Jian, the post-80s dad, with 1,080,000 votes, just 10,000 votes behind Chen Feng in second place. Wow! Ni's voice had barely faded away when a small commotion broke out in the studio. The audience, the observation team and the parenting experts were all whispering to each other. Everyone had expected Dong Chen to be in the lead. But no one had expected Zhang Jian, the post-80s dad, to be in last place. Li Jing, in particular, stood up straight and asked a question. Host, could there be an error in your background data? How did Zhang Jian come in last place, and with such a large difference in votes from the first place Dong Chen? There was no doubt that her questioning made Xiao and I a little uncomfortable. Professor Li Jing, our data is all real and valid, and there are no errors. As for why Zhang Jian is so far behind Dong Chen and in last place, we can only observe and find the answer. Although he was uncomfortable, Xiaoni's professionalism still did not allow him to say anything extreme. After replying to Li Jing's question, Xiao and I brought the topic back to the show. Starting today, our show will make some minor adjustments. After all, this is a show with children, and it will be more interesting to let the fathers spend as much time as possible with their children. Therefore, our production team has developed a section called Parent-Child Adventure. The theme of the first adventure is courage, and the adventure is skiing. Now, our three families should have received an invitation to the Parent-Child Adventure. So next, follow our camera to see how the three adorable children will complete this adventure under the leadership of their fathers. With that, the camera also follows the silky hand movements of Xiao and I as he waves. However, at this time, the comments section is full of a strong smell of gunpowder. Dong Chen is ranked first, which is very controversial. No, then why is Dong Chen ranked first? Zhang Jian should be first. Those who voted for Dong Chen are sick. Hey, if you've got something to say, say it, and if not, shut up. I like Dong Chen's way of raising kids, so what do you care? Yes, voting is voluntary. Zhang Jian came last, which only shows that his way of raising kids is not recognized by most people. What are you so worried about? Just learn from him. When your kids are just like Dong Chen's kids, and grow up to be good for nothing, you'll have time to regret it. How we live our lives is none of your business. You're meddling in things that don't concern you. If you raise your child the way Dong Chen does, your child will achieve nothing? Come on, did you see the difference between Qiuqiu and Mengmeng yesterday? Yes, all three children participated in the little vendor activity yesterday. Qiuqiu even set up pre-sales, and the money box was filled up directly. Mengmeng? In one day, she only sold 2 small bags of candy, and she gave away a lot. She probably won't make any money, and she might even lose money. Yes, I went to watch Zhang Jian setting up the stall with his daughter yesterday. Mengmeng only said what Zhang Jian taught her at home in advance. It wasn't about doing business, it was simply about teaching her to play the social game. Money, 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 is that all you people can see? The purpose of the activity was never to teach children about making money. Zhang Jian taught Mengmeng how to get along well with her classmates, which will be beneficial to her when she enters society in the future. Right, it's good. At such a young age, learning the ways of the world will mean that in the future, they won't need to learn anything else, they'll just know how to suck up and flatter. Hopeless. Who says that knowing the ways of the world means you have to suck up to people? As long as you come into contact with people, you need to deal with interpersonal relationships. This is called emotional intelligence. Ah yes, emotional intelligence. Your emotional intelligence is to ignore your own feelings and blindly please everyone around you. Didn't you see that Mengmeng didn't want to give away all those candies for nothing? I can testify to that. Yesterday, some parents even handed money to Mengmeng, but Zhang Jian just took it from the child and returned it. Mengmeng was about to cry. To be honest, I admit that Zhang Jian loves children, but I really don't see any respect for them in him. He only thinks what he wants, and he doesn't care about what the children think at all. Yes, this is also the reason why I prefer Dong Chen and Qiuqiu. And yesterday, the three of us had a meeting. From now on, both my husband and I will adopt a low profile and always listen to the children's ideas. Whoever loves the first one the most is the best. I just want to say, Dong Chen is awesome. Qiuqiu is invincible. Without further ado, let's vote. Yes, what's the fuss, brothers and sisters, just vote for Dong Chen and it's all over, give him your votes. There was no winner or loser in this argument, but Dong Chen's support votes began to soar again early in the morning. At the same time, the three families boarded the cars arranged by the program crew and headed to the newly opened super-large indoor ski resort in the Magic City. Chapter 25 Mengmeng's Heavy Burden. Dad, are we going skiing? Mengmeng's little face was a little excited in the black business car. Today is Friday, and normally, at this time of day, she would be reciting the 300 ancient poems at kindergarten. And even on Saturdays and Sundays, she would be taken by her dad to learn the guzheng, dance, paint, and so on. But now, she could finally relax a little. Yes, we are going skiing. Zhang Jian fondly pinched his daughter's little face, and then changed the subject. Speaking of snow, Mengmeng, do you still remember the ancient poem that Dad recited for you yesterday? Zhang Jian's eyes lit up, but Mengmeng suddenly dimmed. There was loss in her small eyes, as well as a hint of fear. I remember. Mengmeng's voice was as faint as a mosquito's. How about Mengmeng reciting it for Dad? Zhang Jian looked like he was patiently guiding someone. Upon hearing this, Mengmeng's face, which had just shown a little excitement at the prospect of going out to play, instantly lost all its excitement. The wind rolls up the ground, the white grass bends, and in August the sky is full of flying snow. Suddenly, like the spring breeze one night, thousands of pear trees blossom, scattered into the bead curtain. Reluctantly, Mengmeng recited the ancient poem. However, after reciting a few lines, she got stuck. Afraid of being scolded by her father, Mengmeng became more and more nervous as she got stuck, and the more nervous she got, the less she could remember the rest of the poem. Later, when she really couldn't remember, Mengmeng timidly looked at Zhang Jian. Dad, I can't remember the rest. Zhang Jian, who had just been kind-looking, had a gloomy expression on his face at this moment. Although he didn't get angry, just the dark face made Mengmeng feel very nervous and scared. In the end, Zhang Jian took a deep breath. Mengmeng, you're already 5 years old. You don't need your father to remind you of certain things over and over again, do you? You've always been the first one to get all the delicious and nutritious food in the family. Your parents never complain even if they have to eat leftovers. I didn't say a word when your father went around asking people for help to find a good kindergarten for you, and when he got so many doors slammed in his face and was subjected to so much ridicule. Mom was pregnant for 10 months, and she threw up whatever she ate. When you were born, your position was not correct, and the doctor suggested a cesarean section, but your mother felt that a natural birth was better for the baby, and she braved the risk to give birth to you. We love you, and we are willing to give you the best and to do anything for you. And you, yesterday, you didn't even recite a poem from ancient times, you really let me down. Zhang Jian's tone was not heavy, and it was even a little gentle. But the words he spoke sounded like steel needles to Mengmeng's ears. She suddenly felt so guilty. Her parents had sacrificed so much for her and had been so good to her. Why had she been staring at other people's stalls yesterday, watching them sell things, instead of memorizing the poems? She had clearly given away all her candy and had nothing to sell, but she still couldn't concentrate fully on memorizing the poems. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad. I won't go skiing. I'll definitely memorize the poems. Mengmeng's little heart was filled with guilt, and tears began to well up in her eyes. She really didn't like reciting those ancient poems that she couldn't even read. But she also couldn't let her parents down for all the sacrifices they had made for her. Upon hearing her apology, Zhang Jian's face instantly brightened. He patted his daughter's little shoulder, his tone becoming gratified and earnest. Good, good, I knew my Mengmeng was the best. Mengmeng is so good, and it's worth it for your parents to make all the sacrifices. My Mengmeng will definitely become the pride of her parents in the future. Zhang Jian's words this time contained affirmation and even praise for Mengmeng. However, Mengmeng, who was being held in his arms, did not smile again. Zhang Jian didn't care, and turned around to take out a book of 300 ancient poems from his backpack. The next second, the sound of the parents reading the ancient poems could be heard in the business car. Against the sunlight shining into the car, the scene was beautiful and warm, and seemed full of vibrant energy. In the studio, parenting expert Li Jing always smiles with admiration whenever she sees Zhang Jian educating his child. Well, not only does he let his child understand the difficulties of their parents, so that the child has a grateful heart, but then he also studies and improves together with the child. Zhang Jian has really put a lot of effort into his daughter's education. Li Jing sincerely praised Zhang Jian, which drew the approval of many people in the studio. However, Zhou Lu, a young parenting expert sitting not far from Li Jing, was a little unimpressed. Her voice was cold as she spoke her opinion. Good intentions? Zhang Jian's actions may indeed make Mengmeng feel grateful towards her parents, but at the same time, she will also have to carry a huge mountain of guilt. The more sacrifices Zhang Jian makes, the heavier the mountain on Mengmeng's shoulders will become. You're only seeing their father-daughter relationship, but does anyone remember that Mengmeng is only 5 years old? I want to ask, can her small body and immature mind bear that mountain? As soon as Zhou Lu spoke, the barrage of comments, which had been restless, instantly exploded. Agree. When I was little, whenever there was meat at dinner, my parents would keep putting it in my bowl, saying that they couldn't bear to eat it and that I should have it all, while they would just eat some old pickles. It's unbelievable. My mom is the same. She always talks about how hard it is for her and my dad, and it made me want to die a few times, so they don't have to work so hard. Yes, this is called sacrificial education. It can be called education, but it can also be called emotional blackmail. You call this education? I think this is a disguised form of PUA, or the kind that starts to control from an early age. Ha, isn't it normal for children to know how hard it is for their parents? Do parents owe you? Deserve to dedicate everything for you? Young people nowadays are getting worse and worse, they don't even know how to be grateful. I don't see anything wrong with Zhang Jian's approach. Hey! Children are not blind or stupid, especially little kids. They know best who is good to them. On the contrary, people who talk about sacrifice all the time are putting a lot of pressure on them. The comments section once again started arguing because of their different opinions. This also made the originally somewhat warm atmosphere in Zhang Jian's live broadcast room change a bit. On the other side of the road, the minivan in which Qiuqiu and Dong Chen were riding was speeding towards the ski resort. However, at this moment, Qiuqiu was looking very sad. She sat in her seat and took out 2 banknotes of the largest denomination from her small cash box. When she saw the words 2015 on the banknotes, her eyes filled with tears of grievance. They were all expired. The money that those people had used to sell roasted sweet potatoes yesterday was all expired. Bao Bao was heartbroken, not noticing at all that Dong Chen, sitting next to her, was laughing. When Bao Bao had finally come to terms with the reality, Dong Chen took the small money box Bao Bao was holding without any qualms. A lesson learned is a lesson well learned. From now on, we just need to check the expiry dates when collecting money. It's all because of this little money grubber, Qiuqiu, who always has to bring that money box with him everywhere, which is so inconvenient. What if he loses it? What if some bad guy targets it? These are all potential dangers that need to be eliminated as soon as possible. This way, not only is the money safe in the hands of an adult, but the child is also much more relaxed. But before Dong Chen could warm up to the money box in his hands, Qiuqiu turned his head and looked at the big brother who was following the chute sitting in the back row. Uncle, have you ever received any expired or scrapped money? Chapter 26, How can Dong Chen's way of spoiling his child form a combo? Faced with Balbal's sudden question, the paparazzi big brother's brain was a little overwhelmed for a moment. He looked at Balbal and then at Dong Chen. I have? Naturally, he felt a little bad about cooperating with Dong Chen to deceive Bol. But the paparazzi big brother understood one truth. Fear not the thief stealing, but the thief thinking about it. It was obvious that Dong Chen had already set his sights on the money box in Bol's hands. Even if he exposed Dong Chen this time and helped Bol keep the petty cash, would Dong Chen give up? The answer was obviously no. That was why the shadowing man hesitated. Since it was impossible to keep it anyway, it was better to suffer a short pain than a long one. Dong Chen saw the shadowing man looking at him and remained calm. He really wasn't afraid of failure, because he had 1,000 ways to get the little money from the ball. If this method didn't work, just try another one. What are you looking at me for? Haven't you ever collected money yourself? Because he wasn't afraid of being found out, Dong Chen even gave the stalker a bit of a lecture. Stalker. Yes, I have. I have actually collected expired money before. He was afraid that Dong Chen would use some other method to deal with the ball. In the end, the shadowy figure played the bad guy. Oh. So it seems that Dad wasn't lying to me. Uncle, you're so handsome, you wouldn't lie to Qiuqiu, would you? Because of what the shadowy figure said, Qiuqiu completely believed what Dong Chen had said. But her last question almost made the shadowy figure drop the camera in his hands. No, Qiuqiu is so good, how could I lie to her? If I lie to you, when we get to the ski resort later, I'll buy you something delicious. The cameraman was sweating, and his guilt was almost overflowing. If his guess was correct, the audience in the live broadcast room should be greeting him and Dong Chen as a couple right now. In fact, the cameraman was correct. Compared to the audience in Zhang Jian's live broadcast room, which was like two people fighting with each other, Dong Chen's side was obviously a happy bunch. Especially after seeing how Dong Chen tricked Bol out of his money, the chat screen went crazy with laughter. Sorry, I really feel sorry for Bol, but I really can't hold back the laughter. This is the first time I've heard that money can expire. The cameraman knew that Bol's money would definitely be lost, so he wanted to spare Bol the pain. Bol's sincere eyes just now made the cameraman feel so guilty that he will wake up with a start in his dreams tonight and slap himself. Cameraman, I really deserve to die. I'm laughing so hard. Dong Chen is a real genius, she's got all sorts of tricks up her sleeve to trick her daughter. You're laughing, but I've already started putting it into practice, my target, my daughter's piggy bank. You're a real tough guy, upstairs, aren't you afraid your daughter will cry? Cry? You've forgotten the first lesson Dong Chen taught us, I can cry louder than my daughter now, if she dares to cry, she'll have to persuade me not to cry with tears in her eyes. Dong Chen's ways of tricking babies can be used in combination, bravo. I just came from Mengmeng's live broadcast room. Although Qiuqiu's little money was tricked, I still feel that Qiuqiu is happier than Mengmeng. Brothers and sisters, we have learned another trick for tricking babies. Oh no, a great tip for taking care of babies. What are you waiting for? Vote for Dong Chen. Ding, the host's bad parenting skills have caused emotional reactions from those around him, gaining 368,000 emotional points. Currently, he has a total of 868,000 emotional points. A friendly reminder, you can unlock the God-level lottery draw after 9 more advanced lottery draws. While the number of support votes soared, Dong Chen's emotional points also kept rising. Well, at this rate, unlocking the God-level lottery draw shouldn't be far off. While sorting out the money he had won from Qiuqiu, Dong Chen muttered to himself. But just then, the car suddenly slowed down. What's going on? Traffic jam? The driver in the car started talking to a member of the program crew, and Dong Chen looked out the window and saw the cars blocking in front of them. It's rush hour, just wait. The driver spoke helplessly, and could only drive at a snail's pace, following the cars in front. Dad, look, are those professional athletes? Dong Chen didn't care about the traffic jam or not, and was concentrating on counting money, but the shouts of Qiuqiu attracted his attention. Following Qiuqiu's gaze, Dong Chen also saw a bus. Through the car window, Dong Chen saw a group of young men and women. They were wearing uniform clothing, full of youthful exuberance and vitality. Qiuqiu couldn't read, but Dong Chen immediately saw the words on those people's clothing. Lightning Ski Club. As she silently read the small print on the clothing of those people, Dong Chen also found relevant information about the Lightning Ski Club in her mind. It was a ski organization founded 30 years ago. It is now the largest gathering camp for ski enthusiasts in Longhua. It is also the civilian organization that currently supplies the most professional ski athletes to the country. It can be said that except for the national team, The status of this club in the Longhua ski world is completely unshakable. Could it be that they are also going to the ski resort? The Magic City is not a tourist city, and even in winter, there is not much of a professional place to ski outdoors. So Dong Chen guessed that these people were here to go to the newly opened super large indoor ski resort. However, Dong Chen just glanced at those people a few times and didn't bother paying much attention. It was Qiuqiu who was in a much better mood. She had just been sad and lost because the money she received was all expired, but after a short while, she had already smiled again. Qiuqiu, aren't you sad about the expired money? It's not that the cameraman wants to uncover Bao Bao's scars. He just can't imagine how a little kid can be so open-minded. Sad? Is being sad going to help? Bao Bao didn't give a direct answer, but instead asked a rhetorical question that left the cameraman speechless. The audience in the live broadcast room didn't see the cameraman's dumbfounded expression. But some people already guessed his mood at that moment. Ha ha ha, is being sad useful? This soul-searching question left the shadow-chasing big brother at a loss for words. Who is the child here, after all? It's killing me. Just now, she looked so aggrieved, and it made the shadow-chasing big brother feel so guilty. But just a few seconds later, she's already using her open-minded attitude to make the shadow-chasing big brother doubt his own life. I really love Ball Ball so much. She's so quirky, you can never guess what she's thinking the next second. Yes, you're right. You think she's on the first floor, but she thinks she's on the second floor. But in reality, she's already run all the way to the stratosphere. Bao Bao, I don't want to be in the stratosphere either, but it's all my father's fault. We all thought the victim was Bao Bao, but now it seems that the man filming her is the one who's suffering the most. The chat bubbles in Dong Chen's live broadcast room are still full of joy, and the traffic congestion in reality has gradually returned to normal thanks to the traffic police. It wasn't long before they finally arrived at their destination for the day. However, because they took different routes, when Dong Chen and Qiuqiu arrived, Zhang Jian and Chen Feng, the fathers of the 80s and 90s generations, had already arrived first. This was the first time that the three fathers and their three children had met in real life, 3 days after the show had started. As a result, the three sub-studios became one big studio when they were all in the same frame. This change naturally attracted the cheers of some viewers. Because of this, the parenting skills of the three dads were more easily compared. It was only after everyone had gotten off the bus that the staff arranged by the program crew led everyone into the ski resort. However, when both Qiuqiu and Chen Zihan were a little excited in front of the camera, Zhang Mengmeng tugged on the hand of her father Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian looked down and saw that Zhang Mengmeng's little face was full of nervousness. Dad, I suddenly feel a little scared. Chapter 27, the post-2000 generation is focused on having fun themselves when taking care of their children. Don't be afraid, I'm here, let's go in and take a look, shall we? Zhang Jian took Mengmeng's little hand and, without waiting for her to say anything else, led her with the rest of the group into the ski resort. As it was an indoor ski resort, there was a big difference between the temperature inside and outside. Although the staff took everyone to change clothes at the first opportunity, the huge temperature difference still made some people's scalp numb with cold. However, after seeing the white snow, the excitement in almost everyone's hearts instantly overrode the discomfort caused by the cold. Although the program team intervened in the daily lives of the three families with children, they did not interfere too much with the relationships between fathers and daughters in the three families when they came to the ski resort. The task for the three families on this ski trip was the same. All fathers had to do was take their daughters on a designated ski run. Although there were no rules for rewards. But Dong Chen, Zhang Jian, and Chen Feng all knew. Completing the task as quickly as possible with their children was important for increasing their popularity. More popularity meant more support votes. It also meant a better chance of winning the live broadcast's baby carrying championship, getting the 5 million parenting fund, and getting the opportunity to work with the program team in the long term. The audience in the broadcast room naturally knew this as well. While sending out chat bubbles, they were also looking forward to the performance of the three dads and their cute children. Dad, I'm still scared. Unlike other people's excitement. Mengmeng is really scared now, her legs are shaking, after the initial excitement has worn off. Especially after seeing people speeding down the ski slope, her fear is even harder to contain. What are you afraid of? Don't we have professional instructors teaching us? At first you couldn't play the guzheng or dance, but now you've learned how to do it well. Mengmeng, listen to your father, as long as you learn well and seriously, you can definitely do it. Zhang Jian gives Mengmeng a fist bump and encouragement, and then, under the guidance of the coach, helps Mengmeng put on her ski equipment. This is a live broadcast, so the production team is very professional when it comes to safety. Not only has a professional ski instructor and several safety officers been hired for each family, but there is even a medical team on standby. Mengmeng's fear actually shows no signs of subsiding in the face of her father's encouragement. But despite her fear, she eventually cooperates and obediently puts on her ski equipment. Just as Dad said in the morning. Mom and Dad have really sacrificed a lot for me. They have saved all the good things for me and gone to a lot of trouble for me. If I'm selfish and disobedient, they must feel so sad. And Dad has said countless times that even if everyone in the world is against me, he and Mom will never be. Dad said not to be afraid of skiing, just follow the instructor, so what's there to be afraid of? Ah! Her mind was in a whirl, and Mengmeng had already been taken to a small flat area to get used to the skis under her feet. The moment her feet suddenly slipped out of control, Mengmeng was shocked back to her senses. That moment. The most primitive fear in her heart instantly overwhelmed everything. No, I don't want to ski, I'm scared. Mengmeng's tears instantly rolled down in big drops, and she clung to Zhang Jian's thighs with both hands. It was like some people were born afraid of caterpillars. She was very resistant to the feeling of losing control of her body. Why don't you comfort the child first, and when the child is no longer so afraid, we can start again. Mengmeng's desperate attempts to cry but not let go were really heartbreaking. Even the ski instructor in charge of their family was a little heartbroken. Facing Mengmeng's fear, this instructor did not feel any disgust or impatience. Mengmeng is only 5 years old, but even he has taught many teenagers who screamed and cried when they first strapped on skis and set off onto the slopes. The sport may seem easy. But when you are the one actually strapping on the skis and setting off onto the snow, you will soon realize that it is not as easy as you think. Zhang Jian did not lose his temper with Mengmeng. He took her to a bench at the edge of the slope and tried to persuade her again. What a person with determination can achieve. What with enough effort, anything can be achieved. Nothing is impossible if you are willing to try. Zhang Jian said a lot, but this time Mengmeng on the bench didn't say a word. While Zhang Jian was persuading Mengmeng, the father and daughter from the post-90s family had also put on their equipment and followed the instructor into the teaching area. However, unlike Zhang Jian's father and daughter, Chen Feng and Chen Zihan are completely the opposite. After putting on the skis, Chen Feng simply knelt down and crawled on the ground, refusing to stand up no matter what. Chen Zihan, who is only 5 years old, is full of fighting spirit. Dad, can you stop embarrassing yourself? The school asked us to set up a stall, and you wore a frog costume and went around the kindergarten greeting people. Now skiing, you're crawling on the ground and crying like a baby. Do I not have any face? I really can't stand my conspicuous father, Chen Zihan snapped, pulling a long face. Hey, I'm really scared, okay? You're small and have a low center of gravity, so if you fall, it won't be that heavy. I'm old, and I'm still growing so tall, what if I fall and die? Chen Feng slumped to the ground, justifying his cowardice with righteous words. What should we do? Screw it. Chen Zihan was really speechless, and gave his father a dirty look before turning to their ski instructor. Teacher, let's just ignore him and go, let's go practice over there. After saying this, Chen Zihan directly led the ski instructor, who looked confused, away. Hey! Zihan, I'm your real father, you can't just leave me here like this. Behind him, Chen Feng, without paying any attention to the surprised looks from the people around him, screamed heart-wrenchingly. The louder he screamed, the faster Chen Zihan ran, as if she was afraid that others would know that she knew Chen Feng. She didn't stop running until she met a little girl with a Neza headband who looked about the same age as her. She had met the little Neza before. Her nickname was Qiuqiu, and like herself, she had been brought by the program crew to go skiing. Hey, why are you here alone? Where's your dad? Influenced by her father, Chen Zihan is actually a bit of a social butterfly. She went straight to the side of Qiuqiu and looked around. My dad says I'm a burden and told me to learn slowly with the teacher, and she went off to play by herself. Qiuqiu looked a little aggrieved, and pointed with her little finger to the adult ski run on the other side of the teaching area. There, Dong Chen, with his feet on the snowboard, was leaping down from a high place. Swish! As the figure soared through the air, Dong Chen looked like a swimming dragon in the vast sea of snow. Gliding, jumping, spinning, flipping. The speed and the posture left everyone in awe. Millions of viewers were also blown away by Dong Chen's snow riding flight. Damn, that was awesome. Dong Chen, please keep a low profile. I just told my wife that I want to learn from you how to take care of the baby, so don't make it too difficult for me. This snowboarding is really taking off like a rocket for him. Ha! This looks difficult, and it actually is difficult. By the way, the moves Dong Chen just did seem a bit familiar, as if I had seen them at the last World Games. Hey! That's not right. Isn't this a live broadcast of a parent taking care of a child? Why did he leave the ball and go play by himself? Ha, leaving the child behind with the cameraman, he doesn't have to worry about losing it. This is hilarious. In a show about parenting, the post-90s dad is even more timid than his daughter and is being ignored by his child. The post-aughts dad has forgotten about his child and is just letting loose. Only the post-80s dad is the most reliable. This is hilarious. The post-aughts dad is parenting, and it doesn't matter if his child is happy or not, as long as he himself is having fun. Qiuqiu, is this something a real father would do? Chapter 28, My Dad is Awesome. Air. Qiuqiu, why don't we learn together? After watching Dong Chen's various eye-catching maneuvers for a while, Chen Zihan suddenly remembered the main task at hand. What's wrong? Did your dad also leave you to go play by yourself? Qiuqiu blinked, and her gaze searched the adult ski area. Chen Zihan's little face suddenly turned red, and she turned around and pointed at a figure that was crawling towards her on the ground. If only he had really left me to play on my own. Life is hard, Zihan sighed. Qiuqiu glanced at the squirming Chen Feng, and her little hand couldn't help covering her eyes. It's so embarrassing, so embarrassing. Even a child knows what it means to be embarrassed. Chen Zihan's father didn't feel embarrassed at all. With so many people watching, he crawled towards Chen Zihan half kneeling and half crawling. He shouted while moving with difficulty. Henin, wait for your father, I'll show you how it's done. Show me how? Like a maggot? Alas, every family has its own problems. Chen Zihan was comforted like a little adult, and their relationship instantly grew closer. However, after all, they were young and it was their first time skiing, so the two little girls fell a lot during their subsequent learning. Chen Feng took advantage of the time when Chen Zihan was learning from the instructor and finally managed to creep over to Chen Zihan. Every time Chen Zihan fell, he would ask about it. But he only asked out of concern. No matter what the instructor and Chen Zihan said, he always remained in a limp sitting position and refused to stand up. On the other side, Zhang Jian kept encouraging Mengmeng. He even brought up his theory of sacrifice again. But after a burst of output from him, Mengmeng still didn't have the slightest intention of rousing her spirits and preparing to learn to ski. On the contrary. Because of her own fear, coupled with the guilt she felt towards the sacrifices of her parents as described by Zhang Jian, Mengmeng's mood was even more devastated. She didn't even dare to look Zhang Jian in the eye, just kept her head down, silent and tearful. But no matter what, Zhang Jian and Zhang Mengmeng, Chen Feng and Chen Zihan, the two families had been accompanying each other throughout. Looking back at Qiuqiu, she is a tiny figure, all alone, following the coach and trying to learn the basic skiing techniques. As for Dong Chen, at this moment, he has completely let go and is having fun. With the world-class skiing skills that he has been systematically rewarded with, just a little demonstration is enough to cause bursts of cheers from the onlookers. In particular, some of the girls who have come skiing alone are not shy about screaming and praising him. But as with everything, there are always two sides to the story. While some people praise, others scold. The parenting experts in the studio all looked grave when they saw Dong Chen abandon her uncle and go off to have fun on her own. Even Zhou Lu, who had always been a fan of Dong Chen and had supported her, was very puzzled by Dong Chen's behavior. When it came to criticizing Dong Chen, Li Jing was of course in the lead. So this is the kind of parenting you're talking about? When your child needs help the most, you abandon her and go off to have fun on your own? I think it's more appropriate to call that selfishness. I won't say anything about Chen Feng, the post-90s dad, who is a bit of a mess, but who always wants to be there for his child and protect him. Even he seems far more reliable than Dong Chen to me. But when it comes to reliability, Zhang Jian, the post-80s dad, is the most reliable. From the moment they entered the ski resort, he stayed by his child's side the whole time, never leaving his side. When Mengmeng got upset, he tried his best to comfort her, without showing any signs of impatience. But even such a conscientious and attentive father was at the bottom of the popularity poll. And Dong Chen, who at that moment was only thinking about selfishly having fun and leaving the child unattended, was surprisingly in first place, far ahead of Zhang Jian. Ha! Li Jing couldn't help but sneer at this. Then, with an unusually serious expression, she continued her topic. I want to ask, in this day and age, can anyone gain popularity and support just by attracting attention? This is a parenting show that aims to help more people find a better way to raise their children, so that our children can grow up in a better direction. But for such a meaningful show, are you just looking for entertainment and being blinded by momentary joy, unable to tell right from wrong? Just trying to attract attention, competing for attention. What's the difference between Dong Chen's approach and those internet celebrities on the internet who rely on strange costumes and weird actions? Wake up, everyone, and see whose way of raising children is worth advocating and learning from. How to raise children is related to the future of our children and the future of the country. This is really no joke. When she got excited, tears welled up in Li Jing's old eyes. There was no doubt about it. Her words instantly drew a lot of people's agreement. This time, although those parenting experts tended to praise Dong Chen while belittling her when exaggerating. But whether it was in the studio or the live broadcast room, those who originally liked Dong Chen rarely came forward to defend her anymore. Because Dong Chen's decision to leave the ball unattended was really a bit too irresponsible. Especially some mothers and grandparents, after Li Jing spoke, severely criticized and expressed dissatisfaction with Dong Chen's actions. Dong Chen, really, how could you just leave the child unattended? This is a recorded program, the cameraman can watch the child, but what if he took the child out to play by himself? Is that okay too? To be honest, I had a pretty good impression of Dong Chen before. Although he seemed to be messing around, I could appreciate some of his intentions after careful consideration. But now I'm really a little disappointed. As a man, if he can't even take care of his own child seriously, it's no wonder his wife divorced him. Not to mention anything else, if my husband treated my precious son like that, I would just give him a slide tackle and send him flying 2.5 miles. Other people are careless, but I can see that he just doesn't care. This father is really unreliable. It's been almost 10 minutes, and he still hasn't come over to play with the ball. I think he just wants to show off in front of the little girls. How childish. Actually, it's not that bad. Although he is a father, he is still young. It's normal for him to want to have fun a little. Normal my ass, if you like playing, don't have kids. Look at Zhang Jian taking care of his child, that's a real mature man and a good father role model. Yes, Dong Chen is being completely selfish, only thinking about his own happiness, regardless of his child's feelings and safety. Have you thought about how much it hurts for Ball to be left alone? Doesn't she want her father to be there for her? Speaking of Ball being sad and hurt, why don't you take a look at what Ball is doing on the live broadcast screen? Suddenly, a pop-up screen floated by, directly focusing everyone's attention on the live broadcast. The director of the program team also had good judgment, and gave a close-up of the ball. At this moment, the ball was not continuing to follow the coach and learn to ski in a dejected manner. She looked in the direction of Dong Chen, and her chubby little face and big eyes were filled with great admiration. When Dong Chen flew down the ski slope again, the ball was even more excited and jumped up. She cheered and screamed along with the older children and adults watching Dong Chen ski. In her excitement, Qiuqiu even shouted proudly at the others. That's my dad. That handsome guy is my dad. After shouting twice, Qiuqiu couldn't wait for the others to respond to her, and she turned her head directly to the older man filming and started bragging. Uncle, my dad is so amazing. He just flew up in the air. Sad? Upset? That doesn't exist at all. Chapter 29, Look at other people's children. I get angry every time I hear this. I saw the excited father bragging about himself all over the live broadcast. Some of the people in the chat box just now had their faces swollen. Even Li Jing in the studio had a flash of embarrassment on her face. But anyway. After all this, Dong Chen's support votes grew significantly more slowly. In contrast, Zhang Jian's support votes had actually increased faster than Dong Chen's, thanks to his patience and attentiveness towards his daughter. Of course, none of these background data could be seen by the people in the studio or the audience in the live broadcast room. Finally, after playing for a while, Dong Chen suddenly remembered something. Standing at the high point of the ski slope, Dong Chen looked around. After searching for a while, he spotted the figure of a little ball. Whoosh! The speeding figure once again attracted the cheers of onlookers, and Dong Chen charged directly in the direction of the ball. There was a separating buffer net between the adult skiing area and the teaching area, and Dong Chen came to the ball through the net, flashing a big smile at it. Moreover, his chin was slightly raised, and he was about to write the words "praise me" on his face. Bao Bao understood immediately and gave Dong Chen a big thumbs up. "Dad, you're awesome. Mom, you're the best." Puff. Hearing Bao Bao's words, some onlookers around them were instantly amused. This little girl is really something, and at such a young age, she speaks with such eloquence. In the live broadcast room, many viewers were also amused by Bao Bao's remarks. "Ha, Qiuqiu is really cute and can even say witty things. I'm impressed. I don't even have a 5-year-old girl with such a big vocabulary. Usually when I encounter this kind of situation, I just say holy cow and awesome. Help, I just had another son for my second child, but when I saw Qiuqiu, I decided that I want a daughter for my third child, dead or alive. Question: if you take away the custody of a stranger's daughter, online please, it's urgent. Ha! The sister upstairs, Dong Chen, is single and wants to raise Qiuqiu. Why not just marry her father? No, is Dong Chen having fun and finally remembering that he has a daughter? Absolutely not. Is he here to praise his daughter? Who is the child and who is the adult? Qiuqiu's playful remark immediately turned the tension in the live broadcast room into joy. However, just when everyone thought Dong Chen had remembered that he had a child to take care of, he took out his phone and handed it to Qiuqiu. "Qiuqiu, take some pictures of Daddy." "Qiuqiu. Daddy, aren't you going to play with me?" Although a little disappointed, Qiuqiu took Dong Chen's phone. Then, with some skill, he unlocked it and turned on the camera function. "I'll play with you after you take some pictures of Daddy, okay?" As if he was afraid that Bal Bal wouldn't take a good picture of himself, Dong Chen readily agreed to Bal Bal's request. Then, Dong Chen returned to the top of the ski trail to get ready. After Dong Chen left, the photographer following Bal Bal couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. This Dong Chen, can't he pay more attention to the child's feelings? The child just said that he wanted to play with him, which is really too much. However, watching Qiuqiu hold the phone with the camera lens trained on Dong Chen, it seemed that she was quite looking forward to capturing a picture of her father looking handsome. For a moment, the paparazzi didn't know what Qiuqiu was really feeling at the moment. "Qiuqiu, your father always plays by himself and uses you as a prop for his photos, aren't you sad?" After all, he couldn't hold back and asked softly. However, after hearing his question, Bal Bal didn't even turn his head. His eyes were still fixed on Dong Chen's direction, and his little hand was ready to press the camera button at any time. Is being sad going to help? Besides, my crying won't be as loud as his. A classic rhetorical response, and the cameraman was petrified. Okay, he was superfluous to ask. As Dong Chen slid down from the high place, his various cool actions were also perfectly captured and frozen by Bal Bal's mobile phone. This scene was completely captured by all the viewers in the live broadcast room. Ah, this. Bal Bal's proficiency, he must have taken a lot of photos of Dong Chen in his spare time. No, you should say that Bal Bal must have played with his phone a lot in his spare time. Yes, I just saw Bal Bal enter the unlock code, his hand speed is fast, and it seems that he has played with Dong Chen's phone a lot. Dong Chen is really being silly. How can you let a child that young play with a mobile phone? Doesn't she know that mobile phones have radiation and that the screen has blue light that hurts your eyes? Ha, a lazy person like Dong Chen who is babysitting, would he care about whether the mobile phone has radiation or blue light? As long as the child doesn't cry or make a fuss and doesn't disturb him, he would be happy for the child to play with the mobile phone more. It's just a minor detail. Once again, it instantly caused a lot of people to resent and belittle Dong Chen. But at that moment, a scream full of fear reached everyone's ears through the live broadcast. In the live broadcast, Mengmeng was forcibly taken by Zhang Jian to the front of a small steep slope in the teaching area. Why can't I talk sense into you? What's there to be afraid of? If other people can slide, why can't you? Zhang Jian's face looked a little unpleasant. It was obvious that his patience had really been exhausted by Mengmeng. Zhang Jian didn't really want to lose his temper. But he really couldn't figure out what his daughter was afraid of. He had tried to persuade her and cajole her, but it had no effect at all. Fortunately, the other two families had also not yet completed the task of skiing together. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll lose popularity again. Dad, I don't want to, I'm really scared. Mengmeng was a little intimidated by Zhang Jian's attitude, and her whole body was limp, not even having the courage to stand up. Zhang Jian frowned, holding Mengmeng in one hand and pointing with the other at Zhang Zihan, who was skiing in the teaching area. Afraid? Why isn't everyone else afraid? They're all just kids, look at them, why can't you be more motivated? Stand up for me. The way to overcome fear is to face it head on. If you ski down from here, you won't be afraid anymore. Zhang Jian was not going to continue wasting time with Mengmeng. He picked Mengmeng up and, ignoring her pleas, let go and let her slide down a small steep slope. Unsurprisingly, Mengmeng fell directly into the snow less than 3 meters from the start. Naturally, this scene was also seen by all the viewers in the live broadcast room. No, this Zhang Jian is sick. Mengmeng had said she was scared, but he still forced her to go down the steep slope. Yes, I can see that Mengmeng is not just being difficult and doesn't want to learn, she is genuinely scared, just like some people are naturally afraid of snakes. Hey, snakes can bite, skiing doesn't bite. I support Zhang Jian's approach. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. That's a great saying. You're full of shit. Your mother is afraid of mice. Do you mean to say that if you lock your mother up with a bunch of mice for an afternoon, she won't be afraid anymore? Look at other people's children. I see the saying spewed out every time. Why don't you look at other people's fathers? Yes, I've heard enough of this saying. If you like to compare so much, why don't you compare yourself to others? Is that so urgent? Is there something wrong with Zhang Jian's approach? He has tried to persuade and cajole, but Mengmeng is still unyielding. Whoever would not be anxious and angry? He is her father, but he is also a human being. Yes, Zhang Jian's temper is really considered good. If it were me, I would have already arranged for a big slap. In fact, Mengmeng is just afraid of falling. After she falls twice, she won't be afraid anymore. See, I think they, the father and daughter, will definitely be the first to complete the task. While the barrage of arguments continued, Zhang Jian had already walked over to Mengmeng, who had fallen to the ground. At this time, his emotions had already subsided from the excitement of just now, and he had returned to his usual kind and gentle appearance. What do you think? It's actually not that scary, is it? As he said this, Zhang Jian reached out to try to pull Mengmeng up off the ground. However, just as he reached out, Mengmeng subconsciously dodged a little. It seemed that the hand reaching towards her was not that of her father, but of a monster. Chapter 30. You treat your child like a spring. The harder you push, the higher she flies. Zhang Jian didn't pay much attention to Mengmeng's movement of backing away and avoiding him. It was only after hearing that Mengmeng still didn't want to ski that his anger came back. This time, he didn't say much, but directly took Mengmeng back to the beginning of the small steep slope. Come here, stand up straight, and slide down. Zhang Jian's voice was cold, and Mengmeng was once again pushed down the small steep slope. Zhang Jian also remained close behind Mengmeng. After she fell, he immediately helped her up. He patted the snow off her and then continued to ignore her pleas, taking her back to the start and pushing her down again. After just a few repetitions, Mengmeng finally couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. She really couldn't understand. She had already said that she was scared, so why did her father keep forcing her to ski? She was wearing skis, and as soon as she stood up, she was overcome with fear. But why did her father keep lifting her up on the steep slopes and pushing her down again and again? Why? Mengmeng could not think of an answer. Even Zhang Jian at this moment seemed to her more frightening than skiing itself. Mengmeng's crying made Zhang Jian a little irritated. But to the audience listening in the broadcast room, most of them were very distressed. Enough. This Zhang Jian has gone too far. Why doesn't the production team step in to stop him? Can't they see that Mengmeng is having a nervous breakdown? This is too much control. Even though you are the father, the child is also an independent individual. Why are you pushing so hard? We share the same sky and the same parents. My father also forced me to learn Sanda. To be honest, the way he looked back then really left a shadow on me. Where are the experts? Where are the professors? Why aren't they saying anything? Zhang Jian's change from his previous patient and gentle manner to his tough approach towards Mengmeng has attracted a lot of dissatisfaction. Almost all the comments are one-sidedly criticizing him. However, Li Jing, an expert sitting in the studio, still maintains her usual appreciation after seeing Zhang Jian's actions. She is afraid that too many people will misunderstand Zhang Jian. Li Jing took the initiative to explain. Well, it seems that most people think Zhang Jian's actions are inappropriate, or even excessive. But I want to say the opposite. Zhang Jian's approach is not only not excessive, but also well worth learning from. Facing his daughter's lack of cooperation, he first patiently accompanied her and persuaded her gently, hoping that she would cheer up. However, his efforts were obviously useless. His persuasion was fruitless, and I believe that if this were any other parent, they would have given up at this point. After all, children are very precious nowadays, and most people cannot bear to see their children cry. But Zhang Jian was different. Instead of giving up, he changed his strategy. After all, Mengmeng's resistance to learning to ski is just because she is afraid of falling. Zhang Jian took Mengmeng directly to the slopes, where she could fall and get hurt. This was the most effective way to dispel Mengmeng's fear. This may seem a bit cruel, but the deeper meaning is something that those with short-sighted views cannot see. There is a saying that without pressure there is no motivation. If you don't push them, you will never know the great potential our children have. What's wrong with crying for a while? What's wrong with suffering a bit? If we put our children under pressure now, they will have a greater chance of success later. I hope everyone can play the right role at the right time, just like Zhang Jian. If you keep on being a pushover and spoil your children, you will ruin their lives. After a long speech, many people in the studio and the broadcast room looked enlightened. Yes. Most parents panic whenever their children cry. Some parents even abandon the most basic choices when their child cries. Over time, some parents even completely lose their authority in front of their children. Just like Mengmeng. If Zhang Jian gives in after a tantrum because she doesn't want to go skiing today, Mengmeng will definitely do the same thing again if she encounters something she doesn't like in the future. By then, not to mention pressuring her to study hard, I'm afraid the most basic education will be impossible. Is this the way the post-80s generation brings up their children? Mature, stable, and clear-cut. I know this is the way to go, but I just can't bear to see my child cry. Besides, does it mean that children must do everything their parents say? That's bullshit. The more pressure you put on a child, the higher they'll fly. Do you think children are springs? Yes, depression and various psychological disorders are becoming increasingly common among younger people, and 9 out of 10 of these cases are caused by parents putting too much pressure on their children. Even if you say that you want to put pressure on her, you have to wait until she's a little older. Mengmeng is only 5 years old. What's wrong with being 5? No rules, no boundaries. Rules need to be set from an early age. Zhang Jian is doing the right thing. Although it seems a bit harsh now, Mengmeng will thank him for it one day. This is driving me crazy. Let's split the live broadcast into 3 sub-channels. I don't want to watch Zhang Jian, it's too depressing. Because of Li Jing's explanation, although some people agreed with Zhang Jian's approach, most people still found it unacceptable. After all, Mengmeng was crying so miserably. The director was also constantly monitoring the comments, and after noticing the mood of the majority of the audience, decisively cut away the camera. The camera was then given to Qiuqiu and Dong Chen, and the entire broadcast room instantly became a happier place. "Dad, can you take me flying?" Qiuqiu asked expectantly as he returned the phone to Dong Chen after the photo shoot. In fact, Dong Chen had been playing with it for quite a while himself, and even the audience in the broadcast room thought he would accompany Qiuqiu next. However, Dong Chen's next words disappointed Qiuqiu a little. "No, there are rules at the ski resort. You can't carry someone while skiing. If you want to fly, then just follow the instructor and learn." While saying this, Dong Chen took off his snowboard. "By the way, Qiuqiu, I'm a little tired of playing, so I'm going to take a break first. If you want to learn, then learn, if not, then just play in the snow for a while." After giving Qiuqiu a piece of his mind, Dong Chen went straight to the bench at the edge of the teaching area and sat down. He took out his phone and admired the photos that Ball had taken for him, ignoring the sulking Ball on his face. "Dong Chen, you've been playing by yourself for so long, why can't you spend some time with your child? Look at Zhang Jian and Chen Feng, they've been by their child's side the whole time." Even the cameraman couldn't bear to watch Dong Chen's behavior any longer and couldn't help but ask him a question. His question was also what many viewers in the live broadcast room wanted to ask. However, in the face of this question, Dong Chen, who was admiring his own photo, did not even lift his head. "I am keeping her company right now, otherwise I would have gone home long ago." Do you have to follow your child around all the time? If you're not tired of it, the child will be. Follow-up cameraman. Live broadcast audience. This answer is very Dong Chen. I suspect that he is being evasive, but I have no evidence. Come on, he's just making excuses for his own laziness and selfishness. Ha, you're not annoying, the baby is. That's right, Mengmeng and Chen Zihan are both annoyed now. Chapter 31. What are the chances of 10 years of hard work in the classroom beating the odds of 3 generations of business success? After being rejected by Dong Chen, Qiuqiu stamped her foot in anger. Humph. If you won't take me with you, I'll fly on my own. Stupid dad. Then, she turned around and ran towards the beautiful ski instructor in charge of their family's teaching tasks. Sister, I want to learn to ski. The beautiful instructor was overjoyed by the word sister. Okay, let's start learning right away. After stealing another glance at Dong Chen, the beautiful instructor began the lesson with the ball. If you want to ski, the first thing you need to do is master your body balance. Under the instructor's guidance, the ball made rapid progress. The thought that she could also fly coolly on the snow like her father made her heart race with excitement. Soon, she could shakily glide alone over a short distance on the snow. This scene immediately excited the audience in front of the screen again. Ah, no way, of the 3 kids, it's actually the one who has always been ignored, Bao Bao, who has learned to ski first. Ha, laziness has its advantages, Dong Chen is winning this round. It's over. If Zhang Jian sees that Bao Bao has learned to ski, he is going to put pressure on Mengmeng again. Dong Chen, as long as I don't understand things, my kids will understand things early. Hey, hey, hey! Bao Bao, be careful, don't fall. The joyous atmosphere on the screen increased as everyone was melted by the newly learned skier, Bal Bal. However, at that moment, Bal Bal suddenly lost his balance in the live broadcast and fell on his butt. A look of pain instantly appeared on his chubby little face. The cameraman, whose gaze was always on Bal Bal, was so excited when he saw Bal Bal fall that he almost dropped the camera and ran over to pick him up. But when he turned his head and saw Dong Chen still playing with his phone, the cameraman was instantly furious. Dong Chen, Bal Bal fell down. His tone was full of anger. But Dong Chen just looked up, gave a faint "oh," and then continued playing with her phone. No, Bal Bal fell down, aren't you going to go pick her up and comfort her? Seeing that Dong Chen didn't think it was a big deal at all, the cameraman got a little agitated. However, Dong Chen still looked as calm as a mountain. She didn't slide very fast just now, she's small, her center of gravity is low, and the snow on the ground wasn't hard. She also had a turtle but cushion on her bottom, so the fall wouldn't hurt. And she had a coach following her, so I don't care, she'll definitely be fine. If I go over there to comfort her, she might just cry. His words were well reasoned, and the cameraman didn't know what to say in response. But what Dong Chen didn't know was that his actions had once again been blasted by some viewers in the live broadcast room. Lazy. So lazy. His own child has fallen, and he's still making excuses for his laziness. At the beginning of today's show, he tricked his child into giving up the money box. After entering the ski resort, he went off to play by himself, leaving his child to learn to ski on her own. When she fell, he didn't even bother to look at her. My goodness, how can there be such an irresponsible father in the world? A negative example. Dong Chen is a complete negative example. His irresponsible way of taking care of his child will sooner or later harm the child. Bal Bal is unlucky to have such a father. Before, there were all kinds of online analyses of how Dong Chen was taking care of his child with such good intentions. I think he is just being a bad father. Of course. For every critic, there is a defender. In particular, Dong Chen's comment, "I don't care, it's definitely fine. If I go over there to comfort her, she might just cry," has attracted a lot of agreement. I'm really impressed. Didn't you just say that children shouldn't be spoiled? Zhang Jian pushed Mengmeng to fall over again and again. You didn't say anything, but instead you came over to criticize Dong Chen. You really are stupid. Yes, Dong Chen just said several reasons. Qiuqiu just fell down, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Who hasn't fallen down when they were little? Dong Chen really understands children. Once my son fell down, I pretended not to see it, and he just sat on the ground looking at me without crying. When I couldn't hold back any longer and walked over to him, he cried so loudly. What a double standard. Zhang Jian actively made Mengmeng cry, and you guys just gave her a bunch of lectures. Bal Bal just fell over, and you guys just wouldn't let it go. Yuck, disgusting. Dong Chen was able to directly say that Bal Bal definitely didn't fall over because it hurt, which proves that he has actually been paying attention to Bal Bal the whole time. Maybe, this was all part of his plan. Air. Although I really like Dong Chen, I still think that he is really just plain lazy. The barrage of bullets is flying. Balls has already crawled up. She pats her bottom and, directly under the protection of the coach, she continues to glide as if she had not fallen just now. But just when Balls is practicing enthusiastically, a group of people suddenly rushes into the teaching novice area. Seeing those people, Balls can't help but light up. Athletes. It's those athletes who have arrived. They are the athletes in uniform that Balls saw when he was rushing to the ski resort and got stuck in traffic. Now they were all wearing matching ski suits. Even their skis were the same, and they looked great together. What's more, there was a group of kids in all kinds of ski suits following them. Compared to the gear on those kids, the equipment the ski resort had provided for them looked a bit shabby. Bao Bao, let's just focus on our own practice and not let others disrupt our rhythm. The beautiful coach also glanced at those people, but it was just a glance, and she didn't pay much attention. It was just the addition of those people that suddenly made the ski resort, which was not very lively. Dong Chen also saw those people. After seeing the various super famous ski suits and skis on the children brought by those people, Dong Chen guessed. These people from the Lightning Ski Club came to the Magic City to select new members. After all, as the country's top ski club, their desire for talented players is very strong. It is said that the Lightning Ski Club has a special organization that is responsible for constantly touring the country, their duty being to find children with good skiing talent and then select them. Could these people be the touring selection agency of the Lightning Ski Club? Those children all seem to come from wealthy families. Dong Chen muttered to himself as he looked at the young faces. But it makes sense when you think about it. When ordinary children are 7 or 8 years old, most of them have probably never even been to a ski resort. Even if they have skiing talent, there is a high probability that it will go unnoticed. In other words, only families with good financial resources will develop a specialized education plan based on the child's interests and specialties. Even if the child is only interested for a short period of time, those parents will still let their child try and play for real. Looking at the expensive ski equipment on those children again, Dong Chen couldn't help but shake his head and laugh bitterly. Competing? What can you compete with them? You can't even bring yourself to buy a ticket to enter a ski resort without hesitating, and they have 5-digit or even 6-digit equipment. Resources, connections, and horizons are some things that are predetermined from birth. After 10 years of hard work, what are the chances of outperforming someone from a family of entrepreneurs for 3 generations? Blindly following the crowd and blindly imitating others will only make life increasingly difficult for ordinary families and will only increase the pressure on children. Change is imminent. Chapter 32, The Transformation of Bao Bao's Mentality. Dong Chen was deep in thought. The people from the Lightning Ski Club had already started warming up with their children. Although they were in the teaching area, as soon as they moved, their silky movements and smooth gliding and jumping immediately showed their strong professionalism. Especially when compared to children like Bao Bao, who were just getting into skiing. The difference was obvious. Wow, they're so amazing. Seeing the children whizzing past him, Bao Bao's heart grew even more passionate. If you are willing to learn, you will be able to enjoy the snow like them too. The beautiful coach liked Bao Bao very much and encouraged him with a smile. Well, your father is such a good skier, I must be good too. It's called genetics. That's right, it's called genetics, just like my father said I'm cute and pretty, it's all because I inherited his good looks. When it comes to her father, Qiuqiu is full of pride. However, her words made the beautiful woman closest to him and the cameraman laugh. Even the audience in the live broadcast room was amused by Qiuqiu's words and their mouths curved upwards. Ah, Dong Chen really knows how to flatter himself. Qiuqiu, your father is lying to you. You are cute and pretty because you are naturally beautiful. Ha, although Dong Chen is a bit suspicious of praising Qiuqiu and then praising himself, he is really quite handsome. Did anyone notice? Qiuqiu's eyes were shining when she mentioned Dong Chen. Qiuqiu is really so cute, I want to introduce my son to her. Persuaded, my useless son is not worthy, crying JPG. Look, Zhang Jian is finally having some effect. Mengmeng has stood up and started skiing. The live broadcast suddenly cuts to Zhang Jian. At this point, Mengmeng has stopped crying. However, she no longer wants to ski. After standing up on skis, she still trembles with fear. The reason she has begun to accept reality is entirely because she was so afraid of what her father just did. Her fear of her father outweighs skiing, and she has naturally made her own choice. Mengmeng just couldn't understand. Why did her father, who kept saying that he loved her most, have to force her to do something she didn't like? Okay, just ski like this, sink slightly, keep your weight down, Mengmeng is awesome. Although there was no smile on Mengmeng's face. But she stopped crying and started to learn to ski, which made Zhang Jian feel very relieved. Mengmeng slowly skied, and her old father ran back and forth encouraging and protecting her. Even the ski instructor in charge of their family's teaching task was pushed aside by Zhang Jian and couldn't quite get a word in edgewise. The scene once again became a warm scene of a kind father and filial daughter. However, there were still two different voices in the comments section. Mengmeng has finally overcome her fear. Zhang Jian's method really works. It seems that in the future, we really have to be stricter with our children. Yes, as long as the pressure is sufficient, children can always break their limits and fly higher. Don't be ridiculous. Can't you see Mengmeng's expression of utter despair? Has anyone ever cared about her feelings? Feelings? You can consider your child's feelings now, but when they grow up and enter society, who will consider your feelings? It's better to suffer now and become stronger than to be bullied as a loser later. It's been a few days since the live broadcast started, and I don't think I've seen Mengmeng smile once. She's only 5 years old, and someone has taken away her smile. What's wrong with being 5? If she doesn't smile now, it will be easier for her to deal with life in the future, otherwise she won't have anywhere to cry. Mengmeng is under too much pressure. I still prefer Ball, that's the right way to be a 5-year-old. Ha, pressure? Children from wealthy families start learning various musical instruments and foreign languages from the age of 3. Everyone else is working so hard, and if you're just an ordinary child, what will you compare yourself to in the future if you don't put more pressure on yourself? A hammer? Really, for some things, do you think you can overtake just by working hard? Stupid stuff. Yes, just like those kids who are skiing with the Lightning Ski Club right now, any piece of equipment they have is worth several months' salary for ordinary people. If the kids can work hard, I just wonder how many parents can afford it. Don't you feel sorry for them? Their innocent childhood is gone, and they don't even know it. Shut up, Spray. Just wait and see. She doesn't even need to enter society. By the time she reaches junior high school, Mengmeng will be able to outperform Dong Chen's Ball by 3 streets, just by following Zhang Jian's instructions. I can't stand it anymore. Tell me where you live, I'll go and talk to you. Our Ball doesn't need to compete with anyone, just being happy is enough. The discussion in the comments section is intense. Mengmeng can glide further and further. Her fear is also gradually diminishing, but she just doesn't have any interest in skiing. Mengmeng didn't feel happy at all when she heard her father's praise. She just kept repeating the sliding movements like a cold ski machine. On the other side of the slope, Bao had also made great progress. At least, she no longer used her bottom as a brake. But just as Bao was doing well, a dejected child suddenly appeared in her field of vision. The child was carrying his skis and had tears on his face. What's wrong? Did you fall? Balls had an impression of the child. He had followed the athletes and had quite good skiing skills. At least, Balls thought he skied well. The little boy was obviously in a bad mood. But when he suddenly heard someone talking to him, he politely responded. I didn't fall, I failed the selection and can't become a member of the Lightning Ski Club. The little boy was probably 6 or 7 years old, and his words were full of disappointment. Is the Lightning Ski Club really that good? Balls blinked his eyes and asked curiously. When it came to the Lightning Ski Club, the little boy's eyes lit up for a moment. But soon, his little face fell. It's really good, but I've failed the selection for 2 consecutive years. It seems that I will never be able to join the Lightning Ski Club because of my talent. The little boy said, and let out a heavy sigh. Ha? Are the requirements that high? I think you ski pretty well. Bao had just seen the little boy ski and really thought he was quite good. I can't, and in the words of the coach, I'm still far from it. Not only am I not good at it, but the best coach at the Lightning Club also said that people in the Magic City are not naturally suited to skiing, and that if they had that kind of time they might as well study farming. Lost emotions welled up in his heart once again, and the little boy sighed, turned around and walked away. But after he left, Bao, who had been in a high mood, also lost her spirit in an instant. The best coach at the best ski club said that people from the Magic City are not suited to skiing. What's the point of her learning? She might as well spend the time watching cartoons. After all, she is just a child. Balls only understood the literal meaning of those words. But just as Balls was about to take off his skis, Dong Chen, who had been playing with his phone, finally walked over to Balls. Chapter 33. Dong Chen's words sent shivers down Ball's spine. Of course. Ball's conversation with the little boy was also heard by all the viewers through the live broadcast. Ball's taking off her skis and preparing to give up skiing was also seen by all the viewers. For a moment, the barrage of comments was full of indignation. What the hell? Which coach is this, stirring up regional hatred? Why aren't people from the demon capital good at skiing? How did you come to that conclusion? If you don't let them ski, tell them to go farm. What? You think farming is easy? Or do you look down on farmers? Come on, explain yourself. It's over. Ball's heart is unstable. She's so naive, she really thinks that people from the demon capital are not suited to skiing. Why hasn't Dong Chen come yet? The child is so confused. Here he comes, Dong Chen, walking with a smile. Seeing Dong Chen walking over, everyone is curious about what he will do next. Would he comfort Bao, or just take the child and leave? He had had enough fun anyway, and since arriving at the ski resort, he had not really cared much about Bao. What's wrong, Bao? Had enough fun? Dong Chen approached Ball and asked with a smile. If you're done playing, let's go home. Ball didn't look unhappy, and casually threw down his skis. Oh, there's no rush to go home. The program crew is providing meals today, and I hear there are a lot of good restaurants at this ski resort. Dong Chen bent down and picked Ball up in her arms. Ball's eyes lit up at the mention of good food. Okay, let's eat and then go home, hee. When she smiled, her two dimples on her face immediately appeared, which was extremely cute. Dong Chen pinched her little face, and she also smiled. Little glutton, as soon as you hear something delicious, you're motivated. Qiuqiu didn't argue. When Dong Chen pinched her little face, she reached out her hands to pinch Dong Chen's face. After that, Dong Chen directly hugged Qiuqiu and walked towards the rest area. According to what the father and daughter had said, have a nice lunch, fleece the program team a bit, and then get ready to go home in the afternoon. Now the audience in the live broadcast room is anxious. No way, just give up like this. Zhang Jian and Mengmeng, Chen Feng and Chen Zihan are still trying hard. It's over, this postdot's dad is too useless. He didn't take the task assigned by the program team seriously in the first place. Oh dear, this Dong Chen really annoys me. You should at least persuade Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu is so obedient, if you say something, she will definitely continue to learn. Of the three families, Dong Chen's family has the biggest advantage. He can ski himself, and after coaxing Qiuqiu to learn, he will definitely come in first and increase in popularity. Yes, a good hand of cards, played to pieces, and there is no motivation at all. Although there was not a chorus of abuse, the comments at this moment were all filled with dissatisfaction with Dong Chen. But Dong Chen can't see those comments. Even if he could, he wouldn't care. It was still early until lunchtime, so Dong Chen took the ball directly to the highest point of the entire ski resort. It was a place similar to an observation deck. Standing there, you can overlook the entire ski resort. The father and daughter didn't know what they were talking about, but they laughed out loud from time to time. However, the big brother following behind with the camera on his shoulder couldn't help but feel a bit impatient. Dong Chen has the biggest advantage, so why aren't you doing anything? Dong Chen. Considering that this is also the question in the minds of most of the current audience in the live broadcast room, the cameraman finally decided to ask. Ha? Hearing the cameraman call out to him, Dong Chen put down the ball and turned around to look. You can ski yourself, and the ball doesn't resist skiing either, so why don't you coax the ball to learn to ski and complete the task set by the production team? Can't you see how much Zhang Jian wants to be the first one to finish? Even Chen Feng is getting serious. The cameraman pointed at the figures of Zhang Jian and Chen Feng below, his eyes full of disbelief. Dong Chen smiled and walked with Ball to the thick, bright glass barrier. Looking at the panoramic view of the entire ski resort below, Dong Chen turned his back to the camera. Do you really think that I've just been playing since I came into the ski resort? A classic rhetorical question. But this time, the cameraman was not caught off guard. Isn't it? First you played by yourself, and then you let the ball take your picture. What did you do for the ball? Finally, he sounded confident, asking with full conviction. However, Dong Chen didn't even turn her head, overlooking the entire ski resort with a faint smile. Ha, superficial, so superficial. Did I really go skiing just to have fun? I did it to attract the attention of the ball and plant a super cool dream in her little heart. As long as she has a dream, she will be interested in skiing. By then, she will learn to ski on her own without me pushing her. One is forced to learn, one is coaxed into learning, and one wants to learn on their own initiative. I don't need to say more about the difference between these. Dong Chen did not directly name anyone. But the one who was forced to learn and coaxed into learning is obviously Mengmeng. As for Dong Chen, she obviously wants to make Ball interested in skiing and then learn on her own. Seeing that the cameraman didn't say anything, Dong Chen turned back to the camera and continued. Regardless of which method is more effective, just from a mood perspective, which child do you think is happier? This time, Dong Chen looked directly into the camera lens. His deep gaze, through the lens, seemed to be directly looking at all the viewers on the other side of the camera. Of course, the second type is happier to learn voluntarily. The cameraman blurted out. Dong Chen clapped his hands. Correct. So why would the latter be happy? Because there is a dream, because it is interesting. So, I went to plant a dream in my daughter, how can you say I left her alone to play? This time, the rhetorical question directly made the mind of the cameraman go blank for 2 seconds. In the live broadcast room, those who had just accused Dong Chen were also stunned. Holy shit, it seems like he has made a comeback. He didn't go play by himself, he went to plant a dream in his daughter. You are really talented. On second thought, Dong Chen is actually quite right. Sorry, I was being shallow before. It's true, it's true, it's true. Dong Chen is the one with the most delicate heart and cares about his child the most. He has completely considered things from the child's perspective from beginning to end. I'm on Dong Chen's side. I really want to cry. If Mengmeng were Dong Chen's child, she would definitely not have to work so hard. Yes, no matter what you say, it's better to show your child than to tell him. I've understood. I'll vote for Dong Chen today. No, according to Dong Chen's words, what if the dream planting fails? And even if he means well, didn't Qiuqiu give up skiing just because of someone else's words? Yes, this method seems touching, but it's hard to implement in practice. To plant a dream, you must first have the strength to do so. Some people suddenly had an epiphany, while others continued to question. And just then, the leader's shouting suddenly came through the big brother's headphones. After carefully listening to the leader's request, the big brother also asked Dong Chen again. You could have won easily, but now you no longer have a chance. Won't you regret it? While asking Dong Chen questions, the big brother glanced at Zhang Jian's daughter Mengmeng, as well as Chen Feng and Chen Zihan's daughter. Mengmeng on Zhang Jian's side has already learned how to do it properly and basically no longer falls on flat ground. As for Chen Zihan, her movements have become more and more skillful and natural. Even if Qiuqiu starts learning now, it's already a bit too late, let alone giving up. However, when the follow-up reporter mentioned the word win again, Dong Chen gave a wry smile and shook his head lightly. A so-called competition that was hastily organized by the program crew. If I really ignore my daughter's feelings for the sake of winning or losing, then I am the real loser. Dong Chen's answer was not loud. But every word was incredibly sincere. For a moment, whether it was the big brother following the footage, all the viewers in the live broadcast room, or the people in the studio, they all felt a tingle in the scalp. It was as if everyone was putting the cart before the horse, and Dong Chen was the only one who was sober. Chapter 34, Don't use your hobby to challenge other people's jobs. Dong Chen's words even caused a brief blank in the originally lively barrage. After a moment, countless barrages surged out. Awesome! Everyone said that Dong Chen was selfish, but from beginning to end, what mattered most to him was the feelings of the child. He was loving the child in his own way, without needing people to understand, and he didn't care what people thought of him. I apologize for previously calling him selfish. You think that people are selfishly playing crazy games and ignoring their children, but in fact they are planting dreams in their children's hearts. You think that people are not motivated and do not fight for their chances to win, but in fact from the beginning their focus has never been on the so-called competition. Is this the difference in their outlooks? I'm at a loss for words, please accept my apologies. I'm speechless, please allow me to shout bravo. It feels like I've been hit by a lower dimensional blow, as if someone has made their children cry many times in order to win. Ha, you understand the yin and yang. In terms of the competition, Dong Chen's chances of winning are indeed not great, but in terms of the way he brings up his child, I feel that he has already won. don't worry, things are not over yet, and no one can predict the ending. For a while, Dong Chen once again received rave reviews. Even in the studio. Li Jing, who had never looked at Dong Chen favorably, was also silenced after Dong Chen's speech. The competition is not important, what is important is the child's mood. Plant a dream. Each of Dong Chen's words made a small impact on Li Jing's heart. Could it be that I really am getting old? As people get old, do their ideas and thoughts also get old? Li Jing was a bit old-fashioned, but she was not too extreme. Although Zhang Jian's approach was commendable, it was undoubtedly a bit cruel to Mengmeng. A child's happiness or unhappiness is written all over their face. Li Jing could see that although Mengmeng was not crying anymore, she still rejected skiing in her heart. She had only reluctantly accepted the reality in order to prevent Zhang Jian from losing his temper again. For the first time, Li Jing had doubts about herself and also about Zhang Jian's way of raising the child. However, these doubts only lasted a moment. Li Jing's wavering disappeared again. Although Zhang Jian's approach might be a bit unfair to the child, it was the safest. There was no second chance in a child's life. When it comes to raising a child, you should be cautious and cautious. Dong Chen's way of raising a child is still too risky. If the result is not good, the child's whole life will be delayed. On the other side, Qiuqiu stood at the glass fence and looked down for a while, then suddenly turned his head and looked at Dong Chen. Dad, aren't you a Shanghainese? Yes. Dong Chen had said everything he needed to say, so he didn't interact much with the cameraman. He looked at Qiuqiu and waited for his next question. Sure enough, with big, confused eyes, Qiuqiu asked again. So, why are you such a good skier? Dong Chen smiled wryly and patted Qiuqiu's little head. Huh, who says that people from Shanghai can't be good skiers? They can. Qiuqiu pointed at the people from the Lightning Ski Club in their matching uniforms below. One of the boys said that those people were the best skiers in the whole country, and one of them said that people from Shanghai weren't suited to skiing, but were suited to farming. Qiuqiu looked serious, always feeling that something was wrong, but unable to say exactly what. After all, she was only 5 years old. Some things were just not meant to be understood by her. Dong Chen heard Qiuqiu's words and realized why she suddenly didn't want to learn to ski. He crouched down, and for the first time, a serious expression appeared on his face. So, did Qiuqiu believe what that person said? Yes, the person who said that was the best skier, and there was no need for him to lie to me. Bao Bao guessed according to his own logic. Dong Chen nodded and then pointed with his hand at the people from the Lightning Ski Club below. Okay, so if I win them, will I become the best? If I say then that people from Shanghai are suitable for skiing, will you believe me? Dong Chen knew. The reason Bao Bao would believe that nonsense was because it was said by the person she considered to be the best skier. As long as that was broken, then everything would be fine. However, obviously Qiuqiu didn't believe that he was capable of that. After Dong Chen finished speaking, Qiuqiu looked at Dong Chen up and down. Dad, I admit that you are a bit handsome when skiing, but those people are professional athletes, the best skiers in Longhua, can you compare with them? Not only did Qiuqiu not believe it, but all the viewers in the live broadcast room also didn't believe it. Gee, it was hard to make it back around. Is Dong Chen going to stir up trouble again? It's just a load of rubbish. Just calm the kid down, there's no need to risk your life like that. Those people are professionals. You just made them feel really uncomfortable with your speech, and now you want to go and embarrass yourself, challenging people's professional skills with your hobby. This is no different from a boxing enthusiast going up to the ring and challenging a professional boxer. Just wait and see Dong Chen make a fool of himself. No, if you lose, you won't be able to explain it to your child. By then, not only will the dream not sprout, the seed will have been plowed up. Damn, he really went down there to compete with someone. This Dong Chen is really going for it. Between bursts of laughter, Dong Chen has returned to the novice teaching area with the ball. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Dong Chen directly found the leader of the group from the Lightning Club. After learning that Dong Chen was looking for someone to compete with in skiing skills, everyone in the Lightning Ski Club laughed. It so happened that their selection was almost complete, and they were feeling a bit bored. So with a flurry of activity, the group went to the advanced ski trail in the ski area. Big brother, are you serious? If you mess up on the advanced ski trail, you could get hurt. Yes, big brother, if you're just messing around, let's just stop here. It would be terrible if you got hurt. After arriving at the advanced ski trail, the members of the Lightning Ski Club kept persuading Dong Chen to give up the competition. But no matter what they said, Dong Chen's answer was just 3 words. Let's try. Their competition also caused a sensation in the entire ski resort. Whether they were tourists or ski resort staff, almost everyone gathered on both sides of the advanced ski trail. Zhang Jian and Chen Feng also hurried over with their children. Although they didn't know Dong Chen, they were after all guests on the same show. Zhang Jian and Chen Feng also persuaded Dong Chen. Brother, I don't know why you want to compete with them, but amateur versus professional, no matter how you think about it, you can't win. Listen to me, just forget it. Zhang Jian took Mengmeng's hand and spoke sincerely. Chen Feng also came over and smiled at Dong Chen. There's a saying, don't use your hobby to challenge someone's livelihood. Brother, I admit that you're good at skiing, and it's enough to fool the amateurs and show off, but if you really want to compete with the professionals, you really can't do it. More and more people were gathering, and at this time, some onlookers also persuaded Dong Chen. Brother, don't do it, the advanced ski trails are no joke. Yes, you don't believe it when we say you can't do it, but don't cry and scream when you get hurt. Handsome guy, you do look cool skiing, but we can't mess with the professionals, it's not too late to regret it. The sound of discussions and ridicule resounded. No one at the scene said a word about Dong Chen. But even so, Dong Chen still showed no sign of giving up. He looked at Qiuqiu and asked. Qiuqiu, everyone says that Dad can't do it, do you think Dad can? This question made Qiuqiu feel at a loss. I should, probably, say no. Qiuqiu gave his own answer. Dong Chen laughed and pointed at the people around him. Why? Because they all say I can't do it, so you think I can't do it too, right? Chapter 35, Dong Chen's words once again caused deep thought. Bal didn't say anything, looked at the people around him, and nodded gently. Dong Chen didn't say anything more, handed Bal over to the cameraman, and turned towards the highest ski jump. On that high platform stood the top professionals in the country, recognized as such in the skiing world. Behind Dong Chen, everyone said in unison that he was asking for trouble, that he had no chance of winning, including his daughter. In the broadcast room, all the viewers also thought that he was just trying to attract attention and was overestimating his own abilities. But Dong Chen's footsteps were so determined. Amidst everyone's doubts and even ridicule, he walked up to the platform. Are you really going to race? The leader of the Lightning Ski Club looked at Dong Chen with a smile. Dong Chen spread his hands, why else would I come up here? Upon hearing this, the few people on the platform laughed. However, due to the distance, the cameraman didn't follow up either. So whether it was the people in the broadcast room or the people there, no one knew what Dong Chen and the people from the Lightning Ski Club were talking about. Off the ski trail, Chen Zihan lightly patted Qiuqiu's arm. Qiuqiu, your dad is really cool, I wish my dad had half the guts as your dad. Chen Feng. Oh no, the little cotton-padded jacket is starting to leak. Qiuqiu heard Chen Zihan's praise and a trace of smugness instantly appeared on his little face. Of course, my father says he's like a sprint plus a slide, he can make an elephant fly. Wow, your father is amazing, my father sees a mouse and he screams, he jumps into my mother's arms for protection. Chen Zihan heard that Bal's father was so amazing, and she immediately disliked her own father even more. But although she felt that Bal's father was very impressive, in Chen Zihan's opinion, Dong Chen had no chance of winning if he went to compete with professional skiers. And not far from Qiuqiu and Chen Zihan, Zhang Jian was crouching down and talking to Mengmeng. Mengmeng, do you see that person? You must never imitate him in the future. Don't do things that you're not sure about or that are too radical. It's better to be embarrassed than to regret it if you get hurt. Mengmeng nodded, but she was a little distracted. Because in her line of sight, someone had already rushed down the high ski jump. 5 people from the Lightning Ski Club had set off at the same time as Dong Chen. Their agile figures raced down the high-speed ski slope. Since there were no professional judges, Dong Chen and the others decided to compete head-to-head to determine the winner. This was simpler and more intuitive. From the start, after the first undulating terrain, Dong Chen was already a body length ahead of everyone else. Seeing this, many people were momentarily shocked. Holy cow, I didn't see him use any tricks, and yet he's already in the lead. No way, this guy can't really win against those professional skiers. This is getting interesting, could this Dong Chen be a hidden folk skiing god? What god? I'm sure he negotiated with those people on the high platform, and those people let him win on purpose. This person upstairs, I suggest you go see a brain specialist sometime. Letting the people from the Lightning Ski Club let a normal person win, the club's reputation would be ruined. Look, catch up, Dong Chen has been overtaken. While the chat on the screen is in full swing, Dong Chen has already been overtaken by a member of the Lightning Club in real life. And the gap is getting wider and wider. Haha, I told you he couldn't win. See, now he can't catch up. Second place is fine, too. He's beaten so many professional athletes, Dong Chen's strength is pretty terrifying. Wait. Why do I feel like Dong Chen has suddenly started to accelerate? There's a curve up ahead. No way, accelerating in a curve is dangerous, as it may cause the car to lose control and fly off the track. Dong Chen's bold move made everyone's hearts tighten, and even their breathing slowed down unconsciously. Even a member of the Lightning Ski Club, who was almost parallel to him, was scared and quickly shouted out a reminder. Hey! There's a curve ahead, don't speed up, slow down. Winning or losing is important. But if something really happens, it'll be a big problem. The man's warning was loud. Even with the wind whistling in his ears, Dong Chen heard it clearly. However, he paid no heed and had no intention of slowing down. On the contrary, he sped up even more. He was crazy, and downright reckless. Seeing that Dong Chen wouldn't listen, the man was furious and his head ached. The next second, with everyone watching, Dong Chen's body was almost flying close to the ground, and he overtook the person in front of him in the curve in one go. After the corner, there were more obstacles and ups and downs. Dong Chen didn't give those behind him any chance. He kept his body low and maintained the fastest speed, leaving the others far behind. Until the end of the final straightaway, there was no doubt that Dong Chen had finished the whole track first. He had won. Against all odds. When everyone said he couldn't do it and told him to give up. Ah! Ball. Your dad won, your dad is awesome. The first person to react was Chen Zihan, who was standing next to Ball. At her cheers, Ball also reacted. Yes. Dad is awesome. She jumped and bounced, excitedly shouting and screaming. Awesome. Someone, after reacting, also let out an exclamation. After that, there was a thunderous applause that resounded throughout the venue. Even those from the Lightning Ski Club who had arrived at the finish line one after the other after Dong Chen gave her a thumbs up. It was a crime to be outdone by a superior. They had lost, and they were convinced. Although the time difference between them and Dong Chen reaching the finish line was less than 5 seconds. But they knew, with their extremely high level of professionalism, those 5 seconds were more than enough to crush them. Naturally, there was also a sea of cheers in the comments section. He won. He really won. Holy shit, this is unbelievable. He was 5 seconds faster than those professional athletes, and at this level, he could go to the professional games and win a medal. You can't judge a book by its cover, this Dong Chen is really deep, he fooled all of us. This is a typical case of a wolf in sheep's clothing, no TV drama would dare to show it like this. Damn, watching a live broadcast of someone with a baby got me so excited, it was great to watch, and no one said a word. Shady, there's definitely shady stuff going on. In this kind of competitive sport, it's impossible for a professional to lose to an ordinary person. No way, you still think Dong Chen is just an ordinary person. He's not ordinary, he's definitely not ordinary. I bet this Dong Chen is definitely a god. Dong Chen's victory undoubtedly shocked everyone. But in the face of all that cheering and applause, he was just as if he had just faced all those doubts and mockery. He didn't take it to heart at all. He walked over to the ball and picked it up in his arms. Then, facing the people throwing admiring glances his way, Dong Chen asked loudly, holding the ball in his arms. Qiuqiu, what did they all say about Dad before? Qiuqiu was obviously more excited than Dong Chen. Dong Chen asked loudly, and she answered even louder. They all said that Dad couldn't possibly win, that Dad was being presumptuous, and that you were asking for trouble. A question and answer. The originally lively scene suddenly fell silent. An awkward atmosphere quietly surrounded everyone. However, Dong Chen didn't have a chance to notice the subtle change in the atmosphere. He looked at Qiuqiu and asked again. So did Dad win? Yes. So does what they just said count? No. The father and daughter's voices got louder and louder, attracting the attention of everyone. It was only after Qiuqiu once again answered Dong Chen loudly that Dong Chen's voice suddenly softened. He looked deeply at Bal, his eyes and tone of voice both incredibly firm. Yes, they don't count, they can't do it themselves, so they've come to tell me that I can't do it either. Bal, remember, when you want to do something, don't let other people tell you if you can do it or not. If you have a dream, go for it. Dong Chen's words were soft. But to the audience at the scene, and to all the viewers watching the broadcast, they were deafening. Chapter 36 Dong Chen's philosophy, actions speak louder than words. I get it. Bal's eyes sparkled with light as he nodded emphatically. Just now, so many people said that Dad couldn't win against those professionals. Even I didn't believe that Dad could win. But Dad did. Don't let other people tell you what you can do. This is the truth Dad taught him. Dad, I still want to try skiing. Her mood suddenly brightened. Bao no longer believed in the idea that skiers from Shanghai were not suited to skiing. At that moment, her father was her idol and her goal. Okay, let's go learn from the instructor. Dong Chen patted Bao's back affectionately and put her down. At that moment, everyone still looked at Dong Chen with admiration. Some girls were so engrossed in the show that they even caused their boyfriends and husbands to lose their tempers. Of course, the most lively place was definitely the live broadcast room. Just now, the number of people online at the same time for the live broadcast of Fatherly Love Like a Mountain reached a terrifying 7 million. This volume is a height that no other program on Shanghai TV has ever reached since its establishment. Show more footage of Dong Chen and her daughter. Shanghai TV headquarters. Qiuqiu, the director of Love Your Father Like a Mountain, looked at the backstage data and was very emotional. I didn't expect it. I'm almost retired, and I've managed to produce such a result that will go down in the history of Shanghai TV. But he was happy, as a director. Qiuqiu naturally discovered why the program was so popular. So, he directly ordered that Dong Chen and Qiuqiu be given more camera time. At the same time, he personally contacted Dong Chen's camera operator via the work communication channel. Xiaoniu, what are you still doing here? Hurry up and take the opportunity to ask Dong Chen what his educational philosophy is for doing this. He was convinced. Now all the viewers were shocked by what Dong Chen had just said. If not now, when? On the other side of the field, the cameraman who had just been about to follow the ball to film it skiing stopped after a few steps. After listening carefully to the instructions coming over the channel, he quickly turned back towards Dong Chen. At that moment, Dong Chen had already been surrounded by the people from the Lightning Ski Club. Although they had lost to Dong Chen, there was no trace of negativity on their faces. On the contrary, their attitude towards Dong Chen had become much more respectful. However, when they saw the cameraman return with a camera, they simply said hello to Dong Chen and left. It seemed as if they had known that the cameraman would return for them. Dong Chen didn't move, and he stuck his skis in the ground, resting his hands casually on them. Dong Chen, I have a question for you. The camera was pointed at Dong Chen, and the cameraman spoke sincerely. Say it. Dong Chen looked at the camera and then at the man filming him. What is the educational philosophy behind teaching Bao like this? The man filming him asked seriously. Dong Chen couldn't help but laugh after hearing the question. Haha, philosophy? That's a bit too big a question. But I can tell you what I think. His gaze returned to his daughter, who was not far away, and Dong Chen seemed to have suddenly changed his temperament. People always say that you should teach children by example, but I think it's more important to teach by example than to teach with words. The cameraman also pointed the camera in the direction of the ball as Dong Chen looked at it. And coincidentally, Mengmeng, who was being forced by Zhang Jian to learn to ski, and Chen Zihan, who was being protected by Chen Feng, appeared in the frame behind the ball. At this moment, although Dong Chen's figure disappeared from the live broadcast, his words just now reached the ears of all the viewers through the live broadcast room. Instantly, the barrage of comments surged crazily. I'm numb, really numb. I just want to say, aren't those experts full of words? Why are they all quiet now? Stupid experts, speak up. Holy cow, calm down, upstairs buddy, watch your blood pressure. Don't let anyone tell you what you can't do. This sentence has made my goosebumps fall all over the place, it's so awesome. Have you noticed that whenever Dong Chen wants to tell Qiuqiu something sensible, he always does something first and then explains it to him? That's right, he planted a dream in Qiuqiu's heart, taught him to protect that dream, and incidentally also won over those professional athletes who were acting like idiots. Teaching by example, then by words. This may seem difficult, but in reality it is not at all simple. You have to be able to do it yourself in order to teach by example. I feel that this Dong Chen is definitely not an ordinary person. Netizens, has anyone looked into this and found out if Dong Chen is in fact some kind of hidden big shot in the city? Agree, I also feel that Dong Chen is definitely not as simple as it seems. Simple? Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the word simple? Just the skiing alone is enough to make him a member of the national team, and you call that simple? I predict that Qiuqiu, who is setting off again with her dreams, will learn to ski before Mengmeng and Chen Zihan. Maybe Dong Chen and Qiuqiu still have a chance to win. Hey, don't say it, there's really a chance. In addition to being shocked by Dong Chen's words, which were followed by actions, many people also focused their attention on Qiuqiu. In the live broadcast, Qiuqiu had already followed the beautiful woman and started learning seriously again. In fact, the task that the program crew required them to complete was for the father and daughter to ski together down a very simple beginner ski trail. Anyone who has mastered the basic skiing skills can complete that task, which can be said to be very simple. However, what is easy to learn cannot be said to be difficult. Whether it is easy or not depends on how Qiuqiu and Dong Chen learn. In the time that followed, Dong Chen still had no intention of going over to keep Qiuqiu company. He found a bench, leaned back and played with his phone again. It was ridiculous, the program team had paid to find a free nanny to watch his child for him, and he was happy to have some peace and quiet for a while. It was only shortly after he had sat down that the host's bad parenting and child rearing has caused emotional reactions from those around him, earning 579,000 emotional points. Current total emotional points held, 1,447,000. The prompt was very concise, and this time, Dong Chen was not asked if he wanted to enter the lottery directly. Dong Chen was very satisfied with this. He knew that the system would report the emotional points when it was sure he was not being disturbed, and that it would not ask too many questions after he understood the lottery rules. This system is getting smarter and smarter. He was very satisfied with the system's growth. Dong Chen also mentally instructed the system to draw the lottery. The system began the advanced lottery. Swish! A sudden burst of information appeared in his mind, and the prompt tone sounded again. Congratulations to the host for winning the Physics God Gift Pack. Learn physics and chemistry well, and you will not be afraid to travel the world. Warm reminder, complete 8 more advanced lotteries to unlock the God-level lottery. You really dare to give it, system. After briefly checking the knowledge of physics and chemistry that appeared in his head out of thin air, Dong Chen couldn't help but secretly give the system a thumbs up. Knowledge that many students have to study late into the night and early in the morning to master. And he got it just by entering a lucky draw. But thinking about what he had to do, Dong Chen still chose to accept it gladly. You need to be strong to forge a weapon. If you want to break away from the old and establish the new. These rewards from the system's lucky draw are the sharp edge of the sword. Chapter 37, Meat and Vegetables in a Balanced Combination. Isn't that what Hot Pot is all about? Time always flies when you're focused on something. Dong Chen clearly felt like he'd only been playing with his phone for a short while, but when he looked at his watch, 2 hours had already passed. His arms were starting to feel numb from holding the same position for so long. But just as Dong Chen was about to put away his phone and get ready to go find Qiuqiu came looking for him first. Dad! The pretty lady said I've learned enough and can try the track first. Qiuqiu shouted excitedly, still some way behind Dong Chen. The young coach followed behind her, her eyes sparkling with affection as she watched Qiuqiu's back. Oh? You've learned it so quickly? I don't believe it. Dong Chen stretched his arms and twisted his waist, teasing Qiuqiu on purpose. It's true, my sister can testify to that. Although they've only known each other for a short time, it's clear that Qiuqiu gets along very well with her coach. Yes, Qiuqiu is so smart and unpretentious. She didn't even need me to help her up after she fell, and she's picked it up so quickly. Although Dong Chen's daughter is already 5 years old. But the beautiful coach still felt a little blush on her face when she was talking to Dong Chen. Oh? Are you really that good? Let's go, Dad, let's check out your learning progress. Dong Chen also smiled at the coach, then took Balbal's little hand and walked towards the beginner's ski trail. There, quite a few adults were playing in the ski trail with their children. The ski trail that the program team wanted to use for the competition had 3 small undulations, a relatively gentle large S-curve, and finally passed through a straight line, which was also the finish line. Come on, show your dad your skills. Pointing to the ski trail, Dong Chen looked at you like you were going to perform. Watch. Ball was full of confidence. After putting on his skis, he rushed into the ski trail. The little figure was weaving through the snow, and he did look pretty good. However, halfway through the trip, when Ball was about to take the S-curve, an accident happened. Ball let out a cry of pain, and then his center of gravity became unstable, so he fell directly to the ground. Due to inertia, Ball even slid for several meters after falling before slowly coming to a stop. This scene made all the viewers in the live broadcast room feel distressed. Even the beautiful coach hurried over, wanting to help the ball up as soon as possible. But while the beautiful coach was rushing towards the ball, Dong Chen had already taken out his phone before her. The camera was turned on, the lens aimed at the ball, and then a burst of continuous shots. While filming, Dong Chen was also laughing. Ah, Ball, you look so funny when you fall, just like a little turtle that has been turned over. Ah, so funny. From a distance, the shots were not enough, so Dong Chen moved closer to take some more. This action made the audience in the broadcast room furious. Is this really his father? His daughter has fallen, but instead of helping her, he is taking pictures. Warning, Qiuqiu and Shangshan Ruoshui are on their way with their swords. Ah, although I feel bad for the ball, it is really funny. The ball really looks like a little turtle that has been turned over, it is so cute. Ha, when something like this happens, don't panic, just take out your phone and post it on WeChat moments. Air. I've done that before, but when my parents found out, they almost beat me to death. The audience was angry, and so was the cameraman. Especially when he saw what Dong Chen had posted on her moments. A few handsome photos of Ball skiing, and a few embarrassing ones of him taking photos of Ball. The caption, the skiing prince and his clumsy pet turtle. While Dong Chen was posting on WeChat, Ball was also rescued by the beautiful coach. When they got closer, Ball patted his belly angrily. That doesn't count, I'm hungry. When I've eaten, I'll definitely do it all in one go. This sounded like an excuse, but there was also an element of truth in it. Ball was actually a little hungry. Ah, okay, let's go eat first. It was already lunchtime, and Dong Chen was also feeling hungry, so they went straight to the food court at the ski resort. Dad, I want to eat braised chicken with rice, spicy hot pot, grilled squid, and lamb skewers. Qiuqiu was only a little hungry, but when she got close to the food court and smelled the aromas, she was completely won over. She wanted to eat everything. No, eating all that won't be nutritious. For a child, the most important thing is a balanced diet with a mix of meat and vegetables. Rarely has Dong Chen said something more sensible. Even the cameraman, after hearing it, wanted to give Dong Chen a big thumbs up. But soon, Dong Chen went on to say, if you want a mix of meat and vegetables, then let's go eat a revolving hot pot, how about it? In the snowy environment of a ski resort, having a delicious hot pot meal together is sure to be a great feeling. Hot pot? Yes. I want to put octopus balls in the hot pot. Upon hearing the word hot pot, the ball also excitedly shouted. The next second, the father and daughter rushed hand in hand to the food court. In the same place, the cameraman directly petrified. But thinking about it, Dong Chen's words seem to be correct. Hot pot, with meat and vegetables, is indeed a combination of meat and vegetables. On the other side, Chen Zihan also decided to eat dinner first and then continue skiing after Chen Feng's soft persuasion. It was Zhang Mengmeng, however, who had cried for a long time before and had been forced by Zhang Jian to ski for a long time, so her stomach had been grumbling with hunger for a long time. Dad, I'm hungry. Should we go over there and have some dinner too? Although Zhang Mengmeng never spoke to Chen Zihan or Qiuqiu from beginning to end. They were the same age and were both participating in the same program. Zhang Mengmeng was eager to get to know Chen Zihan and Qiuqiu. So while skiing, she couldn't help but keep an eye on Chen Zihan and Qiuqiu in the corner of her eye. Now that she saw that they had both been taken by their father to the food court, Mengmeng couldn't hold back anymore. It would be best if she could meet Chen Zihan and Qiuqiu while eating, and then they could play together in the afternoon. Mengmeng had a good idea, but she had obviously overlooked the objective factor of Zhang Jian. Less than a second after Mengmeng had suggested eating, Zhang Jian had already rejected her. No, Mengmeng, these food stalls outside are not hygienic at all, and in order to pursue the so-called taste and appearance, they even put a lot of seasonings in the food. If you want to eat, can Daddy cook it for you? Zhang Jian bent down, as if he were discussing it with Mengmeng, but in fact his tone was full of certainty. Mengmeng was rejected, and her already lackluster interest dropped even lower. But this isn't home, and there's nowhere for Dad to cook. It takes over an hour to get here from home, so is Dad going to go home and cook his own lunch? Of course Dad has his own way. Come on, let's go eat. After saying that, Zhang Jian helped Mengmeng take off her skis. He also took Mengmeng's little hand and walked towards the food court at the ski resort. His eyes kept looking left and right, as if he was looking for something. Mengmeng just followed Zhang Jian. They passed by the bombing squid, the iron tower fried sausage, the bridge crossing rice noodles, and the spinning hot pot. Finally, Mengmeng followed Zhang Jian and stopped in front of a small shop selling pan-fried noodles. Dad, do we want to drink pan-fried noodles? Mengmeng's eyes lit up, and her mood instantly brightened. Although this restaurant didn't smell as good as the others, it was still much better than eating at home. Yes, let's go eat pan mian. Dad will make pan mian for you. Zhang Jian smiled and led Mengmeng directly into the restaurant. He found a seat for Mengmeng and told her to sit down, then turned to find the restaurant owner. And over here, opposite Mengmeng, by the glass window, Dong Chen was laughing with Qiuqiu, holding their phones and looking at something. Chapter 38, You're out of luck if you're her daughter. Seeing that Qiuqiu and her father were having so much fun, a flash of disappointment could not be helped from Mengmeng's little face. On the other side, Zhang Jian had already come to the front of the stall owner. Hello, what would you like to eat? Seeing the photographer following Zhang Jian, the owner instantly put on a smile. Zhang Jian also flashed a smile and glanced deeply into the kitchen behind the owner. Oh, I would like 2 bowls of flat noodles, but I would like to cook them myself, is that okay? As soon as this request was made, the smile on the shop owner's face instantly disappeared. The kitchen, whether it is for a big hotel or a roadside stall, is a place with a certain degree of privacy. Zhang Jian came up and directly asked to go into the kitchen, and there was also a person carrying a camera behind him. This made the shop owner involuntarily start to think more. Could it be? What kind of restaurant network celebrity is this? Or the kind that explores the kitchen? He didn't say it, but the shop owner's gaze couldn't help but linger on the photographer. Zhang Jian has been working hard in the workplace for many years, and he is still at a certain level when it comes to reading people. Seeing the shop owner staring at the photographer, he immediately understood what it meant. Smiling again, Zhang Jian hurriedly explained. Don't get me wrong, if it's inconvenient, then I won't go into the kitchen. Please just give me 2 bowls of plain noodles, and I'll add the seasonings myself. This is the bottom line for Zhang Jian. If the boss doesn't agree, he would immediately turn around and leave. Okay. This time, the boss agreed after only a moment's hesitation. It was only about 7 or 8 minutes wait. 2 bowls of vegetarian noodles were served. Thank you. Zhang Jian thanked him and walked over to the pile of condiments. The condiments on the noodles included oil soup, diced meat, chili oil, and various eggs, tofu skins, ham, etc. that had been marinated in advance. Usually, the customer tells the chef in advance what they want to add, and the chef adds it directly after the noodles are served. Now that Zhang Jian is carrying the bowl to add the condiments, the boss is just waiting with the calculator to calculate the bill. After all, you can put several kinds of pre-marinated snacks in a bowl of noodles. It's just that. Zhang Jian didn't even look at the other condiments and snacks. He picked up a small spoon with a clear goal and gently scooped up a little bit of salt. He put some in his large bowl and a little bit in the small bowl. Then, he walked away with the 2 bowls of noodles in his hands, under the shocked gaze of the owner. The owner was dumbfounded. You're not going to eat the marinated eggs, tofu skin, and ham that cost money, and you're not going to eat the free beef oil soup and pork dregs either? He has been selling pan noodles for his whole life. This time, the owner was stabbed in the butt with a small knife and his eyes were opened. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Even the audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. Just put a little salt and don't want anything else? I'm afraid it won't taste anything. No, Chen Feng took Chen Zihan to eat spicy hot pot. Although he didn't want it to be spicy or hot, it was still quite delicious. Qiuqiu even arranged a small hot pot for him. So, Zhang Jian took the child to eat this? I'm at my wits' end. What does he mean? Does he think the condiments are dirty? Not nutritious enough? I can't think of any other reason. The boss is dumb. I don't think he's ever sold like this before in his life. In fact, I noticed it before when Zhang Jian cooked for Mengmeng. He rarely used seasonings, and at most, he would just put a little salt in the food. Ah. Then Mengmeng is really pitiful, eating plain food every day. Mengmeng's eyes were filled with anticipation as she watched her father walk over with the noodles. Those were pan noodles, after all. If it weren't for the skiing mission, her father would never let her eat outside. But Mengmeng's eyes of expectation disappeared instantly when she saw the 2 bowls of plain noodles Zhang Jian placed on the table. "Dad, why is our plain noodles different from others?" Mengmeng looked disappointedly at the noodles in the other people's bowls. Zhang Jian, on the other hand, quickly sat down, pushed a bowl of noodles in front of Mengmeng, and whispered, "Of course they are different. Our noodles are cleaner, more hygienic, and healthier." As he spoke, Zhang Jian took some chopsticks and handed them to Mengmeng. Although their noodles look good and smell delicious, the price they pay for their good looks and taste is that they contain more unhealthy elements. Some are bad for the liver, some are bad for the stomach, and some will make you fat, etc. Especially for young children like you, those things are even more harmful to you. Listen to your father, we must not be irresponsible with our health just for the sake of a taste. Eat quickly, it will get cold soon. After giving some advice, Zhang Jian took the lead and took a big bite of the noodles with his chopsticks. Okay. Mengmeng was going to say more, but she was really hungry and finally ate honestly. Fortunately, there were still a few vegetables in the noodles, so it wasn't too monotonous. Plus, Mengmeng had been raised this way since she was a child, so she didn't react much. It was just that compared to the laughter of the balls in the hot pot restaurant across the aisle, Mengmeng's obedience was indeed a little heartbreaking. In the studio, Li Jing, who had watched Zhang Jian cook, was once again beaming with satisfaction. It's not easy, really not easy, in today's society, to find someone who is so responsible for their own health and that of their children. Zhang Jian has really given me so many surprises. Nowadays, diseases are becoming increasingly common among younger and younger people, even toddlers. And as the saying goes, illness enters through the mouth, so when it comes to what we eat, we really should be strict with our children from an early age, just like Zhang Jian. We should do our best to give our children the healthiest food, no matter when or where. Li Jing wore a smile, completely ignoring the unhappiness on Mengmeng's face. Her words made Zhou Lu, who liked to argue with her, feel lazy to argue back. Food safety is indeed very important. But Zhang Jian's approach is undoubtedly a bit too harsh. If you can't even eat condiments, let alone lollipops, jelly, ice cream, think about it. If a child never eats sugar or ice cream from an early age, how miserable it would be. Food safety needs attention. But there is absolutely no need to be as extreme as Zhang Jian. Health is important. But is happiness unimportant? Li Jing's comments were met with a barrage of abuse. Screw you and your grandma's rolls. For the sake of health, you can look but not eat. How much does that make a child want? Yes, you can eat less, but there is absolutely no need to be so extreme. There are harmful substances in the air, so you might as well stop breathing. If you don't do it, you won't get sick. Country kids have been rolling around in the mud since they were little, and their overall physical fitness is much better than city kids. I'm impressed. Can you stop giving advice, that expert? Just watching you makes me want to throw up. You'd be better off spending that time dancing in the square than scaring people here. To be honest, I also think that things outside are not hygienic and healthy, but I only let my child reduce and control the amount appropriately. There's really no need to be so extreme. It's better to have separate broadcast rooms. I don't want to watch Mengmeng anymore, it's too depressing. I want to watch Ball or Zihan. You can't let them play, you can't let them eat, and you're forcing them to learn at such a young age. You're really unlucky to be your daughter. Surprisingly, none of the comments supported Li Jing and Zhang Jian. This is a one-size-fits-all approach. Not only will it add tremendous pressure to parents to take care of their children, it will also make parents tired. It will also bring the child a lot of inexplicable suffering. In fact, that suffering has a greater impact on the child than junk food or seasonings. However, amidst the barrage of criticism and even condemnation, Mengmeng has already eaten a small bowl of plain noodles clean. She puts down her bowl and chopsticks. Mengmeng, as if possessed, turns her head to the side. In her field of vision, Ball and Dong Chen, who are across the street, are each holding a bottle of orange-red drink and making a toast. In an instant, Mengmeng's mouth starts to salivate uncontrollably. She wanted to drink, but she didn't dare ask for it. Even if she did, her father would definitely not give it to her. And he would lecture her. She swallowed the saliva in her mouth and continued to look at Qiuqiu and Dong Chen with envy. Chapter 39. Dong Chen really lives life to the fullest. The camera finally cut to Qiuqiu and Dong Chen. At the table. The aroma of the hot yuanyan pot was overflowing. Vegetables, meat rolls, and meatballs are all jostling for space in the bubbling pot. Balls is sweating a little from eating, and she has even taken off her jacket and placed it on the back of her chair. Dad, here, cheers again. After 2 more meatballs, Balls raises her drink again. Dong Chen nods, puts down his chopsticks, grabs a cup, and sits up straight. I'll drink up, you do as you like. Dong Chen finishes his drink in one gulp. However, his heroic act attracted Ball's contempt. Come on, I can see that you just want to drink more. Pa. When Ball said this to his face, Dong Chen almost spat out his drink in one gulp. No, if it's not enough, just get another bottle, I won't fight with you over it. Whether you're right or not, if you don't admit it, it's over. No doubt about it. When the camera cut to Ball and Dong Chen, the whole live broadcast room became joyful. But when she saw what Dong Chen and Qiuqiu were eating, Li Jing couldn't hold back her inner strength any longer. What are these children eating and drinking? Dong Chen is simply being ridiculous. How much science is in those hot pot meatballs, and that carbonated drink, how dare he give it to the children? Not taking responsibility for his own body is one thing, but also not taking responsibility for his children's bodies, he is simply the perfect negative example. It was another scathing criticism, and after Li Jing finished speaking, she habitually looked at Zhou Lu. However, Zhou Lu didn't respond this time, but instead looked at the screen with a smile. Zhou Lu had come to terms with it. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she would just ignore Li Jing's words. If she kept getting angry with her, she would sooner or later develop breast nodules. For her own health, Zhou Lu decided to just keep looking at the cute little ball. Li Jing saw that Zhou Lu wasn't even looking at her, and her gaze returned to the barrage of comments. But it didn't matter if she didn't look. At this moment, Li Jing was once again half killed by the barrage of yes comments. At this moment, the cameraman following Dong Chen received another command. He looked at Dong Chen, who was full and satisfied, and asked, stepping forward. Dong Chen, why don't you take the ball to eat something healthier? The question was very tactful. But anyone could hear the real meaning behind his question. Dong Chen looked up and flashed his trademark sunny smile. Oh, you mean, why would I take Ball to eat junk food, right? You're asking the wrong question, so I'll correct you. I'm not afraid to ask anyway. The cameraman nodded awkwardly and then made a face as if he was listening attentively. Zhang Jiani disagreed with the broad brush approach. But Dong Chen's uninhibited approach was also, in his view, biased. Dong Chen, on the other hand, showed no intention of avoiding the question. But before answering, Dong Chen threw a rhetorical question back. Brother, do you think physical health or mental health is more important? The shadowing elder brother froze. He was really afraid of Dong Chen's habit of asking rhetorical questions. Both are important. After a moment's consideration, the shadowing elder brother gave his answer. Dong Chen clapped his hands, as if to say, see, I was right. Yes, if everything is important, they eat well, they are healthy, we have fun eating, we are mentally healthy, so what's wrong with that? In short, the follow-up elder brother was dumbfounded, and the barrage of laughter went crazy. Poha, I really admire Dong Chen's way of thinking. Ha, his words always give a feeling of sophistry, but when you think about it, they are not unreasonable and there is no way to refute them. He is healthy, I am mentally healthy, no problem at all. I suggest letting Dong Chen be the expert, haha. He's a talent. You can only choose one of us, so you pick. The cameraman winces. His brain is racing. But, can mental health be determined by a meal? In the end, he's been trapped by Dong Chen's line of questioning, and the cameraman is completely at Dong Chen's mercy. After he finishes speaking, Dong Chen throws the exact same words back at him. Yes, a meal can't affect mental health, but can it affect physical health? The cameraman. His silence was deafening, and Dong Chen stopped arguing. The topic had already been brought up, and Dong Chen continued speaking into the camera. Being born as a human being is already exhausting, so why go looking for trouble and find all kinds of shackles for yourself and your children? If you're afraid of this and that all day long, do you have to wait until the doctor finally tells you to eat whatever you want to eat before you can finally let go? Smoking is harmful to health, and everyone in the world knows it, but I've never seen the state take any comprehensive action to ban it. Many medicines also clearly label what the side effects are, so if you're afraid of side effects, should you get treatment if you're sick? I don't think it's necessary to be so serious about what you eat and drink. As long as you don't overeat or engage in self-harming diets, and eat normally, there's no need to be deliberately particular about it. After saying this, Dong Chen looked at Ball. Are you full? Yes, I'm full, and my tummy is full too. Balls patted his somewhat rounded belly, his face full of satisfaction. Okay, then let's go for a walk to digest. Dong Chen got up, picked up Ball's jacket and put it on him, and the father and daughter walked out of the hot pot restaurant. And what Dong Chen just said also resonated with countless viewers in the live broadcast room. Do you have to completely let go of your inhibitions when a doctor tells you to eat whatever you want? It made me laugh to death. Dong Chen really lives life to the fullest. Life is already hard enough, so why make it even more difficult for yourself? Yes, life and death are in the hands of fate, wealth and prosperity are in the heavens, minor illnesses can be treated, major illnesses can kill, eat and drink when you want, don't let things get to you, here you go. A show about raising a child has made me realize the truth of life. I would like to make Dong Chen my life mentor. Summary: as long as you don't deliberately abuse your body, then eat as much as you like and as much as you feel like it. I've realized that, while you're in a weight loss boot camp, you're trying to sneak out to eat fried chicken over the wall. You can't lose weight if you're not full after every meal. Lunchtime passed in a flash. When Qiuqiu and Dong Chen returned from strolling to work off their food, Zhang Jian and Zhang Mengmeng, Chen Feng and Chen Zihan had already started skiing again. The beautiful instructor in charge of teaching Dong Chen and the others to ski was already waiting in the teaching area. Okay, you've eaten and drunk enough, now watch me perform. Laishi goes shopping. After eating, Qiuqiu was full of fighting spirit. So, under the watchful eyes of the other two families, Qiuqiu and Dong Chen each put on their equipment and went to the ski slope where the program crew had set the task. Then, they simply, unremarkably, and smoothly skied from the starting point to the finishing point. Yes, we are the champions. Upon reaching the finishing point, Qiuqiu shouted with excitement. Dong Chen, on the other hand, didn't react much. When the cameraman gave him a thumbs up, Dong Chen gave a faint smile. I really didn't want to win. Chapter 40: Childhood is something every child deserves. Dong Chen was telling the truth. He hadn't really cared about the so-called competition set up by the show's production team. Not to mention wanting to win. But even though it was the truth, it still attracted the contempt of countless viewers in the live broadcast room. It's over, he's installed. Dong Chen's subtext: it's not that I'm good, it's just that my opponent is stupid. No, the subtext should be, I gave you your chance, but you're useless. It's all thanks to the competition. The one who wanted to win the most didn't win, but the one who didn't want to win won. What does that show? It shows that hard work is worthless in the face of talent. Friends, what are you waiting for? Vote. Win first place. Add in Dong Chen's impressive words from earlier. This directly caused his and the ball's support votes to soar again. Zhang Jian, on the other hand, although he lost first place, still completed the task before Chen Feng and Chen Zihan. Of course. Zhang Jian inevitably caught Mengmeng and lectured her again. What? Obviously, if you just try a little harder, you can get first place. In the future, you can't be as willful as you were today, etc. The audience listening to the live broadcast also had a headache. The worst was Chen Feng's side. They and Zhang Jian's daughter and son challenged the entire ski trail at almost the same time. But because Chen Feng made a mistake and fell into the mud, he only got the last place. There was nothing he could do, he really tried his best, but his hands and feet just wouldn't listen. However, although they only got the last place in the end, because of the relatively relaxed and happy atmosphere, their support votes actually increased more than Zhang Jian's second place. Strictly speaking, although this is a show with children, the aim is for everyone to discover a better and more suitable way of bringing up children and learn from it. However, there is still a considerable proportion of the audience who simply come to watch the fun and pass the time. Life is tiring, and work is hard. Watching a live broadcast, of course, whoever can make them laugh more, they vote for them. After the three families completed the so-called competition set by the production team, Chen Zihan went to play with Qiuqiu. Dong Chen and Chen Feng got along well, and the two fathers took the two little girls straight to the ice and snow playground. Chen Zihan was born with a big heart and a tomboyish personality. Qiuqiu is optimistic and cheerful, and although she is not strong-willed, she is not easily bullied. So when the two little girls entered the playground and started having fun, Dong Chen and Chen Feng both took out their phones. Then they looked at each other and smiled. Want to play? I'm good at fighting bandits. Ha, coincidentally, I'm fighting the road god of war. The kids have a special cameraman following them. These two fathers don't have to worry about their children getting lost at all. On the other hand, Zhang Jian didn't have the slightest intention of bringing Mengmeng over to play with them, even after the task assigned by the production team was completed. Zhang Jian still took Mengmeng to learn from the ski instructor. This was a rare opportunity. Not to mention the ski resort entrance fee. The professional ski instructors charge by the hour. It's not to be wasted. Time slips away. Before long, it's time to return as arranged by the program crew. But before returning, the three families receive a new task from the program crew. Dad, what did that person want with you? On the way home, Bao Bao looks at Dong Chen while playing with a snowman doll bought at the ski resort. Oh, the production team has organized an outdoor activity, and they want the three families to go to Qiuqiu Mountain together. Dong Chen leaned back in his chair, still replaying the details of the game he just played with Chen Feng in his head. After thinking about it, Dong Chen labeled Chen Feng as a scoundrel. Going to Qiuqiu Mountain? Is Chen Zihan coming too? Hearing that they were going out to play again tomorrow, Qiuqiu immediately became excited again. Of course he'll come along, and that little friend of his Mengmeng. Dong Chen replied, pressing his finger on the screen of his phone to remove Chen Feng from his game friends list. When he heard Mengmeng, Balbal's excitement faded, and a hint of doubt appeared on his little face. That Mengmeng is so tired. Her father keeps making her practice skiing, and she's always secretly watching Chen Zihan and me. Hey, Dad, you're still the best. Dong Chen was a little surprised by the sudden praise. He looked at Qiuqiu, and a warm feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Similarly, Qiuqiu's words also touched many viewers in the broadcast room. Qiuqiu is so good, Dong Chen must feel as sweet as honey right now. Even Qiuqiu can see that Mengmeng is tired, and Mengmeng is really so pitiful. Really, when will the program group let the three dads take turns babysitting each other? No, really, don't switch. If Qiuqiu is taken care of by Zhang Jian, I think either Dong Chen or Zhang Jian will collapse. I guess the probability of Zhang Jian collapsing is higher. Qiuqiu has all kinds of mischievous ideas in his head. Sigh. The third day of wanting a daughter. A day at the ski resort. Qiuqiu was so tired when he got home that he didn't want to move. Dong Chen used the money Qiuqiu left him to order 2 takeaways, and let Qiuqiu have a nice dinner. After eating and drinking, Qiuqiu went off to play with her toys and watch cartoons. Dong Chen tidied up a little and then curled up on the sofa. It's still nice at home. The moment his butt hit the sofa, Dong Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh in his heart. He pulled out his phone and habitually started browsing short videos. As expected, there were more clips about him taking care of his baby on the short video platform today. It seems that a professional studio has started operating. He watched about a dozen videos of himself taking care of his child. Dong Chen was sure that a professional studio had started working. However, although those people were making money off the traffic, the quality of the videos was still much better than the average. They had specially edited some of Dong Chen's more controversial comments and famous scenes of taking care of his child, and then paired them with more eye-catching titles. It was no exaggeration to say that, as long as there are children in the family, they will be a bit tempted to watch the video after seeing it. Dong Chen also noticed that any videos or posts about himself today have a much higher number of likes, comments, and reposts than yesterday. Of course, the number of likes, comments, and reposts for the videos that insult and attack him is also terrifying. Especially some older people with more traditional values. They even sneered at the way he took care of the baby. Not to mention the fact that after the ball fell on the ski slope, he didn't help it up but took a picture of it instead. This was unacceptable to the elderly. However, for those videos or posts that slandered and insulted himself, Dong Chen just glanced at them and didn't even bother to watch them. He knew that as the show became more and more popular, his own popularity would definitely grow. The greater the fame, the greater the controversy. Plus, the things he had to do were bound to be unacceptable to some people. Therefore, Dong Chen was prepared for people to attack him online. On the contrary, the more trolls there were, the more Dong Chen didn't care. He came across another video of someone attacking him. Dong Chen didn't even bother to watch it and swiped it away. He turned off his phone and looked at the little boy, who was still watching the cartoon intently. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and Dong Chen's goal became clearer. Childhood is something every child must have.